Welcome to the X-Men Age of Krakoa Full Story Supercut, a series here at Comicstorian where we combine complete and full stories into a massive omnibus-style video to give you a better viewing experience. In 2019, Jonathan Hickman was given the reins to the entire X-Men franchise at Marvel, giving us the Age of Krakoa, a time when the mutants had conquered death and created their own nation on the living island known as Krakoa. Gerry Duggan, Kieren Gillon, and Ewing eventually took over for Hickman and concluded this era for the X-Men in 2024. Today's story will include House and Powers of X, The Dawn of X, the X of Swords event, Reign of X, the X Lives and Deaths of Wolverine event, Destiny of X, Judgment Day, Wolverine vs. Beast, and finally concluding with the Fall of X. I've tried to include all the main videos that we covered here on the channel, which includes a mixture of both Benny and myself, Dan. We did not, however, cover the Sins of Sinister event because Benny wasn't the biggest fan of the event. But in short, it was an event to prevent horrible futures that Mr. Sinister would bring about. But enough of that, it's time for you to sit back and enjoy X-Men, the Age of Krakoa.
This is the beginning. On a sunny day, Charles Xavier sits on a bench, watching families enjoy a carnival at Oxford University. He stares briefly for a moment until the realization of the future comes to his mind. The thought makes him smile, but his moment of quiet clarity is interrupted as a young woman comes over to speak to him. She introduces herself as Moira and asks what made him smile just now. When he tells her that he dreamt of a better world, Moira explains that it wasn't a dream. She offers to have Charles read her mind so that he can see all that she has seen. In her first life, Moira was a teacher. She had a husband and child and lived a long and happy life, but she had no place in the larger world of mutants and heroes, and she died quietly at the age of 74. Yet once she died, Moira's second life began. She awoke once more in her mother's womb, fully aware of the life that she had just lived. Once born, she became aware that she was a mutant, with the power of reincarnation that is closer to resurrection. With all the education and knowledge from her past life, Moira was seen as a genius. And eventually, she sees Charles Xavier and his X-Men reveal to the world that they are mutants. She decides to travel to America to meet this Charles, but her flight crashes into the ocean and that ends her second life. In her third life, Moira decides to meet Charles while they are both students at Oxford. Yet she finds the young mutant arrogant. Instead of embracing mutant kind, Moira decides to instead focus on developing a cure for the mutant gene. Once she is successful, Moira's lab is attacked by Pyro, Mystique, and Destiny, who is a precog. With her powers, Destiny realizes that Moira is not only a mutant, but one who continues to live her life over and over again. The group warns Moira that if she moves against mutant kind in her next life, they will find and they will kill her. Destiny also warns Moira that her powers are not endless and one day, she will not come back. It is possible that she only has 10 lives with which to live and learn from. Moira is then killed once again. And in her fourth life, she is seen working alongside Charles Xavier, eventually becoming romantically involved. They both work towards a coexistence with humankind, but the future is dark and eventually Moira is killed by a sentinel once the machines have risen. Her fifth life sees Charles and Moira try to create a safe haven away from mutant kind, yet once again, the machines rise and Moira is killed. She watches as time passes and humanity gives way to the post-humans, beings who engineer their own DNA and augment themselves with technology. Mutants are now outnumbered by these superior beings and they're kept in preserves. A being known as the Librarian eventually reaches out to Phalanx, hoping that humanity will be accepted and assimilated into the higher civilization. Wolverine and Moira watch the end of the world looming over them. Knowing the future, Wolverine manages to kill the Librarian and turns to Moira. She knows that she must go back and ensure that this dark future never comes to be. She briefly feels a sharp pain of adamantium claws piercing her chest, and this was her sixth life. In her seventh life, Moira trains her body and her mind, forging herself into a living weapon. The plan is simple: end the lives of all of those that would bring about the rise of the Sentinels in the dark future that the machines have always led to. The entire Trask family was killed. Yet it seems that the future is almost always set and the Sentinels will rise anyway. For humanity fears mutant kind and artificial intelligence will always rise. Moira learns this as once again her life is taken by a Sentinel. Giving up on Charles and his dream of the future, she decides to instead work alongside Magneto, fighting for a future where mutants will rule over the inferior humans. But the heroes of the age work against them and the Brotherhood is stopped by the X-Men and the Avengers, ending her 8th life. Her 9th life saw her take the hand of Apocalypse to take over the world. She stood by his side for a time and the heroes of the world fell, yet the machines rise as they always do. 100 years in the future, the world of man is ruled by Nimrod the Lesser, who has created an army of sentinels. Few mutants remain. Some are from before the war, but others are known as chimeras, hybrids that were created by Mr. Sinister by splicing together DNA. Apocalypse leads his X-Men on an assault against the Church of Ascendancy, hoping to recover and gain information on the crystal. One by one, the X-Men fall, and only Wolverine and Apocalypse return to Asteroid K, the last remaining mutants. Yet the mission was successful, and the information crystal details the rise of Nimrod and his forces. Wolverine then moves to awaken Mother Akaba, and Moira is brought out of stasis. With the knowledge of when and how Nimrod will rise, Apocalypse orders Wolverine to kill Moira, sending her to be reincarnated with this new knowledge, thus ending the 9th life. Charles is momentarily stunned by everything that he just witnessed within Moira's mind, his heart falling as he sees that there is nothing that they can ever seem to do to change the dark future of mutant kind. She tells him that this is her 10th life, and she has come to Charles to finally change history and the world. Believing her, the pair travel to Magneto's secret base, and there Moira opens her mind and past to Magneto as well. With this knowledge, the two former enemies decide to work together, agreeing to plan for the future of mutant kind. Both Magneto and Xavier travel to see a man who will become known as Mr. Sinister, and they ask for his help in building a database of mutant DNA. Although one of the Sinisters refuses to help, he is killed, and the Sinister that takes his place agrees to the terms. Charles would next meet with Forge, asking him to upgrade Cerebro to store the mental patterns of every mutant that he has scanned. Though Forge is hesitant and believes that he doesn't have the technology, he eventually agrees. And so, years pass, with Xavier, Magneto, and Moira beginning their plans for the future. And eventually, Charles arrives on the island of Krakoa with Cypher, a mutant who has the ability to understand any form of language. He is left on the island to develop an understanding with it and allow the rest of the mutants to communicate with it. And with this, the island sets up several systems to allow mutant kind to live within it. Next, Charles and Magneto approach Emma Frost, hoping that the Hellfire Club will aid them in their plans. Charles also offers her a position within the council to decide the laws of the nation of mutants. And once Emma agrees, Charles uses Cerebro to call forth the mutants of the world, telling them that they have a safe place to live on in Krakoa. Members of the X-Men bring flowers from Krakoa to several parts of the world, and the flowers bloom and create various habitats around the world, as well as portals to Krakoa itself. With their systems finally in place, Charles then uses Cerebro to make an offer to the world. He tells the world that the island of Krakoa is a sovereign nation of mutants from this moment on, and those that recognize this new nation will be offered drugs and other things that will help make mankind healthier and happier. Due to this, a group of humans who refer to themselves as Orcus believe that they are the last hope for humanity, and they travel to the Forge, which is built from a mother mold and orbits the sun. Magneto then sends teams to gather information on the Orcus and the Forge. Sabretooth, Toad, and Mystique break into damage control database, and unfortunately the mission goes south and Sabretooth kills several soldiers. Though the others have escaped back to Krakoa, Sabretooth is detained by the Fantastic Four. Cyclops arrives, citing that Creed has a diplomatic immunity and wishes to take him back to Krakoa, but the Fantastic Four refuse, and for a brief moment, it looks like there may be a fight between Cyclops and the Fantastic Four, but Cyclops decides against it, allowing the team to take the villain. Eventually, Sabretooth is pardoned for his crimes and brought back to Krakoa, and with Krakoa in its infancy, Magneto and Charles call Cyclops to them, sharing their fears that the Mother Mold will bring about the Sentinels. Cyclops agrees and puts together a strike team to assault the Forge. The X-Men arrive at the Forge, assaulting the base. However, the ship that they used to get there and would have used to return is destroyed by a suicide bomber in the assault. So the X-Men move through the base, falling one by one as they attempt to destroy the control collars that hold the base in orbit. Wolverine and Nightcrawler give their lives to destroy the last collar, completing the mission. And in the final moments, Cyclops is executed, and Jean floats through space in an escape pod, suddenly attacked by Sentinels. However, back on Krakoa, it's revealed that a group of mutants known as the Five are able to resurrect dead mutants, and the X-Men are reborn within Krakoa. And Storm announces to the gathered crowd that the Five allow them to defeat death. And at the same time, Krakoa is recognized by the UN as a sovereign nation. A few days later, the other members of the council arrive on Krakoa, and while they are mostly former villains of the X-Men, they will now be allowed to take part in planning the future. The Quiet Council comes together, deciding for the first time the laws of Krakoa. And the first of the 3 laws are as follows. Mutants must create other mutants. Mutants shall not murder humans, and the land of Krakoa must be respected. With this done, they pass judgment on Sabretooth, finding him guilty and sentencing him to exile within Krakoa. With this done and the resurrection of the X-Men, the mutants of Krakoa celebrate the birth of their new nation with a large gathering. Fireworks are lit, drinks and food are passed out, and during the night, Magneto and Charles visit Moira in her no space. After hearing the use of the Quiet Council, Moira expresses her distrust of Emma. She also discovers that Emma wishes to have Destiny resurrected. She believes that this is a bad idea, since she feels that the precog will ruin everything if she sees some of the potential dark futures. But Magneto and Charles both assure her that this time, the future of mutant kind will be different. As the skies darken over the covert facility, Storm tells the others that they thought they could hide from them, but they were wrong. They have reached the heart of the last Orcus stronghold on Earth. If you look close enough, you can see the desperation in their eyes. As Storm goes off, a red optic beam rips through the wall and just over her head into a robot. Cyclops turns the beam off, telling her, "I'm surprised a giant purple robot was able to sneak up on you." Storm tells him it's because they're tired. However, she knows not of what she's more tired of, the engines of death or the men who insist on making them. The two continue on, and Cyclops says that the machines that they fight are the product of the greatest human minds on the planet, the very best that they had to offer. Now they know. No amount of ingenuity can stop what's coming. Storm tells him, yes, man should know when he is beaten. He should know when to break and run, or surrender and ask for unearned mercy. Yet these men do not scatter, but rather they fall back, like they're protecting something. Cyclops radios in, telling them that they found the heart, ready when you are. And just then a metal ceiling rips open and Magneto and Polaris float down, with Magneto stating that he knows that he can be, at times, overly demanding. But is it too much to ask a flawed world that I would like to not fight when my feet touch the ground? Cyclops gets to work on trying to open up the massive vibranium doors, and Magneto tells him, "Step aside, I will handle this." On the other side of those doors, a guard yells to Dr. Mars, asking what should they do. The mutants will be here any minute. Dr. Mars continues his work, asking how much of a redundancy do they have between the hub and the forge. Another guard says that they have an 80% overlap, and if they fall, their brothers and sisters will retain a vast majority of the Orcus knowledge base. Shall they begin purging the mainframes, or should they destroy the data core? Dr. Mars examines a syringe as he injects himself, stating that they will not lose any information that they have gained here. Better they make the ultimate sacrifice than surrender 1 inch to the mutants. Evolution is an unyielding, unapologetic master. The truth is, they are too civilized to deal with these vandals. These monsters can have my science when they pry it out of my cold, dead fingers. Elsewhere, Cyclops, Polaris, and Storm walk up to a set of stasis tubes, and Storm quietly says that there are dozens of them. How little they must think of themselves to treat others this way. As Storm readies the gateway home, Polaris opens up one of the tubes, and a woman with negative black skin and white hair falls to the ground, gasping for air but not saying a word. She looks around and then points at Storm, telling her that she is not here. They do not see here. Storm asks, "What are you talking about?" "We can see here now." Polaris pulls out a small device and scans the girl, stating that the tachyon bleed suggests a massive temporal development, so technically post-human. The girl then says that she emerged before she was fully ready, a child born out of time. She had to. There are wild gods loose on this world. Magneto walks up, telling her, "The only gods on this planet stand before you." But as Magneto gets closer, the girl projects an energy field around herself, vanishing, telling them all that she has to go. Polaris says that it would seem that the girl translocated. Should they follow her? And Magneto tells her, yes, she shouldn't have gotten far. Cyclops then stops him, telling him, no, she is not our priority. If the Council wants to make it one, then we can deal with it later. But for now, we have important things to do. We have to get these children home. Later, on Krakoa, the home of the mutants, the people of the island give Magneto and his team a roaring welcome home. And while the team surrounds him, Polaris tells Cyclops that it's like he's a young man again. It's actually a little embarrassing, and Cyclops says yes. However, Magneto waited a long time for this. They all have. Meanwhile, at the Orcus Forge, in a satellite orbiting the sun, Dr. Devo says that this was the greatest creation of the last gasp of the last generation. A doomsday weapon composed of human minds, the greatest ever. Free from the warring ideologies of the paralyzed civilian world, they are scientists from S.H.I.E.L.D., AIM, Armor, and Alpha Flight. The robotic woman Karima adds that they also have a small army of hammer parasites and six infernal genetics from Hydra. Devo looks forward to the sun, telling her yes. There are lesser evils that we tolerate for the greater good, because we do what we must to survive. For our enemy is the future, and this is what comes from forgetting that. Mutants. Over at the Summer household, Cyclops stares out of his window into space, with Corsair telling him that Jean sent him. Dinner is almost ready. He didn't think about it at first, but they just hung out under the stars, happy to soak it all in. But the more that he thought about it, he really wanted a place with a view. Corsair looks up at the Earth from the house on the moon, telling him that he could tell. A few moments later, everyone gathers around the table and they begin to eat, the Jean stating that before they do, they need to give Corsair his present. Cyclops says, right, Havoc, bring Dad his gift. Havoc walks out with a small flower, and Corsair says that it's a plant. A flower, what am I supposed to do with it? Cyclops tells him that it's a Krakoan gate, linked with one that they have here at the house. All he needs to do is plant that in the Starjammer's greenhouse, and no matter where in the universe, he'll always be a short walk away. Corsair begins to laugh, telling him that if that's the case, he loves it. Cyclops smiles, telling everyone that it's been a good day. The first of many, so let's eat. But later, back at the Orcus Forge, Dr. Gregor looks up from her work, stating that she heard that he had arrived. Always a soft bed for the man behind the curtain. Devo walks in, stating that it sounds like she's angry at him, and Gregor asks, should I be angry? At you? At us? Devo goes on, stating that they had a funeral for those that they lost, as well as for her husband. She should have been there. Gregor pauses, telling him that there wasn't enough left to bury, and even if there was, it would have just been a shell, nothing more. He currently lives inside of her heart and in her work. Devo says that her husband was the best military mind, a great strategist, a tower of a man. Memories are fine, legacy is better, but in losing him, they've lost more than that. Gregor looks down at her machine and pulls out a small red crystal, asking, do you want to know a secret? I know how to bring him back. With everything happening at Krakoa, Cyclops learns of disturbing news that could very well affect every mutant on the island. He tells his children, Cable and Prestige, that with everything going on around them, a second island appeared about 100 miles off the coast of their sentient mutant island. No one knows why, but Krakoa is making itself aim straight for this other island. What's more, there are reports of hostile creatures and giant beasts roaming the island. So he figured, since he was heading out for a recon mission, that they would like to help their old man out and beat up some monsters. So as the three of them fly out, Cable double checks his pistol and rifle, stating that these are all standard issue stuff. Should he have brought anything else? When the second island comes into view, a giant volcanic crater with tendrils lashes out, and Cyclops asks, what do you think? Cable sighs, telling him that he should have brought a bigger gun. Once the jet lands, Prestige scans the land, stating that most of the things that she is seeing appear to have a low intelligence. However, there is something a little off. Something higher up on the food chain, and it feels humanish. Cyclops asks where, but Prestige tells him that she'll give him one guess, and the three begin to make their way to the center of the island as Cyclops clears a path. Cable quickly begins to notice something. A weird rhino thing. Cyclops gets ready to fire, asking if it's too dangerous, and Cable tells him sure, but it's definitely not a carnivore. Judging by those back legs and its feet, it's not the wheels of a meat eater. And then Cable sees something moving, a giant tentacle that reaches out, picking it up, shoving it into its massive gaping mouth. Cyclops tells him, okay, now that's a meat eater. And Prestige asks, what should they do? So Cyclops tells her that they don't have much of a choice. Fire! A short while later, out in the field, Prestige says that she's pretty sure that she still has pieces of a demon squid on her shoes. Cable wipes his face, telling her that she's lucky. He's pretty sure he still has some in his mouth. As Cable and Prestige go back and forth, Cyclops stops them when he sees a strange being standing before them. An all-white person with markings on their chest says hello in his native language, but no one can understand it. So Cyclops listens closely, stating that he hasn't heard anything like that before. Maybe they should try communicating with it somehow? And so Cable comes up with an idea. He's gonna give them something. He walks forward, handing something to the being, knowing what it is other than a present, and the being says thank you. So Cable comes back. See, I'm a good person. I do good things, and that's why people love me. Cyclops asks, what did he give him? And Cable tells him, something awesome, a thermal grenade. Cyclops just pauses for a second to process that, and then he looks back. Oh no. The being inspects the grenade, stating, so shiny, and then presses the button. Seconds later, the grenade goes off, and as everyone gets back to their feet, Cable says that he honestly didn't know what else he was thinking could have happened. The being walks to the fire, telling them that they have erred greatly. Can't they see what he is? He is a summoner! Moments later, creatures begin to form around him and they attack. As Cable cuts into the giant octopus, he says that he could really use a thermal grenade right about now. And Cyclops blasts into one of the other creatures, asking Prestige if there's any way that they could communicate with this person. She did help download Krakoan into every mutant's mind, right? Maybe try that. So Prestige tells him that that's a good idea. She really should have thought of that before Cable gave him a thermal grenade. So moments pass as she uses her powers, and Cable asks if he can understand them now. The being tells them yes. Why would they try to destroy him? Cable hangs upside down, telling him that he wasn't trying to. It was a gift. He wasn't supposed to turn it on. Look, can we just agree that we've made some poor choices in gifts? The octopus drops Cable on his head, and Cyclops tells the being that they don't want to fight. They simply want to know why the island that they're from is heading for this island, and if that's going to be a problem. The being asks Cyclops if he loves someone, and he says that it's a complicated question right now, but for the sake of expediency, let's just say yes. I love a single son. That being then asks, you would want to be with them, yes? And Cyclops says, of course. The being then points off, telling him to watch, and they will understand soon. As Krakoa gets closer, the two islands reach out to each other with vines, and they get to intertwine with each other. Prestige asks if the islands are... And Cyclops tells her, I honestly don't want to know what these two sentient islands are doing. Once the islands begin to fully merge, the being says that now the two are one, as they should be, as they always were. And the being turns to leave with Cyclops asking, what now? Where are you going? The being says that he isn't going anywhere. He lives here. And he lives here because he lives here. And later that night, the being stands out in a field, talking out loud that his mother told him a lot about him. It's fitting that he comes at night. Apocalypse steps out of the shadow, telling him that, for as night, even new gods slumber. We have never met, but I would recognize that seed anywhere. Did you run away or were you sent? The being says that the enemy has come, that though the walls hold, for now, the children hold the point, and soon, a Krakoa will fall. Apocalypse thinks for a moment, asking, which of my children is a mother to you? And the being steps forward, telling him, war. Apocalypse embraces the being, and the being asks if he'll save them. Can he save them? And Apocalypse tells him, I can and I will, for I mean to save all of my children, those of Krakoa and those of Krakoa. Now on to our next tale. As the wildlife flourishes in the Savage Land, the mutants gather the growing flowers when there's suddenly a loud popping sound coming out of the Krakoan gate. Everyone hurries over to see what's going on when suddenly 4 people in masks and military equipment walk out. The first woman asks if this is Kansas. Really doesn't look like Kansas. She got into a lot of trouble in Kansas. And one of the mutants asks if they're new to this land. The first woman says yes, they are new, but unfortunately for them, and she begins to spray a green liquid with one of the mutants asking why would they do this. And another woman asks why. That's obvious, isn't it? We just love the S word out of flowers. Once the remaining mutants are subdued, the first woman says that she expected more of a fight. You know, slightly more spirited security. And the woman in back says, what about Social Security? I don't get Social Security. The women begin to take off their masks, revealing themselves to be much, much older. And the first one says, no, Edith, spirited, not social. The second woman then says that it's not gonna matter, Augusta. Edith can't hear her with a D word. Edith then yells, you can D-word my B-word, Opal. B-word all the way to store it back for your Smokies. The final woman, Lily, says, no more Smokies. The doctor was very clear on her last visit. The women all begin to argue with one another, and Edith shouts, okay, how about we do what we came here to do and pick some flowers? A few moments later, Cyclops, Emma Frost, and Black King step through the gateway with Lily stating, look, we have more company. How delightful. Emma stares for a moment and asks, did we get invaded by octogenarians? And Cyclops steps forward stating, you have caused quite a ruckus. Mind introducing yourselves? Augusta smells one of the flowers, telling him that they are the horticulture. And Black King asks, horticulture? And Lily says, no, horticulture. No one wants to hear all about that business around Kansas that Augustus did. Augusta then says that she likes married men and taking their things. It's not my fault that sometimes they die in car crashes. Lily then looks at Emma and says, speaking of unsavory women, this one looks like a bit of a tot. Opal nods, telling her, she dresses like an S word with a serious P word problem. You need to wash yourself, girl. Emma's mouth drops as everyone remains silent, and after a few moments pass, she says, I will not fight older women, and their minds are shielded somehow. Black King pushes through, stating, it's okay, I'll handle this. Ladies, I am Sebastian Shaw. I am the Black King of the Hellfire Trading Company, who happens to be the rights holder to the product that you are taking. Now, I'm not a prude, but perhaps we can work out a deal. The flowers can be shared, but I would like to understand how you compromised what was believed to be a closed system of transit. Maybe there is something I can provide to you women. What do you say? Black King is then blasted in the face with green goo, and all of the women begin to beat on him with the butts of their guns. But as they kick the Black King, a red flash blows everyone away, and Cyclops says that he would appreciate it if they would step away from the aristocrat. We know that he can be an insufferable bore, but he's our insufferable bore. Cyclops focuses his optic blast on Edith's hover chair, and that's when Cyclops is struck from behind. He whips around, knocking Augusta and Opal over, asking, are you done yet? And Augusta rocks back and forth, holding her leg, stating, oh God, oh Lord, oh sweet Jesus. Cyclops sighs, walking over, asking her, is everything okay? She pulls out her pistol and goos Cyclops, and the women all begin to beat at him like they did Black King. But just then, Emma screams, enough! What is wrong with all of you? And after some persuading, Augusta sits down and explains that, well, mutants are screwing up our plans. Even though we are human horticulture, like you, have a problem with what mankind is doing to the planet. All of us are radical botanists, gardeners with the gift of the green thumb. We are committed to returning this world to its proper state. We have collectively spent over 200 years working on the best agrochemical and biotech companies. Do you have any idea what is going on inside of some of those places? It's offensive. They sold us on feeding the world, but what they were really doing was using our gifts to create seedless slave plants that could no longer reproduce. We replaced God's perfect cycle of death and rebirth with just death so that they could sell more product each year. So for the past 2 years, we have carefully sown the horticulture seed within theirs. And in 10 years, we will control all of the world's food supply. We will decide what grows and what does not, and we will decide who eats and who starves. On an Earth with 7 billion fewer people on it. At least, that's our plan. And then the mutants showed up with your living island. Good news is that good old human ingenuity is alive and well, and it didn't take long for us to hack it. Anytime that we'd like, we can interrupt the gate's normal functions and take control of your method of transit, which, no lie, is very good for us. We needed samples of these plants, and now we have it. And we will see what makes Krakoa tick, and we will convince it to support our good works, and find a way to bend it to our will. And if it can do neither, then we will find a way to pluck it like a weed. You can bet your A word on that. As the women leave, Emma returns to the quiet console, telling them that, okay, we have a bit of a problem with some elderly women. The armies gather outside the last watchtower in the kingdom of Drydor in Otherworld. One of the gods, dressed as Anubis, looks on at the tower that has so long defied them. That tower, it offends me. It has always offended me. He growls. His siblings agree, angered that they have not feasted on the bones of the free people in the free land for some time. His sister turns, the flames of her being curling upwards. Say the word, and I'll give you your war, she tells them. Death. Death to all of them. With a raise of her hand, the demonic horde charges forward, weapons of war assaulting the tower. Inside, one of the Delore rush forward, reporting to their king of this disaster. The king yells for his squire, who gives him his scepter and orders him to fly to Saturn IX to warn her of what happens. The squire hops aboard his pterodactyl, flying away. Famine looks up, seeing the rider trying to escape. Do we want any word getting out? They ask. Only if the word is true. Put your mark on him, sister. Death says, looking at Pestilence. Pestilence draws her bow, firing, and the arrow sails through the air, piercing the messenger's chest. Let them know that we are coming, Pestilence whispers. Later in the Starlight Citadel, The attendants tell their queen to stay back as the messenger continues to curl up in a ball on the floor, his lips moving as he whispers warnings of the walls falling. They lean in trying to understand him when finally the messenger uses the last of his strength to scream his warning. The tower has fallen! Arakko has fallen! He screams. Saturn IX turns to her attendants. I need the cards, she commands. The attendants step through a portal to another time and another place, with others pulling a creature from the heart of a great light. The tentacled monster snarls at them, speaking in a language that has been lost to time. Don't be like that. You shouldn't think of this as your end, but as a fulfillment of what you're supposed to be, the chief attendant tells the creature. She holds out her hand and the creature condenses down to fit in her palm. Saturn IX, the omniversal ruler, walks through the Starlight Citadel, and in the depths of her palace, the creature has been forged into an amulet. Saturn IX takes that amulet, turning to one of her attendants, and the young woman opens up a box revealing a stack of golden cards. Let's see what the future holds, shall we? Saturn IX whispers as she takes up both objects. She draws the first card, which is the card of judgment, the death of death and the new way forward. The card shows Apocalypse standing before a gate. The Four of Wands, a family that has been fighting for eons, has one final confrontation. The card depicts 4 horsemen fighting hordes of monsters. The Hanged Man, Apocalypse leading a group of mutants through a gate. The 8 of Clubs, a queen with 2 faces. The 10 of Swords, Apocalypse standing surrounded by swordsmen. Meanwhile, 3 mutants stand guard at the external gate on Arakko Point. A noise sounds telling them that something is coming through, and the gems shatter as a massive tentacle creature comes through. The being known as the Summoner on its back. Help me, please! He yells, cradling Banshee. They quickly bring him to the healing chambers, where the healer orders them to be careful. His life force is flickering, he warns, and Apocalypse quickly appears, questioning his grandson. We were ambushed on the other world, on the way to Arakko. There was an army on the march, grandfather. There is a war underway, Summoner warns. Apocalypse nods. Come with me. In a short time, the pair stand before the Quiet Council as Apocalypse informs them of the recent events. At first, Magneto questions why Apocalypse would create the external gate in the first place, but the ancient mutant merely looks at Krakoa. Krakoa acknowledges and accepts the gift of the external gate. Cypher translates once the living island rumbles in response. Apocalypse continues explaining the history of the land of Okara, Krakoa, and Arakko. He tells them of Summoner's return, of him sending his grandson back through the gate. Summoner steps forward explaining how he, Banshee, and Eunice stepped through that gate. The gate opens up in the middle of Otherworld. We looked up and we were blinded by the majesty of the Starlight Citadel in the sky, and we did not see what waited on the horizon. It was the Dark Army that had broke Arakko. Serving the Twilight Sword, they hate the living and they love annihilation, Summoner explains, describing the trio's fight against the demonic hordes. Eunice was captured, Banshee was wounded, and I fled with him and returned here. I bring the fall of Arakko. My message is of an unavoidable end of this world. Wonderful, Emma Frost whispers. The council begins to argue, and Shaw orders Apocalypse to shut the gate and lock out the armies, but the others argue against leaving Eunice and the Starlight Citadel to their fates. Jean stands, stating that she'll get Scott and the others to lead a rescue mission. No, I will go. Apocalypse rumbles, and Mr. Sinister smiles. Perfect. You walk through, and then we shut the door behind you. I have to say, after a mundane start, this meeting is really beginning to pick up. They continue to discuss the purpose of the external gate, and Apocalypse informs them that it is not merely mutants who can use it. Then we should destroy it. Now, Emma states, and the council agrees, taking a vote on the matter, but though the vote passes, Cypher interjects and informs them that Krakoa orders that the gate remain open. Apocalypse is not shocked, and he knows that he and the island want the same thing, but it is Magneto that leans forward, telling him that whatever he is planning on doing, he does so without the aid of the council. Of course, I will ask for volunteers. Apocalypse nods. A short time later, the group gathers at the external gate. Havoc, Lorna, Archangel, Beast, Siren, Richter, Monette, Summoner, and Apocalypse. They've all gathered, and they volunteered for their own reasons. And with that, they step through the portal to Arakko, to save the day, to prevent a war with the demons. Though in the healing gardens, Rachel is watching over the injured Banshee. She hears a voice and looks up to see young Cable entering the chamber. I know that look. Looks like trouble. He smiles at her, and Rachel looks back at Banshee. She and Nate can both hear it. His mind is screaming, and they both put their hands on the man's temple, ready to dive into his mind. The group, meanwhile, is stepping through the gate, shocked to see the massive horde of demons attacking the lower reaches of the Starlight Citadel. "Look there!" Beast cries, seeing Eurus being captured and tortured. A demonic warden stands guard, and the monster looks at Apocalypse and points. "My God!" the ancient mutant whispers, and looking in the distance, he sees the 4 horsemen riding over their armies. "Who are they?" Archangel asks him. "My light, my fire, something lost I dared not believe to find. My sons, my daughters, they are my children," Apocalypse tells them, as he begins to stride towards the army. Meanwhile, back at the Healing Gardens, Rachel and Nate are looking through the memories that are passing through Banshee's mind. How this all began, when Banshee, Eurus, and Summoner all went through the gate. The trio step through the external gate, finding themselves in Otherworld, where they're greeted by the massive army of demons. Summoner steps forward, walking towards their herald. But in our current time period, in Otherworld, Apocalypse strides towards his family. He kneels down, not able to believe that they are still alive. "Father, please stand," Death tells him. Apocalypse stands, gathered around his sons and daughters. "Tell me of Araco. If it fell, by what miracle have you returned to me?" he asks them. They tell him what they've been through, that they've been through hell, that their mother fell to the Twilight Blade. "I'm sorry," Apocalypse tells them. But War steps forward, telling him that regret is for the weak. "Would you like to know the one thing that kept us alive all those years?" she asks. She reaches forward, caressing his cheek. "It wasn't love," she snarls, her blade coming up fast, piercing Apocalypse's chest as Summoner stabs him in the back. Siren reacts fast, her voice quaking the ground around them, throwing the horsemen away. But meanwhile, in Banshee's mind, Nate and Rachel see as this all started. They see that once Summoner, Banshee, and Eurus entered, Summoner turned, an evil smile on his face. The demons attacked, the mutants fought back, but the memories begin to shift, and suddenly they're looking down at the Starlight Citadel, on Saturn IX, watching the hordes beneath them. The ruler looks up, staring back at the watching humans. "I see you looking, mutant. But you're looking at the wrong thing," she hisses, staring up into the memories, and an image quickly flashes through their minds. In the healing chamber, Nate and Rachel are tossed back. The 2 mutants are shocked, and Rachel orders Nate to go tell their parents. "I'm going to stay here and go back into Banshee's head and see if there's anything else to unlock," Rachel tells Cable. Back in Otherworld, Saturn IX comes out of her trance and walks through the palace. It is almost time. She looks down from the Starlight Citadel at the war beneath them. "Tell me, are you going to help them?" her attendant asks. Beneath the Citadel, the mutants continue to fight against the demonic horde. "We have to get Apocalypse back through the gate!" Rockslide yells as he fights against the monsters. "You can't save him, friend!" "He cannot be saved," Summoner warns Rockslide. He summons a shadowy blade into his hands and then cuts the mutant in half in a single blow. Richter continues to drag Apocalypse forward, but suddenly a black arrow pierces his chest. "Alex! Time for a tactical retreat!" Beast yells. "You go. Get help. I'll stay here and make sure nobody gets through that gate," Alex tells him as he and Lorna continue to fight. Meanwhile, back on the mainland, Cable arrives at the Summers home on the moon, yelling for his mom and dad, Jean and Cyclops. He quickly fills them in on what's happening, Jean linking their minds so that he can share his memories easily. But the image that was shown, that Saturn IX showed to Cable, is the image of a strange orb-like object. Cable asks if they know what it is, and Scott nods, telling him that he even knows where to find it. Meanwhile, back in Otherworld, the mutants continue to fight. Monette looks up, questioning why the Starlight Citadel isn't aiding them. "Maybe you should invite them to join us," Lorna offers, using her powers to toss aside another group of demons. Monette suddenly appears before Saturn IX, yelling at her for not aiding the mutants. "I'll do as I please, child, and I promise, it won't have anything to do with the whims of you and your ilk. Now run along," the Queen says to her. With a wave of her hand, the psychic image of Monette shatters. On the ground, the mutant is thrown aside, landing hard. "That is not a nice woman," she whispers, Alex looking up from the fight. "Well, maybe she needs some encouragement to do the right thing. That Citadel's a mighty big piece of floating metal, Lorna," he tells her. So Lorna reaches out her hands, using her powers to grab the Citadel. Meanwhile, back on Earth, the Summer family takes several gates to find their destination. They suddenly appear in front of that massive orb. "Okay, wow, there it is. So what is it?" Nate asks. Back in Otherworld, the Citadel begins to twist and fall towards the planet. Her attendants warn that they will be pulled out of the sky, but Saturn IX doesn't think so. Everything is as she has foreseen it. She holds up her hand, flashing light suddenly filling the sky. And now it is time to show all who exactly rules this land, forever constant and without question, she says. Suddenly the Queen and her attendants stand on the battlefield, and with a snap, everything stops moving. The real question is, what am I going to do with all of you? She wonders. Unfreeze me? Monette answers in mid-punch. But meanwhile, back with our other friends. Standing before the orb, Scott Summers tells them that he believes that this is the igniter that powers the whole station, but you need an independent power source to start it. Hey Dad, I think I got an idea, Cable says, stepping forward with his glowing sword. Back on the battlefield, Saturn IX steps up to Death, questioning what made them think that they could march an army into her lands. You think we answer to you, witch? Death snarls. Saturn IX just glares. In this land, all answer to me, she tells him. Magic suddenly swirling around the horseman as she demands to know what right he has come. By the right of the Twilight Sword and our liege who wields it, he tells her, warning that her magic nor his destruction is enough to deter them. We will have Krakoa, and the way through there is through here. If we have to break 1,000,000 bodies against the walls of your citadel, we will. You have my word. The Queen leans forward, demanding to know if Death is willing to fight in a manner of their choosing. We will meet you in any arena of your choosing, he snarls at her. The Queen smiles, standing back up. In 3 days' time, I will summon your champions of A.X.E to duel with the champions of Otherworld. Death bows before her, telling her that it won't matter who she sends. The attendant steps forward, questioning who their champion will be. Who will fight for Starlight Citadel? Who will fight and die to stop the A.X.E horde from traveling from here to Krakoa? The Queen smiles, turning back to the mutants. Now, child, speak. Screw you, Monette snaps. Yeah, we'll fight, Alex nods. The Queen holds up her hands and the magic swirls again. Lorna and Pestilence begin to recite the 10 swords that will do their battle. And meanwhile, back in deep space, Nate places his sword into the orb. Back on the battlefield, Saturn IX declares that they have 3 days, and in space, the Sword Orbital Space Station activates. Siren pulls Richter through the gate, trying to get him to the Healing Gardens. But the man falls, diseased tumors growing on his body. Siren takes a deep breath, screaming for help that echoes across the island. Archangel and Beast try to tend to Apocalypse, who is also injured, but the ancient mutant has a massive hole in his chest. There is little that they can do. Where's Richter? Apocalypse questions, tumors appearing on his face, and he turns his head, seeing the dying mutant close at hand. Richter, can you hear me? Fight this poison, damn you! I'm you in fights! He snarls at the young man. Suddenly, the other mutants arrive, working to get the 2 wounded to the healing chambers. Before they can leave, though, the others come back through the portal, bringing with them the remains of Rockslide. Dead, Lorna whispers when Dr. Ray questions his status. In Otherworld, Saturn IX watches Lorna, who is acting Oracle for Krakoa, and the Queen wonders whether she figured anything out. She steps up to the external gate, holding a ball of magic in her hand. In the meantime, let us ensure that there will be no further trespassers into Otherworld, she says, throwing the magical orb at the gate, sealing it off with gems. The mutants scatter as the gems explode out of the gate on the Krakoa side. On Krakoa, the island begins to rumble in its anger that it has now been sealed off from its sister island, A.X.E. Later, Rachel is diving through Lorna's mind, but Saturn IX is suddenly there, throwing her out. I told you no getting past that witch. You just triggered the same psychic trap that I tried to get past over and over, Monette tells her. But Rachel reminds the woman that they need to figure out these swords and who's going to wield them. But Lorna sits up, knowing that she can't figure out a mystical prophecy on her own. Elsewhere in the Healing Gardens, Richter is clinging to life. Dying sucks, he gasps. Apocalypse looks up from his own table, ordering the healer to help the boy. No, I'm scared. Richter gasps again. Apocalypse looks up at the healer, realizing that he is allowing the boy to die so that he can be resurrected. Then you will join him, Apocalypse growls, reaching out with his mind. Healer begins to gasp for air as his body becomes rigid, but suddenly, Apocalypse goes rigid as his mind is assaulted. Get out of my head, telepath, he bellows. But a voice tells him that she had to stop him from killing Healer. Images of his children stabbing him flash through his mind, but Apocalypse forces her out of his head, sitting up in his bed, and the Arbor Magna hatchery Xavier steps away from his duties, sensing that Lorna is troubled. She steps forward, asking them what the protocols for the casualties of war are. The others begin to question why she would ask that until Xavier dives into her mind. He sees the battle on Otherworld, senses the trap, and with these images in his mind, Xavier turns to the 5 of the Council and tells them to resurrect Rockslide and Richter within the hour. We simply must adapt in times of war. He tells them when they question this speed. Within the hour, the 2 mutants crawl out of their eggs, proving that they can still be revived from the dead, and death means nothing to mutants. Xavier steps forward, placing his hand on Richter's head, imparting his memories back into him. But the man is still confused, and Xavier explains that Hope will use Polaris' memories of his death to fill in the blanks since his last Cerebro update. However, next he steps up to Rockslide, but when Xavier places the mutant's memories back into his mind, there's a feedback in Cerebro. He screams, falling to the floor, and the 5 also drop to the floor, hit by a psychic feedback. Elsewhere, the other Cerebro crackle with feedback. Polaris rushes over, grabbing the crumbling Rockslide. Hold on, it's gonna be okay. Everything will be okay, she yells, and Rockslide gasps as he begins to fall apart. The 5 struggle back to their feet, shocked that they can't feel the connection between themselves, Cerebro and Krakoa, anymore. They begin to freak out, trying to figure out what went wrong, and in their panic, they decide that the eggs must have been bad and need to be destroyed. Through her tears, Polaris looks up as Rockslide begins to reconstruct himself and stand before her. You're not Rockslide, she gasps. Xavier begins to wake up, pulling himself from the floor, and the 5 suddenly gasp as their connection is activated once again. As Xavier pulls himself to his feet, he is shocked by the destroyed eggs. No, it cannot be. Why are all the eggs destroyed? What have you done? They all point to Rockslide, and he reaches out with his mind, connecting to the creature's thoughts. This both is and is not Rockslide. He tells them that it is Rockslide, but not the one that they knew, and then he turns to Richter, trying to discern whether he is the same. Yo guys, I'm fine, I swear, Richter tells them. But Xavier suddenly stops the arguments, informing the group that that is in fact Richter. Hope is the one who finally steps up, figuring out what happened to Rockslide. Later, she stands before the council, explaining that because Rockslide died in Otherworld, his Cerebro backups were corrupted. So who is this? Mystique asks, motioning towards the new Rockslide. This is a roll of the dice. The 5 explain that dying in Otherworld erases your identity, and Cerebro backup becomes an amalgamation of every possibility of what you might have been, which also explains why Cerebro briefly shorted out. Yes, it was the corrupted backup overriding everything that Rockslide was to us. Hope confirms with Professor X. Then we lost Rockslide forever, and it is through his terrible sacrifice that we gain a bleak understanding of our catastrophic failures, Emma tells the group. The 5 try to explain that the copy is a version of you, but Emma growls angrily at them. That is still death. This is a permanent death that we are discussing. Creating a new person does not overturn the loss of one of our people, she snaps. Standing, she angrily demands that they call off the tournament, but Xavier looks at her, reminding her of the horrors of Arakko and that their champions will most likely volunteer. Magneto nods, turning to his daughter, asking what she has discovered about the clues that Saturnine gave her. Polaris is speechless. You dare dally. We need to know this information if we're going to survive, Magneto shouts at his daughter. His angry words suddenly spark something in Polaris and she begins to recite. She drops the pieces of Rockslide that she was holding. Her head snaps back as she continues to mumble the prophecy. Magneto stands quickly, grabbing his daughter before she can fall to the ground. You're all right, daughter. Do you not see how easy that was? If you had listened to me sooner, Magneto tells her. But Lorna pulls away from his arms. Tears in her eyes as she reaches for the pieces of Rockslide that have fallen to the ground. She runs out of the room with Xavier telling Magneto to let her go. She needs to grieve. We have a visit to arrange, he tells his old friend. On the hillside, Lorna works tirelessly, placing the stones in the right places. And finally, as the sun peeks over the horizon, she is finished. She gathers the others to see what she has created, a casting circle. She explains as the champions retrieve their swords that they will return to find a position in this circle. When each of these symbols is touching its corresponding sword at the same time, it will open up a portal to the tournament. Tears fill her eyes as she tells them that to build this she had to use Rockslide's remains. And now it stands as a permanent memorial to him. Well damn, let's get ready to show these Araki our finest Krakoan diplomacy. Magic smiles as she steps into the crowd. She places the tip of her sword onto one of the sigils, causing it to light up. Pound the war drums. The molten pits of hell bubble and they spit, fire leaping from the stones as adamantium claws break through the surface. Earlier, Logan stands before the massive tree-like entity known as the Island of Krakoa. The physical manifestation of the island stares at him as Logan speaks. He knows that Krakoa wanted the external gate to Arakko left open. He knows that Krakoa wanted war. He puts on his mask. This place is supposed to be a fresh start for all of us, yet here you are, dragging us back in time. Logan looks at Krakoa. This isn't the first fight that he went into blind. He isn't for losing. And he turns and he walks away. I'm gonna find the Muramasa blade, and I'm gonna make somebody bleed, and I'm gonna win. And I don't think I'm ever going to trust your green ass again. As Wolverine walks away, he thinks back on his past. He knows that part of Lorna's prophecy spoke of him and spoke of the Muramasa blade, the weapon that was once forged for him by the greatest swordsmith in Japan. In the quarry, he finds the Silver Samurai training. The samurai turns to face Logan, not surprised to find his old foe here. You want to know how to find the Muramasa? He states simply, and Wolverine stalks across the arena. He knows that the Silver Samurai doesn't want to tell him where the swordsmith is. He knows that he believes that he should be in the tournament. Logan suddenly launches himself through the air. So I guess I'm gonna have to earn your help by beating it out of you! He snarls, popping his claws. Katana meets claws as the two warriors duel. You have no respect or discipline! It should have been me that was chosen for the battle! The samurai snaps and Logan agrees as he flips over the warrior's back, driving his claws into his flesh. There's no reshuffling the deck! Tell me where it is! Meanwhile, on Arakko, Pestilence and War fly to one of the first towers to fall in the Second Great War. They dismount their monsters entering the Great Tower and they search for one man. One who has been locked away for 100 seasons. He will not be humbled, Pestilence tells his sister. Then we will humble him, War snaps. The pit is beyond mercy for him. He will not escape it lightly. The slayer of my husband does not deserve freedom, unless it finally brings forth the death that he deserves. War tells her brother, but she knows that they will not find a warrior within the pit. They will find somebody broken by time, thinned by starvation, and feeble by boredom. As they reach the edge of the pit, the prison for this man, they hear a clear voice calling up. Ah, dear friends, I assume you've come seeking a favor, Solemn calls out. He sits on a bed of pillows, surrounded by food and entertainment as he drinks from a chalice of wine. The two horsemen are shocked, knowing that the prisoner is the one who should be seeking favor, yet he smiles at them again. Many bring me gifts, so I am quite comfortable within my prison. I want for nothing. So what do you want, War? He asks, anger flaring up in War as she sees the man's comfort. You killed my husband! You robbed me of my love and my child of his father! She snaps. It is not my fault that he demanded to fight me, for his so-called honor, he tells them. Solomon admits that he is a tender-hearted poet, but he also reminds them that he is a killing machine. Do you remember what I told you, War, when you put me in this hole? I said that you would come back here one day and you would beg for my help. Arakko needs her champion, Solemn tells them. So I ask you again, are you here for a favor? Because it won't be easy to convince me to leave this cozy little vacation. He smiles. Pestilence looks down, telling him that Arakko is going to war with Krakoa. The Witch of the Otherworld has drawn her cards and has chosen her 10 swords. She named you Solemn. Solemn smiles wide, raising his hands in cheer. Ah, excellent! I'll assume I will fight their greatest warrior then. Nothing less will do, he tells them. The horsemen look down at him, telling him that he'll need a sword, but he shakes his head, reaching beneath the pillows. He pulls free a dagger that War gave him a long time ago to kill himself with. But Pestilence shakes his head, telling Solemn that he needs the Muramasa blade. What's a Muramasa, and where do I find it? Solemn asks. We have no idea. How long do I have? He questions. 3 days. Pestilence tells him, War glaring at him, asking if he'll accept the challenge. Oh, I accept. Solemn tells them, raising his arms, and his shackles fall away. Leaping over their heads, he lands atop the stairs and he begins upwards. See you in the arena, he calls out to them. Meanwhile, Logan finds himself in Tokyo, fighting his way through gangsters and goons. He breaks down every door that needs breaking, and he finds his way to a monastery, searching for the legendary Muramasa. He asks for help from new and old friends alike, and eventually he finds himself in the mountains, shadows stalking his every move. He has learned that something dark has come to the Muramasa. He makes his way up the winding steps to the temple above, lightning crashing in the distance. Logan opens up the doors, weapons lining the walls of the dark chamber beyond, and on the floor in a dark ritual, and behind him, the hands and ninjas flood through the door. Later, in the bowels of a hell, Logan's skeleton pulls itself out of the lava pits of the dark realm as a cursed Muramasa stares at him. "Save me, Logan-san," the weaponsmith asks. In the mountain temple, Logan looks down at the weaponsmith in front of him, light swirling, and Logan knows that he is looking into a gateway to hell. The hand continues to creep behind him, and Logan turns, his claws popping with a schnick. The ninjas leap at him, and Logan is shocked to see them fill the room. The horde of ninja charge at Logan, who leaps into the fray with his claws slashing, blades piercing his skin as Logan draws blood from the hand, revealing that they are undead beneath their masks. "What have you got yourself caught up into, Muramasa?" Wolverine whispers as more of the ninjas pile onto him. He continues to fight, swords sticking out of his torso, until finally he reaches for the gateway to hell. Tumbling through, he falls downwards into the molten pits of lava below, his skin burning off as he pulls himself free, discovering a cursed Muramasa standing at the forge, demons reaching for Logan's skeleton as the swordsmith continues to craft a new blade, the heat of hell acting as his forge. "If I am to be a prisoner in this place, at least I can take comfort and pride knowing that there will never be a better blade in existence," Muramasa tells him as he brings his hammer down. "Now I am the greatest swordsmith in all the worlds," he continues. Later, Logan's body begins to pull itself back together as he lays in a cell within the bowels of hell. He has discovered the location of the swordsmith, and now he must find the sword and get out. Except he's made a new friend. "Well, I'm certainly glad we found each other, even if the accommodations are rather substandard," Solemn tells him, turning away from the bars, looking down at Logan's body. "I am so curious about you, especially your ability to regenerate. Are you unkillable then?" he asks, and even though Logan doesn't answer, Solemn sits by him. "How about this? While you do your thing, I'll keep us entertained by telling you how I got here." Solemn tells him of the story of how he set off from his prison seeking the Muramasa blade. He went to a place where riddles are answered, the Oracle of A.X.E. He found the blind woman hunched in a cave, and she turns her head to him, telling him that the answer he seeks comes at a cost. Solemn nods, knowing that the Oracle has been trapped in this cave by her sister. Reaching into the bag that he carries, he pulls out a severed head. "Will her severed head suffice, or would you like me to fetch the rest of her?" he asks with a smile. The Oracle laughs, sticking out her tongue to reveal an eye that looks at Solemn. "Muramasa is dead, but there's still a way to find him," she tells the warrior, pointing at the dagger that War had given him, the black blade marked with the seal of hell. "Anyone bit by that blade will go straight to hell, and hell is where you will find Muramasa." The Oracle tells him, "I'm afraid my ego is far too massive to consider suicide, my dear," Solemn tells her, as he draws the black dagger. The Oracle gestures to the wall, telling him that the blade is a key that will open up the door to hell. So Solemn places the blade into the wall and turns it. As he begins to step through the glowing gate, the Oracle continues to speak. "There you will find a mutant made of metal. A mutant who will serve you as a guide to your Muramasa." And with his story finished, Solemn looks down at the almost completely healed Logan. "So here you are, and here I am. Now take me to my sword, little man." The warrior finishes as Logan sits up with a gasp. Staggering to his feet, popping his claws, he tells Solemn that he isn't the only one searching for the blade. "Wait, am I hearing you correctly? Will the unkillable champion of Krakoa face off against the unbeatable champion of A.X.E? I love the idea, even if I dislike the terms of our engagement." Solemn tells him with a smile. Logan tries to cut through the bars to their cell, but Solemn explains that they were forged in hellfire. Logan turns sharply, cutting against Solemn's chest, but the warrior just smiles, revealing that he doesn't even have a scratch. "Adamantium enforced. Think of it like a microfibrous version of chainmail. You can touch it all you like," he says with a smile, while Logan expresses his surprise. Solemn holds up the keys to their cell. "Shall we be on our way? Muramasa is waiting," he tells Logan, and the two men enter the cell, while Logan demands to know what game Solemn is playing at. "A deadly one, to be sure," the warrior whispers as he begins to sneak through the halls of hell. They find themselves back at Muramasa's anvil as Logan begins to track the old swordsmith. Continuing to sneak forward, they find themselves looking down at a demonic ceremony. A great demon sitting upon a throne as two of its followers stand before it. "We are here to celebrate the union of my right and left hand and my right and right hand," The beast rumbles as he points, summoning Muramasa to bring forth the two swords. The procession of demons raise their own blades, and Muramasa walks among their ranks, his fiery swords clashing against their own steel. He kneels before the demonic ninjas, presenting them with his two finest swords. 2 swords? Guess we don't have to kill each other to decide who goes home with the steel. Logan notes, and he turns to find Solemn behind him with 2 of the demon ninjas. I would hate to show up to the wedding underdressed. It's bad form, the warrior smiles. The beast continues its speech, telling the ninjas to consummate their marriage with a clash of steel. So the ninjas all stab Muramasa in the chest, the blades drinking the soul of the swordsmith. Wait, I have something for the happy couple, Solemn shouts as he throws his dagger. The dagger plunging into a ninja's throat, killing him. Solemn then leaps forward, grabbing the Muramasa blade as it falls, leaping to attack the other ninja. You killed my husband and steal his sword? For this there will be hell to pay! The ninja hisses as their blades clash, the second blade cutting across Solemn's chest, drawing blood. Impossible, he whispers as he stares down at the wound, when suddenly Logan is there, knocking the ninja down. Forgot to mention something, tough guy. Muramasa blades can cut through adamantium. The beast suddenly reaches out, snatching Logan from the ground. Solemn picks up the second sword, staring at it. I have both katanas. I have killed the groom, stabbed the bride, and could easily abandon you to this demonic wedding party. But I'll admit I'm feeling generous. You helped me get this far after all. The warrior turns to the approaching horde of ninjas, knowing that Logan questions why he would help him when they might face off against each other, and the 10 of swords, the contest that is to come. The answer is, I'm a good, fair, generous person. Wanna buy a blade, little man? Logan turns to his potential enemy. What do you want for it? Later, Logan steps through the gate on Krakoa. He has his sword, but it came with a price. He nods at magic as he places the tip of the blade on the seal that Lorna created, causing it to glow. Only time will tell if the blade was worth the cost. Storm stands ready. The gardens of Krakoa are around her as she thinks about Lorna's prophecy and what it means. Thought I'd find you here. You tend to surround yourself with green whenever you have something weighing on your mind. Kitty Pryde, dressed in her marauder's finest, tells her as she steps through the gate behind Storm. Kitty looks at Storm, questioning whether she understands the prophecy and knows where her sword is. Yes, I do. But I do not know if I am ready for what taking it will mean, Storm tells her. Kitty questions her further, asking what could taking that sword mean. The end, I think. Heartache and strife, at least. Storm sighs heavily, and Kitty nods, but then smiles, asking her friend to let her come along. Add her cutlass to her fight. But Aurora tells her that she must do this alone, and after stepping through the gate, she thinks back on the history that she knows. The history of Wakanda. They say it began with a blinding light, with the sky splitting open and striking a sacred mountain. The ancestors of Wakanda found a metal so pure that touching it in its raw form was to know the truth of the universe. The first king of Wakanda forging it into a mighty weapon that would speak with a boom of thunder. He called this sword the Skybreaker, and it was passed from king to king, protector to protector. Studying the metal allowed Wakanda to advance in science and technology, pushing Wakanda into the future, making it the country that it is today. And in the present day, Storm is ushered into the throne room, greeted by the Queen Mother and Shuri. She hugs her former mother-in-law, greeting her with a warm smile. Where is the king? She questions, but the Queen smiles, telling her that once again, Black Panther has been called away. Shuri steps forward, smiling. What brings you to Wakanda, Storm? Are you here as a sister or as a diplomat for Krakoa? Storm stands before them, quickly filling them in on the situation with Krakoa and Arakko. If Krakoa falls, then the world will fall, Storm tells them. The Queen nods, telling her that they will send warriors from Wakanda to aid the Krakoans. But Storm tells them that they can only have their champions with their own swords. Which brings her here today. Shuri exclaims that they will make her a sword with whatever specification she needs. But the Queen shakes her head, knowing that a contest of this type requires weapons with history, and offers Storm the strongest weapons within the Wakandan armory. Storm lowers her eyes, telling the Queen Mother that she requires the Skybreaker. But the Queen and the Princess look shocked as they lean forward. You know that's impossible, the Queen whispers, and the Queen and Princess explain that they would have rioting in the streets. The others would use this as an excuse to try and overthrow the government. And Storm pleads with them, but the Queen finally puts her hand up to silence her and explains that they will have to wait for T'Challa, who will return within the next few days. Until then, you will be our honored guest, of course, the Queen states. Storm bows, thanking her former mother-in-law. But Shuri looks at Aurora with suspicion. That night in her stately apartment, Storm reaches into the bag that she brought with her. She says that she knows what she has to do, and pulling out her black uniform, she quickly changes and leaps into the night sky, lightning flashing in the distance as she flies over the Wakandan capital. Memories of T'Challa showing her the temple of the heart of Wakanda flashed through her mind. She was queen, and he explained the history of the Skybreaker and the defenses that had been put in place to protect the ancient weapon, which had become a sacred symbol of their people. Lightning cracks from her hands, destroying the perimeter drones that guard the temple walls, overloading the generators, plunging the interior into darkness, allowing her to sneak on the priests that guard the interior corridors. One tries to stop her, swinging his staff as a weapon, but Storm dodges quickly, kicking the man hard in the face, leaving him unconscious on the floor. Inside Skybreaker's chamber itself, she uses a freezing storm to cover the laser sensor that acts as the last line of defense for the weapon, and she pauses, hoping that the screeching sirens and closing doors will not greet her as the lasers are deactivated. Silence fills the room, and floating upward, she holds up a replacement sword, hoping that it will give her the extra time to escape. But the laser shoots out, knocking the sword out of her hand. Hoping that my intuition was wrong, and I would not find you here, Shuri tells her, dressed in full battle armor. Storm floats down, meeting her former sister. Stand aside, Princess Shuri, she orders, but the princess shakes her head. You know I can't. If you take Skybreaker, it will cause strife among the people. Brother will fight brother, all because you could not wait for T'Challa, Shuri tells her, but Storm prepares to fight, knowing that she doesn't have time. You are my sister, Shuri. I'm sorry that it has come to this, Storm tells her. She launches herself at the princess, trading blows with Shuri, pleading with her to give up this course of action. But Storm explains that she is trying to save them all as she kicks and blocks another blow from Shuri's power glove. Another icy storm kicks up, freezing Shuri's gauntlets quickly. But the young woman throws them aside, pulling free a blade. You underestimate me, sister. You forget that I have worn the mantle of protector as often as the inventor, she snaps, and Storm retrieves her own sword from where it has fallen. I will ask one final time, Shuri. Stand down. Help me save us all. Storm commands as the blades clash. Moving across the room, the steel ringing against steel. But with a flash, Shuri disarms Storm and points her sword at her. You will come back with me to the palace at once, and together we will speak to T'Challa. I'm sorry, sister. Storm whispers as she reaches out, touching the tip of the blade. Lightning coursing through the metal, ripping into Shuri's body, throwing her to the ground. Storm floats back up with the Skybreaker, quickly replacing it with a blade of her own. But the sensors are strong, and the building quickly locks down. She escapes through the corridors, blasting through the doors that block her path, robotic sentries attacking her next, and with anger filling Storm because she has finally had enough, she combines her own lightning with that of the Skybreaker, cutting the robots quickly. Once outside the temple, she moves towards the Krakoan gate quickly. But there, blocking her way, stands T'Challa with an assortment of gods. My mother said you came claiming to be in need of aid. And yet, here you are, stealing from those who welcomed you, the king tells her as rain pours from the sky. Storm lands before him, telling him that she has no time. The guards raise their weapons, seeing the woman who carries the Skybreaker. And T'Challa raises his hand and tells them to stand down. He removes his helmet, questioning why she would betray him like this. This has nothing to do with us. I am here to save my people, Storm tells him. She becomes angry, telling him to step aside or it will be the end of everything, and T'Challa nods, ordering his soldiers to move, but as she passes them, he puts a hand on her shoulder. We could have done this together, my love. I would do anything for you. This is bigger than you and I, T'Challa. Bigger than Wakanda and Krakoa. And I could not wait for you to decide if you had the time. As she leaves, T'Challa puts on his helmet and orders the guards to destroy the gate. If the emissary of Krakoa wishes to return, it will not be as a thief in the night, but with the permission and grace of Wakanda, if we so choose. Storm returns to the seal of Krakoa, knowing what she has lost, but also knowing who she is and what she would do for her people. She places the Skybreaker against the seal, allowing her spot to start glowing. Never doubted you for a second, darling. Wolverine nods to her. Welcome to the party. Magic smiles. Empath punches his way free of a Krakoan egg. He crawls out, covered in thick yolk of the egg itself. And Professor Xavier reaches down, placing the mutant's memories back in his mind. Where the hell am I? Empath shouts angrily. What's your name, child? What's your name? Keep your freaking hands off me! Empath continues to shout, and Xavier finally turns away, asking Hope to finish for him. Empath continues to be angry, demanding to know why he died, but Hope doesn't know either. And with Empath's angry question, the young mutant decides to leave him alone. A short while later, the Quiet Council has gathered. They discuss the relevance of the coming contest, and with Kitty finally asking whether they should do something to aid Krakoa. Sinister finally smiles and stands. Let's have everyone's attention on me. please. The heroes of Krakoa and Arako are traveling the globe in search of their swords now, looking for their champions. What if we denied the Iraqi that privilege? What if we let my Hellions do what we do best? Lie, cheat, steal until the Arako's swords are ours. How will they challenge us with no challengers? Force a forfeit? Emma muses. You see, Emma loves it! Sinister shouts with glee. Although someone should tell her face, he continues to whisper. The council brings it to a vote, finally deciding to go forward with Sinister's plan. Bennett smiles next, agreeing that the Hellions will head into Otherworld, where the challenge should be hosted, and that Sinister would lead them there. Wait, what was that last part? Sinister asks, the smile draining from his face. The council votes again, but this time only 4 hands are raised. Oh, thank God! Sinister whispers, believing that he'll be staying behind, the Master Mutant telling the council that he'll need the full team, including Havoc. He smiles as he leans over Magneto's desk. I heard about your little trip to Otherworld, following your daughter like a puppy dog. I'm beginning to think that she's a bad influence. He smiles. Eric stares at him for a second. I'd like to change my vote, he says to the council. A short while later, Psylocke and Havoc are briefing the Hellions on their mission, explaining that if they are captured, the world will probably end. Havoc steps forward, telling them that death and Otherworld means they won't be coming back either. You'll be jazzed to know that Empath made it under the wire, Grey Cal. He'll be joining us. Alex says to his teammate who recently had shot Empath in the head. The group begins to argue, but Alex interrupts him. Remember that no one comes back if we die in Otherworld. We all understand that, right? Alex asks. In his chambers, Sinister finishes telling his freshly thawed clone what his mission is. But the clone doesn't think that he should be the one to have to go. So the two settle it with the only way that they know how. Winner keeps the cape, they say as they begin to play rock, paper, scissors. The team gathers at the Avalon Gate with Empath asking which one of them got him killed last time. Remember Grey Cal's warning to not use your powers to manipulate the team? That's an important thing to remember, Psylocke tells him. Empath stops, draping his arm over Grey Cal's shoulder. Did you shoot me in the head? He demands to know. I did. Do it again and I'll cut you in half, Grey Cal warns him. They're all interrupted as Sinister strides towards them, rambling through a few lines of an inspiring speech. Speech out of the way! Everyone's up to speed, right? Let's get moving. We have swords to steal, he says quickly. Psylocke comes forward, shocked that Sinister is coming with them. Coming with you? Cute way to put it. No, I'll be leading you into enemy territory, he tells her before turning to the rest of the team. As your general, jockeying for my affection is encouraged. Favoritism is rampant and arbitrary, he tells the team. He steps through the portal into the throne room of Avalon. Sinister begins to announce himself, but is interrupted by King Jamie Braddock, who is continuing to yell at a beautiful horse and the peasants trying to get it under control. Down, Princess Silvermane! You said you weren't equestrian, Mumford! You said that you were raised around horses! Jamie shouts. I said no such thing! Mumford whispers as he fights to keep the horse under control. Jamie finally looks up, shocked at how amazing Sinister's cape is, the king using this moment to announce their intentions about journeying into Otherworld. But Jamie sighs, telling them that Saturn IX won't allow it. There would be trouble and we can't have that, or fun either, not anymore apparently. But Sinister steps forward, explaining to Jamie that the mutants who die in Otherworld do not come back. He tells the king that he can help him, give him clones. And Jamie nods, agreeing that such an arrangement would be advantageous to both parties. But surely we must seal our bargain by exchanging our gifts. Mumford, bring the princess! Jamie shouts, leaning back against his throne. The horse continues to fight as Jamie offers it to Sinister to seal their deal. And what will you give me in return? The king questions with a smile on his face. Zero, nothing. I don't want the horse, Sinister tells the king, glaring. But Jamie leans forward, his smile disappearing as he explains, we can't seal our bargain with gifts, then perhaps I will have to tell Saturn IX about your arrival in Avalon. What do you want, Braddock? Sinister sighs. A short while later, the team is walking through the local market with Sinister stomping angrily ahead, capeless. Slow down, Essex, Psylocke calls out. You look fine, Havoc adds, trying to help. I don't want to talk about it, Sinister snaps. And as the team continues forward, they suddenly are ordered to halt. You have transgressed against her luminance, Opal Luna Saturn IX. The guard bellows, with Sinister stepping forward, trying to soothe the situation, but the guard points to Princess Silvermane. You stand in possession of stolen property, the blessed steed of the queen herself. Anger flashes through Sinister as he realizes what Jamie Braddock did to them. And he leans over to Empath, ordering the mutant to take control of the guards. Nah, I'm good, Empath smiles. The group begins to argue, but then they're interrupted when the guards order them to their knees. Sinister looks at Empath, telling him that he can have anything he wants. I'll do it if you make Grey Crow my pet, he says with a smile. Cut in half it is. Grey Crow snarls as he draws his sword. The mutant charges, but Sinister tells Empath that he has a deal, and suddenly, Grey Crow snaps into a smile. You are one radiant soul, he tells Empath. The guards suddenly smile too, turning away from the group, but Sinister smiles, pointing out that they could use some horses for their journey. A short while later, the team is riding through the city. This adventure is going to end badly, Psylocke tells Essex. Don't they all, dear? Sinister notes, laughing as he charges ahead on his horse. Magik sits at the seal, the sun setting in the horizon, as she reaches for her communicator, calling up Cable and Cyclops. The two mutants appear before her as holograms. Kind of in the middle of something, Ileana. Can this wait? Cyclops asks her. She nods, but turns to Cable, telling him that they need him on Krakoa and he needs to bring his nifty little space sword. Is that bad? Cyclops asks, and the team leader nods, telling her that they'll be back as quick as they can. Maybe we'll make some plans, Magik asks. Never know. It could rain, Cyclops tells her. Understood. She nods, and with that she signs off. Elsewhere, Cypher looks up. I'm gonna die, he whispers, sitting across from Warlock with Krakoa behind him. He questions why he would be chosen to fight, the deeper meaning behind him and Warlock being in this tournament. When Warlock transforms into a sword and wraps around his arm, Cypher then heads into the woods to train. But he's interrupted by Magik. First lesson, make sure you bring a sword to a sword fight, she tells him as they begin their training. They clash, with Cypher doing everything that he can to dodge her strikes, but he blocks another blow and receives a kick to the face. Ow! He groans from the ground. Magik stabs her sword into the earth next to his face and sits on his chest, reminding him that if he dies in Otherworld, he won't get to come back. Later, Sinister leaves the council chamber on his mission with the Hellions, while Cypher argues with Krakoa. Professor Xavier interrupts them, asking what that issue is, and Cypher climbs down, explaining to Xavier that Krakoa suggests that someone else takes Cypher's place in the tournament. He explains that Krakoa is worried that if Cypher dies, he'll have no voice to the mutants. But the rules have been set, and I was chosen, Cypher states stubbornly. I need to show everyone that I'm not just a translator. I want to go. I want to prove myself. Xavier smiles, telling him that he hopes none of the mutants will have to put their lives on the line. Let us hope that Sinister is successful in ending this before it starts, Xavier tells the young mutant. Later, Cypher's training continues and he blocks another of Magik's blows, smiling at her. But she swings, pushing him away. Don't smile at me. You're clumsy. Your stance is a disgrace. Your balance is worse. Have you not been practicing? She snaps at him. But he laughs, blocking another blow, only to be punched in the face. Suddenly, vines shoot out of the water, wrapping her up. Cypher, tell the island to let me go. It's not helping you by interfering. It will not be there to coddle you in battle, she snaps. Krakoa releases her, and Magik decides that it is enough for the day. You know, I'm just trying to keep you alive, she tells the young mutant. She puts away her sword, turning her back on her friend. And when the fighting starts, stay close to me. I'll do what I can, she tells him as she stalks away into the woods. But Krakoa still worries that Cypher will die, that it will no longer have a voice, and Cypher finally stands before the great tree that represents the island. I know you're afraid for me. I know that I may not return, and I'm terrified. But you have to let me do this, he tells Krakoa. A short while later, Magik launches herself at Cypher. He dodges, slashing at her with an impressive strike. We might make a warrior out of you yet, she tells him as he avoids another of her blows. He explains that he can read her body language and know when her attacks are coming, and they clash again, and Cypher realizes. You're holding back. You're letting me win. Why? You've gotten better. I'm proud of you, she tells him. You think I have a chance? Cypher asks her, and Magik stares at him for a moment before asking if he wants the truth. If you raise that sword to fight someone in Otherworld, it'll be the last thing you ever do. But there's not a damn thing you can do to stop it, she tells him. So they step through the portal, and Cypher puts his blade against the seal as the others watch him. Scott, Jean, and Cable are walking through the corridors of the sword station that they activated at the end of our last episodes. Are you feeling anything? Scott asks. No, Cable answers. I was asking the telepath of the family. I'm a telepath, Cable huffs. You don't practice enough, Scott tells his son. And Jean finally asks them to be quiet, telling them that the background interference is stopping her from reading. So they split up, searching the station for a crew. As Scott and Cable move through the corridors, they discuss whether Scott should take his son's place in battle, about what kind of people would let their children fight wars for them. And finally, they come across a large door that is hastily wielded shut. Cutting through it with his optic blast, Nate steps in front of his father. I'm already a warrior. And what the hell? Cable hisses as he stares into the dark room. Both mutants stare up at the object as Scott calls to Jean. Jean, we found something in Science Lab 14 you should see, he tells his wife. She lets him know that she'll be there shortly as she continues to move through the station, pushing a button on the wall, and the doors slide open to reveal a man. "Hello," she says simply, and the man has his back to her, looking out into the vastness of space. "You turned it back on, didn't you? You powered the station back on. Why would you do that?" the man asks. "Why wouldn't we? Where is everyone?" Jean asks him. The man begins to ramble, telling her of the noises that they heard, the screams. "Half the station was dead before we could regroup. Half of them are gone, like they never existed. They were the lucky ones. Death would have been better," he tells her as he turns, his eyes dark and shallow, staring at her sightless. "Who did this to you?" Jean whispers, but the man tells her that it wasn't a who, it was a what, that they weren't prepared for the enemy that wasn't bound by their laws of physics. She tries to reach into his mind to see what happened, but he pushes back, and it hits her hard. But in a flash, she sees all. "Now you know," the man tells her, reaching out for the lever release of the airlock. She screams, but the man is sucked out into the vastness of space. She rushes through the station, telling her husband and son not to open any doors, and she finds them in the lab staring at the glowing gate. "What's on the other side?" Cable questions, and they all look at it. "Faceless death, something called the Vescora," Jean tells them, and as if on cue, the door activates and 3 creatures come through. "Cleanse, dissect, learn," they chorus. All 3 mutants open fire with their powers and weapons, and the creatures fall, but more continue to come through, replacing those that have been lost. "We've got to kill the power of this station. You've got to remove the sword from the igniter," Jean tells her son. Cable nods, rushing out the door, and as he leaves, Jean projects her mind, wishing to see through the door. The darkness permeates on the other side, and the Vescora surge forward, coming from a dark station. She rocks back to her physical body, looking up at her husband. "Don't hold back, Scott," she whispers, as the Vescora begin to flood out into the chamber. "As you wish," he nods, opening fire with his optic beams. They continue to fire, both blasting away at the invading creatures, until finally Cable reaches the igniter and pulls his sword free. The station goes dark. "You guys okay?" he calls out in the darkness. "Yeah, great job. Proud of you, son." Later, Cable steps through the gate, putting his sword on the seal, causing it to light up. As Cyclops and Jean come through the gate, Magic looks at them telepathically, and they discuss what they can do about this tournament. Scott tells Magic that they need to work on communication and transportation, and Jean tells Magic to look after their son. "Happy to," Magic smiles. Scott nods, putting his hand on his son's shoulder, telling him that if he needs them, just call. "Why are you smiling?" Cable asks. "Because we're going to be okay," Scott tells him. What remains of the quiet council waits, grumbling at Mr. Sinister's lateness, when finally he leans the door. "Sorry I'm late. You were right to send me over there. Now I can tell you what an absolute shit show it is," he tells them. Sinister explains that the mutants of A.X.E have been at war for 1,000 years. Kate stands. "If our people are in danger, let's go back over there and get them back," she shouts, but Sinister shakes his head. "You're not listening. Nobody that went over there swinging a sword above their head is coming back." He turns to the others, telling them they should blow up the gate and prepare for an invasion. Krakoa rumbles behind Xavier. "Harming the gate is currently not an option," the professor states, and Sinister turns to leave, telling the council that holding the gate could cost them everything. Back in Otherworld, the mutants stand ready. Up first is Cable and Bay to the death. "Begin!" Saturn shouts, and Bay does not hesitate, attacking immediately with her sword. Cable barely gets his blade up before she's beating him back. She screams in rage, bringing her sword down again, and he blocks it, but the force of the blow knocks him to the ground. Energy crackles from the blade throw, throwing Bay back with a scream of pain. Cable moves quickly, prepared to make the killing blow, but he hesitates. Bay is his friend's new wife. It is in that moment of hesitation that allows Bay to knock Cable's feet out from underneath him. He falls into the mud and she's on top of him, pushing his face deep into the muck. He tries to raise his sword, but she grabs his arm, squeezing it until the bones snap. And as she stands ready to deliver the killing blow, Cypher runs over to her. "Stop! The kid's beat!" he begs of his new wife. Saturn looks at them both. "I declared that this fight was to the death. However, some deaths are in spirit. You may stay your blade," she says to the group. A.X.E 18, Krakoa 5. After his arm is wrapped, Cable walks away in defeat, reaching out mentally to his mother and his father. It's tough, but his parents can hear him. They feel his pain. He hangs his head, apologizing for losing. That Krakoa is going to lose the tournament, and a tear falls from his eye. "You guys need to prepare for war. They're going to invade," Cable thinks to his parents. And at that time, Saturn puts her hand on Cable's shoulder. "I tolerated this spying for long enough," she says, snapping her fingers, and the connection between the family is severed. Back over on Krakoa, Scott shouts for his son, falling to his knees, telling his wife that they can't lose him. And Jean tells him, let's go fix this. On Otherworld, Saturn IX prepares for the next match. Gorgon versus the White Sword. You will face me after you make it through my swords, all 100 of them, the White Sword tells Gorgon. The first warrior comes, but Gorgon cuts through him with one blow. 2 and 3 come together, but he slides through them with his blades. They continue to press on, more and more grouped together each time. Gorgon uses his power, but one of the warriors takes his eyes. Send them all! White Sword shouts as he claps. Gorgon stands breathing heavy. Come and die! He bellows as he prepares his blades. The others watch as the warriors continue to fight on. By my count, Gorgon has slain 13 of the White Sword's champions, giving Krakoa a narrow lead of 19 to 18, she tells the group. It is War who then turns to the White Sword, ordering him to finish it. The warrior steps forward, seeing Gorgon covered in blood, swaying from exhaustion, but his sword is still ready. It is over, and when it is done, I will restore you and you will serve me, the White Sword tells Gorgon as he stands before him, but Gorgon shakes his head, readying his own blade. Never! I walk my own path, he gasps. I could impose my will, the White Sword says as he raises his hand. Not over me. So be it. The White Sword snarls as he stabs Gorgon through the chest. The mutant falls as the White Sword turns away from him. That is how a mutant dies, children. Apocalypse rumbles to the group. Saturn IX stands before them. The contest is tied, and she holds up the final cards, but Genesis steps forward. There is no need for theatrics, witch. We know what is to come next. Apocalypse finishes the statement as he readies his blade. The husband and wife step forward towards each other with their weapons. It's a duel fated millennia ago. X-Men number 15. Back over on Krakoa, Jean and Scott are preparing to make their argument. They step before the Quiet Council. On Otherworld, Saturn IX sits upon her throne, Shogo curled around her. Genesis and Apocalypse stand in the arena, the final battle between husband and wife to decide the contest of champions. If I am to die, and die at your hands, is it really to be like this, with your face hidden from me behind a mask? Apocalypse questions his wife. Though the mask speaks, Genesis pulls it from her face, telling Apocalypse that she wanted to spare him the shame of remembering who is fit and who is weak. Shall we dance? She asks with a smile, and the two lash out at each other, energy erupting from their swords as the blades all meet. On Krakoa, Jean and Scott fill the council in on what they heard from Cable before the connection was severed. It is Magneto that questions going to get their son during the contest. I am going to go get him, Scott simply states. They explain that Krakoa is losing the contest and that there's nothing that they can do to stop the invasion. Magneto steps forward, asking Scott if he even has a plan. I'd like to take a strike team on a smash and grab to get our people back. We get our people out and then we close the gates for good, he tells the group. To save our people, then close the gates and save our nation. Does that cover it? Magneto asks, and the others discuss the plan, but it is Exodus who questions what happens if Scott fails. Look at me. I'm the mutant who has yet to fail this council. Do you think I'm going to start now? Scott asks, and they continue to discuss it until Scott finally explains that there's no talking him out of it. And Jean raises her hand, stating that she is going as well, and Nightcrawler arrives, raising his hand. With all this talk of swords, I was offended I wasn't invited in the first place, he says with a smile, and Kate nods, raising her own hand. And Shaw points out that they can't lose that many council members. I demand that we vote on this, and that leaving means giving up your seat on the council, he says. The council votes in favor, but Jean is still going. She tells Kurt to stay, that he is the soul of the group. And Kate is pissed when it's pointed out that they're going through one of the gates. But it is pointed out that if they leave the gate open for Scott's strike force, they are leaving Krakoa open for invasion. So it's voted on again that they should close the gate behind them. Xavier apologizes to Scott, but tells him that he can't think of just a few mutants anymore. No matter how much they mean to me, he says, and Scott nods, but explains that he is still going because he knows the difference between right and wrong. That's how I was raised, he tells the professor with a smile. On the other world, Genesis and Apocalypse are continuing the final battle. She twists, slashing him across the chest, drawing first blood. While back on Krakoa, Magneto asks Scott, what will you do? The X-Men are heroes. We'll save those who need saving, no matter the cost, Scott tells him. He takes Jean's hand and the two walk out of the chamber. Good boy, Eric whispers. Next to him, Xavier smiles. Meanwhile, over on Otherworld, Genesis steps back, raising her blade. You are wounded and weak, my love. I give you one last kiss. Then I will hear your surrender and welcome you back to your rightful place at my side. She says that she prepares to strike again. She swings the weapon, and Apocalypse blocks her blow, but his sword shatters. Genesis looks at him, demanding that he yields. I will not yield, not to fear, not to doubt, not to love. He snarls, dodging another blow, twisting and snatching Genesis' sword from her hand. He whirls again, slashing her through the stomach. On the ground, she demands that he finish it, but Apocalypse refuses, dropping the blade on the ground with a clatter. I don't want this, he whispers, but Saturnine shakes her head, explaining that things must be settled. So Genesis struggles to her feet, putting the mask back on, energy crackling around her as the dark voice speaks. Settled. Nothing is settled, witch. I am not dead and I have not yielded. Nothing is settled. Excalibur 15. The servants run through the halls of the Starlight Citadel, looking out the windows. The demons of Arakko have arrived. Outside, the mutants of Krakoa have met the enemy in the battlefield. Amidst the battle, Apocalypse stands ready as Genesis steps forward. Her voice is dark, controlled by the power of the mask. She raises her blade, prepared to strike, but lightning cracks from the sky, striking Genesis, bringing a scream of pain. Wolverine and Captain Avalon are there, trying to pull Apocalypse away. She summoned reinforcements. We have to move now, Brian shouts, but Apocalypse shrugs them off, refusing. It is Storm who finally gets through to him. She will not be stunned for long. The storm cloud will not rage forever. Around them, the storm continues to strike, though, holding the army of Arakko at bay. And amidst that destruction, the champions of Arakko sit and wait. It is the White Sword who first stands, ordering his men to leave. We didn't come for a battle, we came for a fight, and we won, he tells them. Iska shouts that the warrior is a coward. But finally, she stands. We are down to half a dozen. Let's fight them for sport, she hisses, but Bay suddenly turns and rushes through the enemies, her sword slashing the demons as she runs. What is she doing? Iska questions, but War understands. That specific foolishness is so precious to mortals. She's choosing love over war. With the armies of Arakko attacking, Saturnine retreats to the Citadel. She leads Shogo into one of the chambers, ordering her servant to give her the box with Captain Britain's shards in it. She dumps the shards onto the floor and begins to put them together like a large puzzle. Back out on the main battlefield, the mutants continue their fight. Now that Apocalypse's old lady's off our tail, I'm tired of running. I say we hold the line and take on a wave. Wolverine snarls as he slashes another demon. Apocalypse throws another blast at the demons before turning and arguing with Captain Avalon about what the end means, when suddenly a blade comes whistling out of the smoke. Apocalypse catches it, but Bay rushes Avalon, slamming him into the ground. Apocalypse turns to attack the woman, but Cypher steps between them. Don't! She's my wife! He begs, and Storm descends, questioning whether Bay will join their side. Of course she wants to help you guys. You don't know her at all. Doug begins, but Bay covers her ears and hits the group with a piercing shriek that throws them all to the ground. She picks up Doug and begins to flee from the armies and the mutants, and inside of the Citadel, Shogo continues to whine and snort dragonfire, wishing to help his friends, but Saturnine orders him to behave, continuing to put together her puzzle of Betsy. But if you really want to breathe dragonfire, we can talk, she says with a smile. Outside, Storm has lost sight of Doug as she descends on the group, telling them that the storm cloud is weakening. We are running out of time before nothing holds back the armies of Ameth, she tells the group, and the group continues to fight, holding back the waves of demons. Suddenly arrows fly and pierce the monsters from behind. I'll be damned, Wolverine says with a smile as Jubilee launches forward, behind her a small army of flying archers. Looks like the priestess of the green and I showed up just in time, she says with a smile. Captain Avalon looks at the warriors, questioning whether Saturn-9 sent them. She does not send us anywhere. We will fight to protect the Citadel. Your friend told us that the raging storm meant that her friends were fighting for it too, the priestess explains. The group begins to fight towards the Citadel as Jubilee explains that they need Shogo and his dragonfire, but Logan and Brian explains that they can't abandon the grounds, that the waves of demons will wash over the Citadel if they do. The priestesses nod, explaining that they have to leave. If anything happens to me down here, he likes you guys too much already, Jubilee begins to say, but the priestess nods about Shogo. It would be our honor, they say as they're leaving. Jubilee nods as she begins to power up. Let's finish this up. I miss my kid, she whispers. And far from the battle, Bay puts Cypher into the ground. She throws down her weapon as he tries to convince her to take him back to his friends. They both need their help. Come with me. You can come back to Krakoa with me and stay in my place, he tells her as he stands on his tippy toes and he hugs her. As the mutants regroup, it seems that the armies of Ameth are slowing down. Storm is concerned as she turns, but smiles as she sees Bay and Doug returning. Don't shoot! We're friendly! I promise! He calls out as he waves, but the armies begin to circle again. Eyes up, Team Krakoa. Looks like everyone came to get their asses kicked. Logan growls, and the armies part, revealing the champions of Arakko. You smell like puke! Magik says to Pestilence, but Genesis arrives declaring that they have won, that Arakko will take Otherworld, Avalon, and Krakoa. We will erase your name so that you are another failed experiment. All that will remain of Krakoa will be the memory of how easily you were played as pawns, she says. And in the Citadel, Saturn IX places the last piece of the puzzle. The calls go out to every reality, and when the Citadel calls, Captain Britain must answer. Seeing her work complete, Saturn IX stands up with a gasp. No. She whispers as she looks down at the image of Betsy, but a portal opens up and the Captain Britain Corps descends. X of Swords, Destruction. The Captain Britain Corps is reborn, descending upon the battlefield, with Captain Avalon looking up with a smile on his face. My God! Look up, mutants! Look up! He shouts, renewed strength filling his body as he lashes out against the demon hordes with his blade. The Captain Britain Corps has returned! He bellows, and the Corps arrives, joining the battle against the forces of Amenth. Some fight, others fall. They have summoned an army! Summon ours, war. Genesis orders. She lifts her hand, and the sign appears in the sky, and the summoners approach, gathering together to open a portal, and from it a host of monsters descend upon the battlefield. Okay, that's not good. Ileana whispers, and above them, Saturn IX watches the battle. A wounded Cable is brought forward, and he questions why she doesn't stop this. And the Queen shakes her head, explaining that none of these events rest on her. Suddenly, Cable isn't listening anymore as Scott's voice rings out in his head. Hang in there, I'm on my way, he tells his son. And in the sword installation, Jean and the Cuckoos redirect the link to Magik. So, Captain, I take it things are dire and the weather's looking grim? It ain't great, and honestly, you're cutting it pretty close. I was worried you weren't going to make it, she tells him. Difficult people. Complicated times. Want to kick the door open for us? Magik smiles, slamming her sword into the ground, energy cracking as she opens a portal above the Citadel, revealing a massive sword installation as it descends upon them. From the installation descends a host of Krakoan mutants. To me, my X-Men! Jean cries to them, and in seconds the X-Men are in the fight, Rogue punching through the demons while Gambit is throwing his cards, Domino firing guns, letting Luck aid her aim while Moonstar fires her bow, and at the head of the charge, Scott and Jean Grey stand, launching their attacks into the horde of Amenth. But Apocalypse stands against his wife as she drives her blade into his stomach, bringing out blood and a cry of pain. The fight is all I have left! Annihilation cannot be beaten! She snarls at him, and he reaches for her, grabbing a hold of her body. Surrendering is not the same thing as losing. I can heal the breach. I can make us whole, he tells her. And for a second, Genesis seems to waver, but the mask takes a hold of her once more, throwing Apocalypse away, purple lightning cracking through the air as Genesis orders the summoners to bring forth the full darkness of Amenth. Above them, Cable looks down on the battle. He knows that they've lost. Can you put me down there? If this is how it ends, I want to be with my family, he tells Saturn IX, but she doesn't even look at him. What card were you dealt, boy? She asks, and Cable hangs his head as he tells her, the Fool. Yes, a fool with a sword, and only a fool would think that that is actually what he's holding, she says, glancing at him. For a moment, Cable ponders this before looking at the blade in his hands. I am such an idiot, he hisses as he reaches out with the connection, telling Ileana and his parents that he needs them to come get him. In moments, they are all inside of the sword installation, with Scott helping his son as he reaches out with the sword, powering up the station, opening the door to other dimensions that they had sealed not so long ago. As the monsters move forward out of the sword installation, Magik swings her blade, opening up a new portal, allowing the techno monsters to descend upon the battlefield. The creatures move through the summoners in a blur, slashing and killing as they swell forward. Genesis is distracted by these creatures, these monsters that have come out of space and time. She swings her blade, slashing through them, and in a blur of motion, Apocalypse is on her, slamming her into the ground before tearing that mask off of her face. The energy cracks as he bellows, and he fights against that power. Then everyone turns to see this titanic struggle. Go on, finish it, Saturn IX whispers from above as Genesis is shocked as she watches her husband place the mask upon his own face. I am remade. Annihilation. The end of all things, he rumbles in a dark voice, and Genesis looks at her husband. Whoever defeats the helm claims the helm. Whoever wears the crown controls the land, and the helm controls them, she whispers, but Apocalypse is struggling against the helm's control. He is fighting it, and the dark voice is speaking through him, telling him that he cannot win this fight, that his will is not strong enough. And finally, Apocalypse straightens, with Genesis looking up, questioning what her husband is doing. "What needs to be done?" he says as he raises his sights to Saturn IX. "Go on!" she calls to him, and the dark voice begins to scream. "No! No!" it bellows. But Apocalypse is in control now. "Do you see me, Saturn IX? Apocalypse, annihilation." He calls to her and she nods as he falls to his knees. "Then see clearly. I surrender." The helm screams in rage, and Saturn IX nods, accepting. She mounts Shogo and the two descend upon the battlefield, the dragon fire burning out, destroying every fabric of reality it touches. She lands before Apocalypse, the helm still bellowing its rage, and she reaches out, taking it from his head. She cannot change it, but she morphs it and shifts it to make it more manageable. It will still be corrupting, but now it won't have dominion over its wielder, she says. She shifts the helm into a scepter and turns to the gathered armies, the contest now over. Otherworld is triumphant, Krakoa survives, and Arakko yields. But she looks at those gathered. Saturn IX declares that one mutant from each side must leave their land to stay with the enemy. "I demand a show of good faith," she tells them, and she turns to Genesis, asking what mutant she chooses to stand with Arakko. "Can I choose you, my love?" Genesis asks Apocalypse as she takes his hand, and he nods. But he warns her that he is not the same mutant that she left all those years ago. Saturn IX nods, turning and asking who speaks for Krakoa. Scott steps forward, but Apocalypse stays with him. "In this, I speak for Krakoa. I choose the mutant island of Arakko," he states. Saturn IX raises an eyebrow, reminding Apocalypse about the mutants who live on that island, and he nods, drawing a smile from Saturn IX. "That wasn't in the cards." "Well done, Apocalypse," she says, and with a crack of energy, she orders everyone to leave. As everyone does begin to leave, Scott and Jean step up to Apocalypse, asking if there's anything that the mutant would like them to tell the council. "Just one thing. I will see you all again one day," Apocalypse says before leaving with his family. With the contest over, things return to some form of normalcy. Jubilee is reunited with Shogo, the sword installation returns to the heavens, and Storm returns the sword to Wakanda, though the trust is broken and cannot be easily returned. The Quiet Council has been broken, the start of the end. In the Citadel, the Captain Britain Corps has been reestablished. Loyal knights to Saturn IX, Opal Luna Saturn IX, the rightful ruler of Otherworld, long may she reign. As Cyclops and his children, Cable and Rachel, stand on a cliff, staring at the Arakko Point. Cable asks, "So how is this supposed to work? I would be lying if I thought anything I was about to tell you would make sense, but I'll do my best." The Arakko Point is a small, dormant piece of Arakko that joined with Krakoa. The two halves of it are a single island, Okara. Right now, Krakoa is pushing the Arakko Point away from itself, disengaging the smaller island because that's where the Eternal Gate is located, which, by inverting the gate, is supposedly how we'll be able to get the whole of Arakko here. Cable says, "Okay, but again, how's that work?" Cyclops stops him. "Honestly, I have no idea, Cable." Just then, the gate activates, bringing a bright pink light, and as it fades, Arakko appears. As the roots begin to intertwine, they suddenly stop and pull away, with Cable asking if it's just him, or does something feel wrong? Like, it doesn't look like there's any love on these islands. And Cyclops says, "No, son, it appears that there is not." So later at the Quiet Council, Cypher says that he's got bad news. Merging Arakko and Krakoa to create Okara is not going to happen. There's not going to be a reunification of the islands, which is saddening because that was the entire point of the Ten of Swords bout and tournament. Xavier asks why not, and Cypher says that it's been 1,000 years. They don't seem to be interested in the idea. Honestly, he isn't sure they even like each other anymore. So Magneto then asks what was the point of all of this? The swords, the rituals, the tournament. Xavier asks Cypher if possible, would he ask if there's any way for their islands to find a common ground? Cypher sighs. "Are you willing to change your mind, buddy?" And Krakoa responds. He tells everyone that Krakoa says that there really isn't an issue on their end. It's the other island and its intractability. He can't really stress how different they sound. It might extend to all of them as well. Storm asks who, and Cypher says, "The mutants of Arakko." There's something else that he found when they were talking as well. It would seem that there are about 20 times as many mutants on Arakko as there are on Krakoa. These are mutants that were in a different dimension, and they've aged and evolved differently. MS says that that's a problem well beyond two islands talking to each other. What are they going to do with all of those mutants? Cypher says, well, that feels like an entirely different conversation than this one, doesn't it? So later on Arakko, a creature begins to peek out from the brush when suddenly its head is cut off. Iska, the unbeaten, steps out stating that she doesn't assume that they know much about these creatures. You'll have to root them out entirely. These demons, they reproduce asexually, and if you leave one alive in a month, it will breed an entire pack. This is how the fallen world was. Yes, everything can kill you, but any apathy would kill you just as surely as tooth and claw. So we make sure, understand, leave no enemy alive ever, Magneto tells her. I understand, but you can never be too careful. However, Charles is a hopeless romantic. It's unfortunate that he is quick to trust and gives a wide berth. Iska says that she will keep that in mind, so how do they wish to proceed with the situation? Charles says that she can expound on what she thinks the situation is. So Iska says that she has spoken with Cypher was his name, right? He has informed her of the intention of Arakko. The islands will remain as 2 islands. But the question is, what of their 2 peoples? Xavier says, of course. Well, before we can get to that, we have brought a gift, a gateway flower. It will enable us to travel from Arakko to Krakoa without having to cross the water. Iska smiles, stating ease their travel for comfort. Xavier tells her yes. As to the other, what does she propose? Intentions beyond peace of some kind of unification. They were hoping for a coalition or to offer some kind of shared power structure between the 2 islands. Iska says that the Great Ring of Arakko is the government on this island, and they have been for the last 1,000 years. What of yours? Magneto says that Krakoa's government is the Quiet Council. It's a noble body full of wise leaders who will rule for 1,000 years and beyond. Iska pauses for a moment and then says, I see through you. All the way to the truth. You are children running a child government, which of course is not necessarily a bad thing, just inexperienced and prone to bearing fruit of that tree. Why don't you tell me of this world that you will rule? Tell me of your Earth. Xavier tells her that it is a beautiful place. It has its problems, but what world doesn't? However, you should know, we do not rule it. We share it with humanity. Iska asks, what is humanity? As in humans? I'm surprised that that's a thing that persists here. Still, thousands of years, growth, intervention, survival. These have a way of sharpening a tool. And if you share the world with humanity, then they must be formidable, worthy of this impasse. Magneto says that they are just men, and Iska pauses again. When she speaks, she tells them that she knows that they are both from different ways of life. Time has changed their 2 lands, changed them. She needs them to listen to her. They are hard people made harder by war. They have no peace in them. Perhaps with time, with a little grace, they can become as the people of Krakoa are, accepting, gentle, soft. But she must warn the people of Krakoa. Do not come to this place again like this, with dreams in your heads and flowers in your hands, for this is a land of swords. As Iska leaves, she sheaths her sword, telling them that she will take their offer to the ring. They will consider it. Later, back on Krakoa, Jean asks Xavier if he thinks that there's going to be a problem. Xavier says that he thinks that they will need to be at their strongest to weather these uncertain times. With their resignation and Apocalypse's prolonged, possible permanent absence from the council, there are 2 open seats on the Quiet Council. Magneto then says that there should be a vote, of course, but they will need the numbers to push it through. Jean, your reclamation should be a formality. Scott, your reputation should make yours one as well. Jean and Cyclops look at each other for a moment and then they both turn back, stating, no, they do not wish to be on Xavier and Magneto's government. Magneto scowls. Why not? Jean tells them because they both feel that they have something more important to do right now. The X-Men. If there's going to be one thing that her and Scott have learned through the beginning of this great Krakoan experiment, it's this. The people of the nation of Krakoa feel like someone is acting on their behalf. They feel like this Quiet Council is doing everything. Now deciding what's best for the people of Krakoa, not deciding what is and is not in their best interest, but someone who fights for the people of Krakoa, that's them. Xavier looks at him and says, there's no talking you out of this, is there? And Jean says, no, there isn't. Magneto asks if they've decided who's going to be on their X-Men team, the representatives of the actual people of Krakoa. And Cyclops says that they could always handpick a team to get the job done, but that feels wrong. Xavier asks what do they plan on doing then, and Cyclops smiles. We're going to let the people vote on the X-Men. Across the supercluster of galaxies that make up the sector of this universe, Quadrant is in turmoil. For thousands, tens of thousands of years, the one thing that has outlasted wars, invasions, annihilation events, and celestial disruptions was what held most of these ancient societies together: commerce, trade, wealth. But no matter if it's Shi'ar or Brood, Kree or Skrull, Wraith or Chameleon, the worlds are collapsing. And it's only kept in line by the might of the Praetor. These are not yet the black days of end times, but the sun is setting, and there's a new regiment on the throne of the Shi'ar Empire. Like all new monarchs, this is a particularly vulnerable time for Xandra. Court politics and imperial machinations were bad enough, but now the magistrate in waiting has disappeared. And when such a situation arises, Deathbird calls on the one group of people that she knows who can find Xandra quietly. She says that her paramour promised that they not only could do this favor for the Empire, but that she could trust them. Was she correct? Cyclops tells her, "We do have that quality, and frankly, we're in the saving the day kind of mood." Deathbird asks how soon can they get here, and Cyclops smiles. An hour later, on the Chandelar, Jean steps through the flower gate stating that they're here, put them to work, and Smasher tells her that that was fast. She'll get everything ready and then head over to the royal chambers. A few moments later, in front of the palace, Smasher explains that Deathbird is keeping things locked down tight, and from what she understands, Xandra disappeared sometime last night. She was in the royal wing. The guards were on duty and they were found dead, but the security footage doesn't show anyone having entered or existed in that room. That could either mean that this is an inside job or that whoever this was has the technical prowess to bypass the best security that the Shi'ar Empire has to offer. Storm asks what of the staff, and Smasher goes on stating normally they're vetted heavily, but really in desperate times anything is possible. Once the team is before the staff, Deathbird says that this is everyone who was on call the night of the abduction. Oracle says that she probed them all telepathically, both as a group and individually, and she found nothing. So she isn't sure why they're wasting. Jean stops her. "We want to be thorough and leave no stone unturned in the hunt for an imperial princess." She begins to project herself, navigating through the staff's minds. She's not looking for a specific action, but rather the absence of certain thoughts. See the mask for what it truly is. When she returns to her body, she points. "That one!" And the staff in question shouts, "Death to Xandra! Death to the tyrants!" But before they can attack, both Cyclops and Storm hit them, knocking them out. One of the aides looks down at the assassin, stating that the disguise is fading. It's Stygian. Their innate resistance to telepathy explains how she got through. And as for why, well, and Deathbird says yes, it's all becoming clear now. Meanwhile, in the catacombs of Chandelar, Xandra's captor says that the Empire has given them these gravity-heavy worlds. Mine them, the Shi'ar said. Make the Empire rich, the Shi'ar said. The Empire will provide them and their people, the Shi'ar said. But where are the Shi'ar now? Where is their money and the gratitude that it buys? Gone with the Great Collapse. I'm sorry, they say. No one could have seen this coming. We regret that your people starved. Even more, we regret that there's nothing we can do. We were told that we should be grateful. It is not often that the unseen hand of the subjugation is revealed, and revealed to be that of an entitled child. Were you born evil? Does your family name Narmani taint your entire existence? Xandra tells her captor that he has to know that someone will come for her, and the captor laughs, stating, "Do you not see the weapon that I hold? It is the great maul of the Stygia, and with it I have executed every member of your puppet Shi'ar government. My own blood tasted this metal, for I am the justice of my people. I am Xandra tells him that he is a monster, and tells her, I am what the universe made me, what the Shi'ar made me. The bill has come due, little empress. Time to pay. Seconds later, the X-Men and Smasher descend into the catacombs with Jean stating that the assassin's mind is like a fog, but it is clear that this deep-seated anti-imperial sentiment was always there. This financial collapse must have made it worse, but she is sure that it wasn't that hard to position their people into place for something like this. They clean up after the Shi'ar, they wash their clothes, they make their food. This has probably been a long time coming. Back with the princess, says that they will make her an example. They will break the throne, which then breaks the hold the Empire has on its vassal world. It begins with a blood sacrifice. Any last words, little tyrant? Xandra says that she has ruled for less than the blink of an eye, and that short term has almost certainly been defined by the collapse of the universe is currently facing. He has no idea what she would have done, but that doesn't matter to him. He thinks that he is righteous, but this makes him a murderer. So swing true, villain. We children care so very little for dying badly over sins that we did not commit. Scoffs. You cannot guilt me with hell. We're already in it. As brings up his maul, the wall is blasted, and Cyclops and Storm begin to take down the underlings. Storm tells Smasher to protect the Empress, they'll handle the rest, and asks, "Is that so? Is that what you really believe?" And he cracks Cyclops in the back of the head. Storm quickly turns her focus to with asking, "Why so few of you? And for a task well beyond bravery and valor. You are desperate people. I am willing to die here, are you?" As the fighting continues, Xandra tells Smasher that she can help the others. They can run and send for help but Smasher tells her it won't be necessary. She came prepared and presses a button. While Storm is holding she tells him that she does not know him, but she does know a little of the circumstances here. It begs for grace, this spot that he finds himself in. So for him, she has grace, but in a small measure. "Stand down," yells, "Never!" And then there's a rumble with Smasher stating, "We gave him a chance." Just then, the guards burst through the wall, with Smasher yelling that they want to replace her one day on the Imperial Guard. They want to be the Super Guardian? Well, this is how they do it. Protect the throne! Protect the Empire! Amidst the chaos, raises them all high above, with Xandra stating that they may all die to pay, but it's a fair price to pay to see the end of the Nermani rule. As brings the hammer down with all his strength, Storm deflects it, stating that wherever tomorrow finds him, remember, he was warned. So later, back in the throne room, Jean says, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, you're back where you belong, with only a slight headache for the trouble." Xandra says yes, she is returned, but changed. Deathbird has educated her on how to handle these complicated times. In the winter, an iron hand is never a good idea. Storm asks what of the priest and those involved in the plot. Xandra smirks. The good people of Stygia will be sent home. As for well, he's a bit of a zealot and a brute. I'm punishing him. He'll be a diplomat to the throne on the matters of Stygia. I am making the true believer a politician. Hypocrisy is a fate worse than death, wouldn't you say? And as for you, Storm of Krakoa, vanquisher of a rebellion and a friend to the throne, to you I owe a debt. And in the coming days, should you need anything of me, feel free to collect at any time. In South America, there is the Vault. It's unknown what is really in there, and with the help of some fellow mutants, a team was able to sneak inside. However, inside of the vault, time flows differently. It waves and wanes in temporal tides. The team to get inside would consist of Synch, Darwin, and X-23. Their objective was to ascertain the threat level and potential weakness of the vault, and the full capabilities of what lies within and those of the children. These mutants have the ability to heal, live forever, and if they were to finally die in the vault, due to the mutants' new technology, they would be reborn with those memories. They could report back to the X-Men. So as the team enters, they see a massive city before them. Synch asks how many people could fit in here, 1 million, maybe more. Darwin tells them that it could certainly hold that, but it's pretty unlikely. One of the main reasons that they have entered is because they don't know enough about the mutants of the vault. It's been theorized that for whatever the reason, the children of the vault have engaged in strict population control. And after scanning the area, it would seem that that is true. The city is pretty sparsely populated. Synch borrows Darwin's abilities and looks for himself, telling him that he's right. Maybe they can do this and not be seen. Just get home in time for dinner. X-23 tells them that that isn't going to happen if they don't keep it down. Synch looks at her, asking himself, how would he feel about that? And X-23 looks back at him, taking out her claws, asking, what are you looking at? Synch just smiles, telling himself that he feels pretty good. Soon the team moves out, and with any luck, they'll be out in a few days, week tops. However, as the three descend into the vault, in the center of it is the dome, and the dome is watching. It begins to process one of the next children, uploading their memories and objects, informing her and the others that the vault will remain closed. Current child level is 2. Level 3 is necessary for successful operation and subjugation for external environment. Warning, asymmetrical breach. Scanning for contagion, scan complete, subjects unidentified, class unknown, level unknown. Anomaly detected, protect the city. And just as the recon team reaches the lowest levels of the city, they are greeted by the children, each with their own special abilities. As soon as the elevator door opens, one of them sends a fiery blast into the tube, with another one stating that she doesn't smell anything. The intruders must have gotten off before they reached the bottom floor. X-23 leaps down from above, stabbing one of the children and nearly rips her in half. The fire user blasts Synch, and X-23 quickly jumps in, slamming her claws into the child while reaching back, telling Synch to take her powers to heal. However, Sync doesn't copy X-23s. He copies the fire users, and with no idea as to why he could, since he can only take the powers of mutants, he doesn't question it and incinerates 2 more of the children. The final child screams that they're going to pay for that, but before X-23 could attack, Sync grabs her, stating that the kid is going to blow, they need to get clear. The kid says that it's always the same with the mutants. Thinking that they can run from this, well, run all you want, run as fast as you can, it's not going to matter. You can't outrun us. You can't outrun the future. The mission for the team was to take back what they learned and escape with that knowledge. They did their best, and on day 1, they already knew. They had no idea how they were gonna get home. That explosion took out a good chunk of the city, and thanks to X-23's healing, they managed to survive. Barely. The destroyed part of the city needed to be rebuilt. This would be strange, but not for the people of the Vault. This was normal. Survive. This is what they needed to do now. In the first 50 years, for Sync, X-23, and Darwin, those were the longest. The team began to build out their own stronghold. The children must have thought nothing of it, or assumed they were dead, because there were no attempts to locate the 3 of them. They laid low and they set up inside of the outer ring to avoid the builders that were engaged in the edge of creation. Darwin found out pretty quickly that there were also genetic sniffers built into most of the architect of the city. His body adapted to shed a field of the child gene replica to mask their comings and goings. Later on, they learned to either recognize or avoid them, or disable or fool them. The city would pulse and breathe as it underwent the ebb and flow of the evolutionary leaps. The team would time their reconnaissance missions for when the city slept and the children grew. 2 months of dormancy for every 2 of growth. During their season night, the team haunted the dreams of those sleeping children. By the end of the 6th of those cycles, they gained a surface understanding of the Vault, city mapping of the power nodes, hatching chambers, and the brain of the city itself. It was just enough time for fear to have disappeared, and their thin layer of knowledge to hide an ocean of ignorance. The child Madre exists inverted from the rest of the children. While they sleep, she works, and while they live and grow, she rests. On their first pass through the creche, where, like their mutant Arbor Magna, the bodies of the reborn children classes wait for rebirth and upgrade. The team would then avoid confrontation for their first attempt inside, but on their second visit to the rebirth pods, their luck ran out. They made a mistake, and mistakes have consequences. Their mistake wasn't getting caught, it was their plan of how to deal with this happening. They had established a safe house of sorts as close to the inner ring of the Vault as possible. They prepared an exit strategy which included leaving behind evidence of their second death inside. Their error was believing that if they were caught and gave the children a win, it would be enough, and that their defeat would satisfy the children, that they would treasure the trophy. They didn't understand that these people don't celebrate victory. They take their trophy and use it for other means, primarily beating you to death with it. When they had taken their game of little discoveries and survival as far as they could, they decided to change the rules, seize fire from the source, acclimate real knowledge. The child Diamante was a living repository of the Vault's history. His power was memory. He knew the city and everything that the city knew. Years ago, the X-Men had an encounter with the children of the Vault. These were the first generation of children. And from their defeat at the hands of mutantdom, Earth's first post-humans learned that they had to evolve, and the second generation of children was produced and let loose on the world. These children were captured, dissected, and repurposed by the Orcus as potential weapons at the creation of their nation-state. One of them, Seraphina, escaped, and when the city learned of their fate, it was decided that yet another evolutionary leap was needed. This was the third and final generation of the children before they were released from the Vault to claim the Earth as their own, and with this they learned what they needed. It was time for the recon team to return home. But X-23, Darwin, and Sync could not return home. Even after 100 years with this knowledge, they could not find a way through the Vault shield trapping them inside. In their temporal prison, they only had one option: continue to study, continue to learn, until they found a way to escape and make their way home. And eventually, at the apex of a dormant cycle, they gambled and infiltrated the heart of the Vault, the city itself. They gambled, and they lost. The children had laid out the perfect trap, and they had waited patiently for decades for them to walk right into it. In retrospect, it was obvious they went after Darwin. X-23 and Sync were an afterthought, though X-23 was captured as well. Sync spent decades no longer alone in his thoughts. Survival and observation could only fill so many hours or weeks or years. Living at the whim of post-humanity stirred memories, looming death, inevitable death, demanding an audience with the ghosts of his childhood, Sync waited and collected and built. And as he walks up to X-23's prison, he thought back on something that his father said to him once. Son, most people don't know how to explain it, but I sure do, so listen carefully. Do you know the difference between caring for someone and loving for them? If you love someone, then you're willing to die for them, and that's the difference. That's how you know it's real. Sync lived that day that he rescued X-23. He could have died, but he did it anyway. So the two planned again, this time to get Darwin. And when they found him, they knew what the Vault was going to do with him. They were using his ability to adapt and amplified it to bring the fourth generation of children out, but atomized him repeatedly. Right now, Sync and X-23 had to escape, and the only way would be to go through the shield that would ultimately end them. However, Sync built something that could disrupt it long enough to allow them through, though it would still hurt like hell. The professor needs to know what is going on. They have to tell the X-Men. Sync and X-23 throw themselves through the barrier, reverting to their younger selves, but nearly killing themselves in doing so. Of course, the children came, and X-23 told Sync that one of them has to make it, and he doesn't have powers. She might not be able to stop them, but she will be able to slow them down. He saved her once, now let her save him. Sync managed to escape, but hardly made any distance between him and the Vault before he was struck down by the children. He called out to the professor, asking if he could hear him. And what answered was the children, telling him that he will die here, that they're going to wipe his kind from the face of the planet. They are the future, not the X-Men. Later, reborn, Sync, with all of his memories, crawls out of his pod reborn. The professor heard him. He made it back. He was resurrected with the secrets of the Vault, what they had become, what they were becoming, and some ideas of how to stop them. That's just information, data. Here's what he really learned. Friend, confidant, partner, lover. Those are human words to describe a human relationship measured in human years. And he can still hear him. His father stating that he loved his mother so much that they were willing to die for her. Human words, useless words. Love is not dying for someone, it's living for them. Sync watches as X-23 is reborn, the woman that he just spent decades with, the woman that he now loves. He begins to think of the lifetimes that he got to spend with her in there, that he knew her better than anyone else on the planet, more than anyone will ever know now. And he wonders, how do you explain this to her? How do you tell her about everything? How do you even start that conversation? Because since she died in the Vault, she doesn't have the memories. X-23 stares at him, popping her claws, asking, "What are you looking at?" And Sync smiles. "Yeah, okay, that'll work." As Mystique looks around at Forge's lab, Forge tells her that the problem is that she tells a creative person like him that they need something that'll leave an impression. That could be taken in a number of ways. Because there's like blowing up stuff, and then there's sowing raised earth with salt so as to never see life exist here again. So exactly how much of an impression are you trying to make, Mystique? She looks at one of the many weapons on the walls, telling him that she has annihilation on her mind, and looking at all the things here, she has come to the right place. But that does bring about a particular question. How does one sleep at night surrounded by all of this? Forge pauses for a moment and tells her that he sleeps just fine. Take a stick, for instance. You can craft it and shape it into something, or you could use it to beat someone to death. It's a simplistic argument, a human argument, but that's how he sees it. The combustible engine, computer processors, atomic energy, genetic engineering, look at all of the glorious things that humankind has made. They take a useful tool and then they find a way to use it for destruction. Both human and mutant tools, it's what they do. It's the lie that humans tell themselves. We started with such good intentions. Now he won't lie. When he makes something, he makes it with a single function and purpose, be it a tool or a weapon, which brings them back to the stick. In the end, it's not the instrument that matters, it's the one who wields it, and the kind of person that they are. So how do you sleep at night, Mystique? She pauses for a moment and tells him that she sleeps fine. So later at the House of M, Mystique presents the weapon that Forge made, stating that he called it a microscopic singularity generator. Apparently when it goes off, it'll release a miniature black hole that will exist for a fractional amount of time before collapsing in on itself. It will eat the Orchis Forge, but it won't be big enough to reach Sentinel City or their systems on the orbital platforms. Anything larger, they'd risk the sun. Magneto looks at her. Of course. Because if there's one thing that this seems to be an exercise in, it's restraint. Mystique tells him that this isn't some kind of selective surgery, it's cancer. Cut it out at the root. Treating it in some other way does no one any good. Leave no doubt. That's what you want here, isn't it? Charles looks at her. It's possible that up to this point, we've overmanaged the job. So you're the one executing it. Perhaps we should leave the details of the mission to you. In the end, the only thing that matters is preventing Nimrod from coming online. Mystique scoffs. So the slaughter starts, and you want your hands clean. Such leadership here at Krakoa. Magneto says that this isn't servitude. They made a deal. Anytime she wishes to end it, she can simply let them know that she is not the right tool for the job. Charles adds, you are among other monsters, some who do not lie to themselves about what they are. Mystique suits up. When I return successful, you'll have Irene moved to the front of the resurrection queue, right? Magneto tells her of course, and Charles says, we made a deal. Only your failure prevents its completion. So later at the Orchis Forge, Dr. Gregor gathers her scientists around, stating that this is it. The crystal that she holds is something wonderful. It's human life, her husband's in fact. Before he died saving this station, Aramis was a subject of a very special experiment. The idea behind it was that using holographic memories grown in crystalline shells, she could properly restore the essence, the extrapolation of the saved data back into a human body. The container would have to be the same material, self-healing and replicating to keep up with the violent rebirth of a man, but alive and returned from the abyss. So they are gathered here today to witness the resurrection of Aramis. If successful, the greatest achievement of her life, a scientific marvel, and yet her only concern is love. As Gregor places the crystal inside of the Nimrod body, everyone watches as it comes to life and asks, Ella, I feel so strange. Gregor says that she knows, and he must be so very confused. It's a partitioned memory node for when he is ready. He can access it and know all that has happened slowly. This is not. Just then Aramis accesses all of the events and screams. As he calms down, he tells her, I died. I died, you wept, the world changed, and you brought me back. Gregor says yes, he is back, but not in flesh and blood, in a form where they can never hurt him again. Aramis begins to access all of Nimrod's features, stating that the capabilities and the things that he is able to do, they are incredible. Duplications, energy absorption, weapons systems, tactical databases. He is more than he was, but he cannot give her a child. Gregor says that it doesn't matter. What matters is that he is back, and that'll do until the end of days. As Aramis hugs Gregor, he stops for a moment, and then he points that that's a mutant. All of the scientists turn to the one that Aramis pointed to, and Mystique in disguise yells, crap. As she changes back, she says, congratulations on all of your success here. It's quite an achievement. I'll make sure that you're fully credited when I carve it into your tombstones. Mystique activates Forge's bomb and throws it, and Aramis replicates himself to send one body after Mystique while tending to the bomb. Gregor says that she knows a bomb when she sees one, and Aramis says yes. But this is more. Hard shell, atomic decay, anti-proton, singularity. Gregor then asks if this is meant to destroy the entire station, and Aramis tells her, yes. You built this body with an internal translocator. It used the mass of this machine as a counter lever. Matter displacement. I can regrow, rebuild. Any mass lost by the host machine can be replaced, but the infant data has been partitioned equally. We have to wait for the memory core to grow and replicate throughout the host body. If we were to lose one of the bodies, the portion of them will be lost as well. Gregor tells him no, she can't lose him again. She can't. But Aramis says, I am so sorry for what I am about to do. But I am as I always have been, and I would never save myself if the sacrifice meant losing you. Duplicate. The duplicate walks Gregor away, stating, think of it this way, my love. You brought me back so that I could save you one more time. And so I will. As Aramis uses his host body to teleport himself and the singularity bomb out, it explodes, disappearing within seconds. The duplicate tells her, it is done. The station is secure. Gregor looks up. Are you in there, my love? And the duplicate looks at her. We are so sorry for what we are about to tell you. Up ahead, Mystique runs towards the flower gate, but before she can pass through, Nimrod grabs her, telling her that she should take a good look. You have failed. When you return home, tell your masters today that I was born into existence, and the first thing that I experienced beyond the love for my creator was pain and loss at your hands. I am Nimrod, the hunter, and you were my beginning. I swear, I will see your end. As Nimrod fires a blast into Mystique's stomach, launching her through the gate. Later, she breaks out of her resurrection pod and Magneto says that they tried to save her, but she died from her wounds immediately after her return. But now that she is reborn, so do tell, what happened? She coughs. You backed up my mind. You know what happened. Magneto looks at her. I want you to say it. I failed. It's online. Nimrod is online. Charles looks at her. This changes everything. And Magneto says, in short time, it'll clarify others. We need to. But Charles stops him. Yes, no point in putting it off. We should do that now. As they turn to leave, Mystique crawls towards them. Wait, what about Irene? And Charles looks down at her. What about her? As the guests gather around for the reception of the first ever Krakoan Hellfire Gala, Namor sits on the balcony staring off into the ocean. After finishing his glass of wine and getting another, he looks to see Charles and Magneto, and he tells them both congratulations on the party. It seems well attended. If this were the event and these were the attendees, one might desire. Charles tells him thank you. You are, of course, our North Star of all of our invited guests. Magneto tells him, yes, and you grace us with your presence. We are honored and humbled, Namor. Namor takes another drink, and after a short pause, he asks, how is the Empire building? Charles laughs. That depends entirely on forming new alliances to dissuade new adversaries that have swooped in to fill the vacuum of vanquished old enemies. To that end, have we reached the inevitable time when you'll throw your lot in with ours? Magneto tells him, that's a question of influence. Changes are coming to the Quiet Council. We can offer you a seat. Namor looks at them. Offer. I'm fairly certain that if I was to step foot in the council chamber, there would be a rush to surrender a seat to me, even if one was not available. Frauds tend to flee at the sight of a true aristocrat. I am a real king after all. Never forget that. Charles says then he should return home, claim his rightful place among his people. I say this, truly, as knight, when I dream the entire world is under my thumb. I am seated on the throne of thrones, and the people, human, mutant, and all living beings under the sun, they cry out and cheer with love and affection for the blind to finally see me as I really am, which I can assure you is not me being on a council with those who pretend to be my peers. Charles and Magneto stay quiet to this, and Namor finishes his glass. I have dominion over 70% of the planet. You currently control what? An island? Get back to me when you have something actually to offer. Until then, my interests, whatever they may be, will remain divided. Later, Cyclops and Jean stand up asking if they may have everyone's attention. They've reached the point in the evening when it's time to introduce to them their newest team of X-Men. Of course, before they do that, they have to be selected. Jean calls out to everyone telepathically, stating that she requests they open their minds to her. Mutants across the globe listen in, and once they are all present, Jean begins to go forward, and with just a few moments, she smiles, stating that it is done. Done and well, step forward. Rogue, Sunfire, Wolverine, Synch, and Polaris. Ladies and gentlemen, humans and mutants, I give you your X-Men. The rest of the party for the evening goes off without a hitch. Everyone's celebrating and having fun as the new team of X-Men is formed. For the night's end, Emma Frost tells everyone that it is an interesting thing, an ending. Yes, it is often simply a matter of perspective. What seems to be an ending for you might be a beginning for someone else. Or more appropriately, what seems to be an ending of an occasion, let's call it a party or a gala, might be the start of a new proceeding altogether. A second event unto itself. Expansion. If I were to put a word to it, I would connect all of your minds, all of you, human and mutant. And what I want to offer is a unique view of the show. You can refuse, of course, but fair warning. This is one of those where were you when moments, and it would be a shame if being close-minded made you miss it. Everyone begins to open up their minds to Emma, and she tells them that that's it. Take a deep breath and a soft exhale. Fireworks at the evening's end, which is not the end at all, but the beginning of a new age. With the Hellfire Gala underway, Emma Frost promised the world that this night would be the most consequential night in the storied history of mutant kind, and she was right. There were fireworks, but not the typical kind that one might expect. It would take power, immense power, and precision. For the mutants were not just showing the world their feats, they were in fact creating life. On Mars, they cracked open the surface, creating a molten iron core and then sealed it. They let it stir, they let it build. This plan begun 4 days prior when Magneto came to A.X.E with his idea. It would take a few days to gather the resources that he needed, and the mutants to help. But his plan would be one that would allow the mutants to prosper. Once the pieces were in place, only then did A.X.E offer her assistance. Lactuca the Knower, Soborner of the Depths, and Zelo, the first defender of this broken land. They will help him in his quest, but now as the warriors of A.X.E are known for. With Mars sustaining its new heated core, Lactuca would offer his blood. He'll mark this land with his body, and from his unique chemistry, he would create oceans. Now with water and land, Storm marries them with the winds that will nourish this mutant garden world. Xylo unravels himself, passing through the very soil, creating the life that the universe took millennia to create, only in a matter of mere hours. And with that, the helmets can be lifted, and there is now life on Mars. Mutant life. Finally, with the help of Jean Grey, Soborner uses his powers, now amplified, to pull all of A.X.E and its mutants, land and all, to the now livable planet. For the second time in as many weeks, A.X.E is uprooted. Krakoa and its lush greenery remain rooted on the third planet in the solar system, while A.X.E red flora finds purchase on the fourth planet in the system. The external gate is aimed exactly on target, slingshotting the island millions of miles into space. A.X.E fought bravely for every inch of land that they've ever held, and now perhaps their constant warring was at an end. A.X.E exhales. It is another day of conquest for this living land, but for the first time, it is a bloodless victory. At dawn, Hellas Basin was one of the largest impact craters in the solar system. Lake Hellas was transformed into a place meant to challenge the A.X.E, casting them into a new role, that of host. The Lake Hellas diplomatic ring is where the Sol system hopes to end wars before they can begin. Diplomats will receive full protections of their station while they work on Lake Hellas, but travel beyond its borders and they will be subject to A.X.E law. Thousands of years have fallen away since the two lands were one, and in that time, millions of mutant lives have lived, loved, fought, and died in lands near and far. The only question uttered when the dead piled high was why. Perhaps it was so that this dawn could come. A.X.E defeated its enemies, and now it faces its greatest threat: peacetime. They will not face their struggle alone, as the two islands have become one in the sea of stars. No war will be made in this valley. It is a sacred place to remember the ones that did not reach this promised land. But there is still more work to be done, and that is why the Monarch is here. Jean tells him that she has an idea, an infectious idea, one that will seed itself deep in one's mind, and because he cannot help but create, to warp and change reality, it is an idea that she thinks that he will give birth to. As Jean and Quentin touch the Monarch's mind, he sees their vision and says, "Oh." The Monarch grabs his stomach as it swells, and Quentin asks, "What is happening?" And Jean says, "Wait, oh god, he took me literally." A few moments later, Monarch gives birth to a space station. Jean holds the large station with her mind and tosses it into the sky, telling Magneto to catch. Magneto does, telling them back on the surface to breathe easy. Sword Station 2 is in orbit and ready to defend A.X.E. Jean kneels down, telling Monarch that she hopes that was fun for him. She is pinching off the pain receptors while Elixir patches him back up. Monarch laughs, telling her that she really knows how to show a fella a good time. Somebody owes him supper. As Monarch gets up, putting on his cape, he says that he supposes it'll need a control tower, right? Instead of birthing the next one, Monarch holds out his hands, creating a control tower, telling him that he presents Port Prometheus. It's only fair. They can't invite the galaxy without being able to provide parking. Jean says, okay, now we can return to the party, to the Hellfire Gala. And Elixir tells her that he actually has a feeling that the party is about to come to them. Once the flower gate finishes growing, the goers of the Hellfire Gala begin to step through, with Magneto welcoming them, telling them, "Welcome, my friends, to planet A.X.E."
Fei Long was a genius. He had grown up to be a genius and learned quickly that you can never trust anyone, not even the parents that raised him. But he reinvented himself and promised the world that he would claim Mars for humanity, going so far as to alter his body for this purpose. Now, he sits in his dark office. His eyes read the news that Mars has been claimed for the mutants and renamed Arakko. He smashes the case which holds a piece of Mars, wondering who will pay for this theft of his life. Them, he growls quietly. New York City, Central Park. A few days after the Hellfire Gala, a Krakoa treehouse sprouts up in a corner of Central Park. Ben Urich is walking towards the tree, spotting Cyclops talking with some kids and their parents who are admiring the new home. "Excuse me, Cyclops," Urich calls. He walks over and greets the mutants and begins to ask him some questions about the mutants' recent activities. After a few pleasant questions, Cyclops begins to turn away and walk through the portal. But Urich gets to the real reason that brought him there, asking about the supposedly dead mutants that seem to be up and alive. "Good night, Mr. Urich. It's been a pleasure," Scott calls over his shoulder as he steps through the portal. Inside, he is greeted by Jean Grey, who couldn't help but mentally overhear his conversation with the reporter. "Is he going to be a problem?" she asks him. Scott sighs. "I hope not. He's very talented," he says. But their conversation is interrupted by the X-Men's newest member as Polaris steps through the portal. "Hello? Anyone around to help with luggage?" she calls. Scott comes over to give her a hand. "We don't have, sidekicks or something?" she asks. He shakes his head and smiles. "Maybe next year. Let me show you around," he tells her. He leads her through the treehouse, with Polaris actually being impressed. "This is much cooler than I expected," she admits. Suddenly, everyone is linked up by Jean Grey. "I'm getting a telepathic wave of excitement from downtown. People are seeing a fireball in the sky. Rogue, can you do a flyby?" she asks. In the city, Rogue weaves through the buildings, looking up to see a fireball shifting course overhead. She flies up and hits it hard enough to alter its course, putting it into the bay. Getting to her feet nearby, she looks up to see a massive creature rising up from the impact crater. "Oh, he's much larger in person. Jean, you seeing this?" she asks. The monster swipes at her with a massive tentacle, knocking her away and slamming her through several buildings. In moments, the rest of the X-Men respond to the attack. "So, you've come to Earth to kick my friends?" Polaris asks as she lands and tries to manipulate the monster. But nothing happens, and her eyes widen. "Uh-oh. If it's metal, it's one that I can't control," she says. The tentacle comes at her, but Rogue swoops in and flies her away. The team regroups and prepares to attack, but the monster raises its head and a massive psychic wave lashes out at the city. Jean manages to shield everyone long enough for Polaris to create a metal barrier. They all begin to come up with ideas, but it is Sync that comes up with the best. "Yes, we must do this now," Sunfire says enthusiastically after Jean shares the plan with everyone's mind. They move quickly, with Polaris pulling all the metal they need from a nearby construction site. Sunfire powers up the massive creation, and from the smoke steps the X-Mech. The mech rushes forward and slams its fist into the monster, stopping the psychic attack. But the tentacles crush its arm. "Let me get some optics on the situation," Cyclops says as he fires his beams through the mech's front port. Sunfire hits it with a massive fireball next, but the monster suddenly pushes back against the mech and shocks it. But they still manage to wound it, and Wolverine gets ready. "I see it! We made a hole! Get me over there!" Laura shouts. She launches herself from the mech and flies through the wound that they made, her claws popping as she begins to slash at everything around her. "I'm gonna keep cutting until this thing's on its ass," she snarls. The creature quickly begins to fall, and the X-Men suddenly get word from the other heroes of New York that they are arriving. But the monster is already defeated, and the mech stands over it. One by one, the other heroes congratulate the X-Men on a job well done. Crowds gather and cheer them on as the mutants stand triumphant. Later, Sync studies the alien robot, but he is unable to figure out who launched it to attack Earth. Well, they swung and they missed, so we'd better be ready for whoever it was to swing again, Jean says as the team looks at the readouts. Elsewhere in the universe, On the planet known as Game World, gamblers watch as the pit boss moves the piece that represents their robot on Earth. All bets are closed. The Mind Reaver's gambit against Earth has failed, he says. Those that lost throw down their chips, disappointed. But everyone turns as the casino's owner is brought to the stage. From an astronaut's corpse rises an alien fungus known as Cordyceps Jones. Thank you! There's much to wager on, but I know the most popular tournament will be the Sol System. The contest is simple. Beat the Earthlings, but leave the planet. There's no sense in wasting a good planet. It'd be the perfect neighborhood if it weren't for the Earthlings, he says as he raises his glass and smiles. Meanwhile, deep beneath New Jersey, Dr. Stasis is still working. He must know the mutants' secrets. He must figure out how they are resurrecting each other. Back on Game World, Cordyceps Jones stands before his gathered crowd. Hey, is this Mudball planet still kicking? Well, the night is young. Who's ready to throw some bones? He calls as everyone cheers. Members of the Numari race step forward, offering to make a wager by sending one of their warriors with the Annihilation Wave to Earth. Jones nods his head, and the warriors board a craft and prepare to head to Earth. "Ooh, I got a real good feeling about this roll," Cordyceps Jones says with a smile. Earth. A fireball flies out of the sky and slams into a field in Kansas. Two farmers go to look at what happened and are shocked to find an alien pulling itself from the crash. But the alien opens a strange bottle and drinks from it. The farmers rush back to their car as the alien drops to the ground. His body tears apart as massive insects begin to rip their way free of him. In New York, Jean and Sink are floating above the treehouse as Jean instructs Sink on how to use her psychic powers. But she suddenly turns her head. "Did you feel that? I felt those lives just snuff out," Sink says. Jean nods and orders the others to meet her at the Blackbird. The X-Men quickly fly to the scene of the attack in Kansas, shocked at the wave of massive insects that are quickly heading towards a small town. "X-Men, go!" Rogue orders as the team launches themselves from the plane. "The big one is mine," Wolverine shouts as she rushes at the largest of the monsters. Jean and Polaris land on the road and launch a logging truck and the massive trunks in its bed at the monsters, squashing a large amount of them. Rogue throws another log and Cyclops blasts it, peppering the bugs with massive splinters. But the creatures are still advancing towards the town, devouring everything in their path. "Okay, listen up, team. The more matter this wave eats, the bigger it gets. Sunfire, take the perimeter and hold it by any means necessary. Polaris, pop a bubble over the town," Scott orders. But Jean suddenly gets a mental ping from within the wave. She asks Sink to take Polaris's powers to protect the two while the two women head within the monster. As the other mutants continue to fight, the two head within the monster, with Polaris providing a shield that protects them. "This is gross, Jean. What are we doing out here?" Polaris asks as she watches the bugs squirm against her shield. Outside, the mutants are still fighting, with Sunfire burning everything and Scott firing his optic blasts. A gunshot takes out one of the bugs that he didn't even notice, and he turns to see several of the townsfolk helping them. "Much obliged," Scott shouts and waves. Inside, Jean has found the corpse of the alien that arrived on Earth. She reaches out and can see the alien's final thoughts, and her eyes widen as she realizes what is happening. "Sunfire, now!" she mentally shouts, ordering Sunfire to completely burn the wave. "Let me know if it gets too hot. I'm not gonna hold back," he says as he completely burns the wave apart outside the shield. Afterwards, the X-Men gather and make sure that everything is dead. With this done, they begin to head out, but the townsfolk have gathered. "Where are you going, X-Men?" a big man says, a shotgun over his shoulder. But he smiles and holds out a hand. "You saved the whole damn town. You gotta stay for a bite," he offers. The X-Men smile back and agree to stay for a meal, joining the small town in a cookout. Sometime later, the X-Men stand ready as a vast spaceship descends towards them. "I gotta warn you, if this is who I think it is, Sunfire's gonna have an easier time keeping cool than me," Rogue whispers to Scott. Scott nods and frowns. "He's never been subtle, has he?" he says. "Sorry, but who are we talking about out here?" Polaris asks the rest of the group. But the spaceship lands and out steps the High Evolutionary, flanked by his animal hybrids and his daughter. The High Evolutionary smiles at them all. "The birth of A.X.E is a great leap forward for your evolution. I come in peace as a friend to mutantdom to commemorate this momentous occasion," he says. "If A.X.E's on your mind, you're on the wrong planet," Cyclops points out. But the High Evolutionary's daughter, Luminous, steps forward and offers her father's gift. A golden ball floats over her hand. "Looks cool. What's it do?" Polaris says. The High Evolutionary explains that the Nihility Sphere will heal the Earth, but make humans unable to reproduce. "Within a generation, your human problem will simply cease to be," he says. But Rogue isn't interested in any more discussion, and she launches forward and punches the High Evolutionary in the face, knocking him away. "That man kidnapped and tortured me, X-Men. The good news is that he can take a Hulk-level beating, so none of us need to hold back," she snaps. Polaris doesn't hesitate and creates a metal fist for herself, launching forward and punching Luminous. The rest of the X-Men join into combat with the High Evolutionary's guard. Cyclops and Wolverine fight the guard as Jean manages to seal off the Nihility Sphere, while Synch and Sunfire burn the High Evolutionary's skin off. But the villain quickly begins to heal and reaches out, grabbing Sunfire by the throat. "I thought Rogue's ability to mimic mutant powers was impressive, but you are more powerful by no small magnitude," he says to Synch as he throws Sunfire to the earth below. Cyclops and Wolverine are still fighting, but the High Evolutionary Guard is slowly overwhelming them. Luminous has also returned, flying forward and slamming into Polaris, knocking her away. Luminous continues forward, slamming into Wolverine. But Synch is there suddenly, absorbing her powers and fighting against her. He hits her hard and slams her into the ground. "Pack this up, High Evolutionary, or you face the X-Men and their greatest weapon," Synch shouts. But the High Evolutionary merely snaps his fingers, and Synch suddenly loses Luminous's powers. "Except, I can simply nullify my gifts to her, and your theft of them. Fear not, I will not punish you harshly," he says before ordering his evolutionary guard to stand down. He offers to withdraw from the planet in exchange for a drop of Synch's blood. But Laura steps in the way, still prepared to fight. But Synch finally agrees. He offers the blood to the High Evolutionary, who immediately turns to leave. "Wait! Earlier you said A.X.E caused some dominoes to fall. Is one of them this thing?" Jean says as she lands and creates a mental projection of Cordyceps Jones that she took from the corpse in the Annihilation Wave. The High Evolutionary nods. Cordyceps Jones, a lower form of fungal life. "You can find him on Game World," the villain says, before taking his forces and departing. Meanwhile, on Coney Island, Ben Urich is sitting on a park bench in the rain, waiting on his contact. The man steps from the darkness of the night and offers him a folder, asking Ben Urich to tell the truth. "You've already got the story. It's just bigger than you think it is," he says. Urich's eyes widen in shock as he begins to learn the truth, and his contact turns away. "I look forward to reading about mutant resurrection in the Daily Bugle," he calls over his shoulder. Halloween, the X-Men's treehouse within Central Park. Inside, Scott Summers sleeps next to his wife, but he tosses and turns as nightmares fill his mind. Unknown to him, the demon known as Nightmare stands at the foot of his bed, smiling as he drinks in the nightmares of the mutant. Drifting from the treehouse, he begins to fly over the city, taking in all the different nightmares that feed him. But he drifts once more to the treehouse and settles in next to Scott and Jean. A tree ripe with nightmares. And these two are the peaches, he says with a smile. Scott continues to toss and turn, his eyes glowing beneath his sleep mask as he sees his worst fears of not being enough for anyone, of dying, and the world telling him that he was wrong. Jean walks through the halls of Xavier's school, also not good enough, mocked by Emma Frost. Nightmare's smiles broader. A little lost girl, a child soldier, and then the host of the Phoenix. A little genocide does keep one up at night, he says. He floats away, coming to Laura's room, where she pops her claws in a sleep filled with anger and fear. But suddenly, Nightmare is grabbed and yanked away. He turns to see the mental image of Jean Grey. "Unhand me, woman!" Nightmare shouts. But Jean glares at him. "You will be quiet while I throw you out of here," she snaps as she slaps him across the face. She rises up and explains to him that she is an Omega-level mutant, but it is her love and kindness that make her strong. "You sanctimonious witch!" Nightmare begins to scream, but he is launched from the treehouse. Above the city, he calls his dark steed. "Mutants, humans, you are all insects. I am a nightmare, and I shall murder sleep forever if I choose," he bellows. Across the city, his powers shoot out like a wave, causing many to be lost in their nightmares. "Do you hear me down there, Marvel Girl? You've made an enemy tonight," Nightmare bellows. "I hear you, even all the way up here," Jean says in his mind. Nightmare looks up to see a massive Jean standing over him. "You are small, demon," she says. Suddenly, there are multiple Jeans walking towards Nightmare, who looks around in fear. "I am not weaker than you, and shame on you for taking advantage of Doctor Strange's death to come creeping around, pretending you own the place," she says. She slaps the demon horse on the back and causes it to sprint away into the night, leaving the city to return to a peaceful slumber. "Sweet dreams, everyone," she says with a whisper into their minds. Returning to the treehouse, she finds that Scott has awakened. "I see I'm not the only one who is having trouble sleeping," he says to his wife with a smile. "Scott, sleep is for the weak," she whispers as she wraps her arms around him. Meanwhile, Ben Urich is moving through a graveyard at night, and he isn't shocked to find that the grave of Nathan Summers has been dug up and the body is missing. He reaches down and writes a note in his pad. Time passes, and Ben Urich goes to see Scott Summers once again, finding the X-Men passing out food to the homeless outside their treehouse. He asks to speak with Scott privately, and the two go for a walk. "That man is dangerous," Jean says as she watches them walk away. "Which one?" Emma asks. As Ben and Scott walk through the city, Ben lets Scott know that he has evidence of the mutant's resurrection. "I don't know how yet, but mutantdom has solved death. Isn't that right?" Ben asks. Scott stares at him for a moment, speechless. "You understand, it doesn't just give you a nation, it gives you dominion," Ben says. He turns to walk away, telling Scott that he'll contact him tomorrow if he would like to make a comment. More time passes, and events rock the X-Men. But in New York City, snow falls. Two little girls look up at a cat stuck in a tree, unsure of what to do, but knowing that they can't leave it there all night. "What's his name?" a voice calls as it floats down and picks up the cat. "Joe," the little girl says in surprise. "That's a good name," the new superhero says with a smile as he hands them the cat and flies away. He continues to work in the city, saving people from fires and car accidents. He's stopped by Spider-Man, who welcomes him to the city and asks his name. But the hero doesn't have an answer for him. Later, Sunfire looks up into the sky as the Sword Station orbiting Earth warns the mutants of Fei Long launching his fleet towards Mars. As soon as he touches down on Arakko, "I'll escort him back through a gate to Earth," Sunfire tells them. He launches himself into space, quickly catching up to the fleet. He follows Fei Long's ship, which breaks away and steers towards Phobos, one of the many moons of Mars. "Fei Long to Earth. The dragon has landed," Fei Long says as he radios back to Orcus on Earth. He steps from his ship, prepared to start the first human colony in space. But he steps back as Sunfire flares in front of him and lands. "Fei Long, I'm sorry you came all this way, but I'm here to escort you back to Earth," Sunfire says. But Fei Long shakes his head. "I can make my own way back to Earth, in my own time. You may go now," he says as the rest of his fleet begins to land behind him. Sunfire steps forward, trying to convince the genius that establishing a colony on Phobos will be seen as provocation by the mutants on Arakko. Mars. The planet below is Mars. "And I couldn't care less whom I upset," Fei Long says as he turns away and activates his wrist computer. Sunfire sighs and reaches a hand out for Fei Long, preparing to drag him back to Earth. But below them, Iska and the mutant known as Vornak look to the moon. "What a brave little human making camp at our planet's doorstep," Iska says with a smile. Vornak growls and stretches his wings, lifting his axe as he leaps into the air and promises to destroy Fei Long. In moments, he lands on Phobos, glaring down at Sunfire and Fei Long. "I am Vornak. It was my axe that cleaved the head of Amenti, goddess of pain," he growls. Sunfire holds up a hand. "I am Sunfire of Krakoa, and I'm handling this situation," he says. But Fei Long still claims Phobos for humans. "Excellent! A contest!" Vornak shouts as he swings his axe. But Sunfire and Fei Long dodge out of the way. Sunfire blasts the axe, destroying it, and orders Vornak to stand down. The two continue to trade blows until Vornak turns his sight on Fei Long. "I admire you, human. You traveled far and died well," the mutant shouts as he rushes at Fei Long. But Fei Long opens his mouth and a blast of energy rips forth, destroying the top half of Vornak's body and leaving it to lay on the ground. "My God, what have you done?" Sunfire asks in shock. Sunfire has no choice but to leave Phobos. It doesn't take long for Fei Long to create his colony, radioing back to Orcus that it was a huge success. Meanwhile, humans have gathered outside X-Men's treehouse, leaving mementos to mourn the loss of Cyclops, who gave his life for the city. Captain Krakoa lands outside and enters the treehouse, where Scott drops the visual camouflage. He is unhappy about having to hide his identity. Later, he heads into the city in his civilian clothes. He decides that he needs to say something to Ewing. He dials a payphone and gets the reporter at his office. "Mr. Ewing, I'm a friend of Scott Summers. He told me about the story you're working on, about the mutants. I have some things I'd like to say, and was wondering if we could meet to discuss the matter, Scott says. But Ewing has no idea what he is talking about, informing him that he doesn't know what he's talking about and that he isn't working on any story about mutants. I've never met your friend Cyclops, but he seems like a good guy. My condolences to you, Ben says. Scott hangs up the phone, surprised and confused. Days ago, Dr. Stasis steps down from his lab and greets the chimera animals that he has created. Today is the day we spoke about. The Great War will begin before the sun sets. Earth will remember the blow that you brave chimeras strike against mutantdom today, he says. He offers the creatures glasses of champagne and toasts them. But the monsters don't realize that the liquid sends them into a blood frenzy, and he sends them out into the city. Go, my friends, make war! I must have his body on a slab by dusk, Stasis calls as the monsters rush through the sewers, the tunnels echoing with their animalistic screeches. After the battle, Scott is awakened from his egg, where he is greeted by Emma. He sighs and tells her that he should get going, that the X-Men will need him, but she shakes her head and looks at him sadly. Scott, you cannot possibly return to the treehouse. It was very public, she tells him. He asks her to show him, but she informs him that she's avoided all the news. I need to know, and I need to get back to the X-Men, he tells her as he stands and walks out of the chamber. Earlier, the Chimeras attack the city, coming up from beneath the streets. But the X-Men arrive to save the day, though they are under strength with Jean, Rogue, and Polaris on Araco. Cyclops lands on a nearby car and lashes out with his optic blasts, cutting through several of the monsters. Wolverine draws her claws and snarls at another of the creatures, causing it to run away in fear. In a nearby alley, Dr. Stasis watches from his command center. Damn it! We're not getting what we need, he whispers before turning to his personal chimera assistant and ordering him to head into the street. The creature known as Bornin grabs hold of a baby and rushes forward. Out of my way, One Eye! He shouts as he rushes at Cyclops. But Cyclops' eye glows red. Never! Now gently hand the baby over, Cyclops growls. Bornin throws the baby and rushes forward. Cyclops leaps for the child, not even feeling the claws slash across him. He lands gently and gives the baby back to its mother before he stumbles. The blood rushed down his neck. Cyclops stumbles and falls into a nearby pile of trash. But luckily, there's an ambulance driver already there. Ooh, that looks bad. There's good news and bad news. The good news is it wasn't a complete cut of your carotid artery, Dr. Stasis says, leaning over Cyclops in his disguise. And he reaches down with a scalpel. The bad news is, now it is, he says as he slashes through Scott's throat. He leans down and smiles. Let's try a little experiment. I'm going to tell you exactly where to find me, and let's see if you can remember when you come back. He whispers into Scott's ear. He gets up quickly as Wolverine approaches. I'm sorry, there was nothing we could do for him, he tells her as he gets back into his ambulance. And Wolverine kneels over Scott's body, crying for his death. Much later, Dr. Stasis stands in his lab once again, proud of his work. MODOK looks down at the petri dish of plague that he has created and smiles. He is proud of his work. The virus attacks the part of the brain that controls fight or flight. Testing it on the cruise ship has given him all the data he needs, as he and his AIM drones watch the people tear each other apart. AIM thanks everyone on this cursed tub for donating their lives. For science! He shouts as he kicks one of the rage zombies away. Meanwhile, the Blackbird approaches. MODOK really yelled for science? Cyclops asks Wolverine after she briefs him, and she nods. Somebody was live streaming aboard the ship before the comms went down, she explains. As they get closer, Polaris looks up and tells them that a ship is hovering overhead. But it seems to be psi-shielded. The rest of the X-Men disembark as Rogue steers the Blackbird to engage with MODOK's ship. Cyclops isn't happy about it, but he transforms himself into Captain Krakoa, since Scott Summers is still dead. The heroes leap down onto the ship, quickly trying to get the rage-filled cruise-goers under control. As they continue to fight, Laura looks to Synch and finally asks him about their time together in the vault. He finally admits to her that they had a relationship, but that it took almost 200 years before she finally warmed up to him. Broke me down that fast? She asked with a smile as she tosses another shipgoer. She turns to the approaching AIM drones. Well, I admire patience in a partner. Ask me again sometime. There are more beekeepers dead ahead, she says. There's the sound of combat in the next room, and she finally pops her head out. You are not going to believe what I found, she says with a smile. Synch sticks his head into the room, and the two find themselves looking at MODOK as he enjoys the buffet.
The food is the only reason to step foot on these filthy tubs,
he tells them. Synch steps forward and demands to know why MODOK did all of this to these innocent people. But MODOK just shrugs.
Because I could, for science, and eventually a tidy profit,
he says with a smile. Luckily, the X-Men have managed to save everyone they could. Wolverine steps forward and pops her claws. But MODOK uses his power to blast her into the ocean. He falls back as Synch hits him with a psychic blast. I could kill you with a thought, he warns. But MODOK grits his teeth.
Perhaps, but MODOK has psi shields, and I think you're missing a call from your friend. She says glob glob glob,
he says. Synch knows that he is right, and he turns his attention back to Laura, who he pulls from the ocean. MODOK blasts off, heading up to his ship.
I bid you adieu. Let this one go, mutants. I know where you live.
He laughs as he rockets away. But Captain Krakoa suddenly slams into him and knocks him back to the ship, and he floats over the killing robot. Synch, I'd like a private word with MODOK. Can you dial me in? Scott asks.
No, stay out of my head,
MODOK groans. In moments, Scott finds himself in MODOK's mind, where he finds the mad scientist at a suburban home, having a cookout with his family. MODOK doesn't seem upset by everything he's done, and Scott warns him that if he continues, they will find him. We know where you live too, he warns. Victorious, the X-Men give MODOK over to the US government. As they all return to the Blackbird, Laura continues to eat from the plate she took from the buffet. MODOK was right. The buffet is undefeated, she tells her teammates. Later that night, Scott sits in the branches of the treehouse, looking down on the park as Captain Krakoa. He is approached by Synch, who finally tells him that it was he who wiped Ben Urich's memories. I didn't know how you were going to handle Ben, and then you fell and didn't get a chance, so I acted, he explains. Don't apologize for trying to do the right thing. I've done far worse and accomplished much less while trying to protect our family, Scott explains. But Synch thinks it's worse than that, and he holds out a notebook to Scott. I asked for his notebook. It wasn't until later that I looked at them and realized what I snatched from Ben, Synch tells him. Scott flips through the notes and realizes that Ben saw mutantdom and Krakoa as immortal, as the miracles of Earth. Sync finally stands and offers to leave the team for his actions. But Scott shakes his head. "I'd say you're finished when Captain Krakoa says you are," he tells him simply. High above Arakko, Dr. Stasis looks down on the planet before returning to those he works with in Orcus, explaining to them that survival is at stake with their war with the mutants of Krakoa. "I've had an epiphany about the mutants' greatest vulnerability," he says, telling the group about MODOK's recent battle with the X-Men. "I have some of the science from the bodies he's dropped, but I would like to free him from prison and enjoin him to our cause," he says. And Nimrod steps forward. "I would like to meet this killing machine," he says. A short time later, Nimrod cuts through the forces guarding the secret prison beneath Area 51. He rips through the wall to MODOK's cell and destroys the guards in War Machine armor. "The area is secured, Doctor," Nimrod calls. Dr. Stasis leans inside the destroyed building. "Hello, MODOK. So nice to meet you," he says. He steps inside and offers MODOK a job as he frees him. "I'm offering you a position. Don't worry, it's not long-term or even a full-time one. We have a goal, and when we're successful, not only will you get to kill many people, you'll also help retake the planet. Life is too short to spend all of it fighting mutants, right?" Dr. Stasis says. Now freed, MODOK floats close to Stasis and smiles. "I'm intrigued. Tell me more," he says. Meanwhile, on Arakko, Storm has called the planet's council to meet, asking if they should return to make war with Amenth. While the vote is no, Storm also brings up returning to Otherworld to rescue Redroot. The former speaker of Arakko was captured during the tournament there. She doesn't call for a vote, though she would like volunteers to rescue the mutant. With this stated, she turns and walks out of the room. Meanwhile, Rogue and Gambit head to Obidus, a patchwork moon forged from scavenged ships, hoping to find the location of Game World. But what they find is Destiny, who informs her daughter that the thugs and mercenaries of Obidus don't have the location of Game World. But Rogue and Gambit get into a bar brawl. Shaking her head, Destiny heads to the bar and starts to drink, pointing out to Gambit while the fight is going on how she doesn't believe that he's good enough for her daughter. After the fight, Rogue walks over to her mother. "You were right, Irene. These bums didn't know anything. Let's go," she says to Gambit before walking out of the room. Gambit leans on the bar, picking up a cold bottle of booze that didn't shatter. "We both love her, Irene, but the difference is, my love don't come with no strings attached," Gambit says before turning and walking away. Destiny watches him for a moment before making strangling motions. "Hate you," she whispers in frustration. Back on Arakko, Storm goes to visit Sunfire, who offers to show her something on his land. "I brought a Mizunara oak sapling with me from Japan and planted it on the night I was elected to the X-Men. Arakko has given it special consideration," he tells her. He leads her around the house he is building and shows her the tree that Arakko has grown, showing the face of Redroot. "It seems our hostess is asking for help," she says. She looks to Shiro and tells him about the Otherworld. "I think Arakko is asking you to help find her voice," she says. On Arakko, Rogue sits upon a hillside and loads the special gun that Forge gave her. Phobos rotates around the planet again, and she fires. The gun fires a special bullet that allows Forge to completely map out the base that Orcus has built on Phobos, which allows them to secretly observe the installation. The X-Men go over the map, but it is Sync who points to a strange signal. "Hang on, what's this here? Is it a mutant?" he asks. Rogue nods. "Yeah, it's Nightcrawler's body," she says. He died on Phobos saving Arakko prior to Phalong's landing.
and his remains now appear to be part of the decor, Shiro explains. The Wolverine steps forward and points out that there is also a hint of adamantium on the installation. Jean believes that it is one of Logan's skeletons, but Laura shakes her head. No, there's one alive. It's a smaller amount of metal, enough to say a woman or a child, and it's in a box, she says as she begins to pull on her mask. Everyone asks her to slow down, but she glares at them. Try and stop me, she snaps. It was the next day that Laura cut her way out of the shipping container that she was hiding on. The team had taken bets on how long it would take for her to be spotted. She wondered if they would do that if Logan was taking the mission. But Scott had just smiled. He'd have opened the betting, he told her. She slips through the hallways of the Orcus base, hiding from the guards until she finally reaches the holding cell. She isn't sure if it is one of her sisters, one of the other clones that was created from Logan's DNA. She doesn't want to take the chance. Finding the stasis box, she opens it and is shocked at what she finds. Lady Deathstrike rears up from within, roaring with rage. "Where's stasis?" she bellows, slashing at Laura with her claws. Laura blocks the attack and jumps back. "Hang on, Deathstrike. You're a prisoner of," she begins, but Deathstrike isn't listening. "Of the X-Men? He traded me to Krakoa?" she asks. Laura tries to talk some sense into her, but Deathstrike doesn't listen and launches into another attack. Wolverine finally gets annoyed and pops her claws. "I tried the easy way," she growls. She blocked an attack and kicked Deathstrike in the stomach, stabbing her with her foot claws. "Listen, I thought you were someone else. Now listen and heal up," she says. But Deathstrike falls to the floor. I can't, she gasps. She looks up, informing Laura that she is dying from the metal on her skeleton. "It's poisoning you. I've seen it before. It'll be the end of us all," Laura tells her. She reaches out her hand, offering to help Lady Deathstrike, and the two of them begin to head for the exits. But as they enter another chamber, a voice greets them over the intercom. "I turned the lights back on to find the cockroaches scurrying about," he says. At their base, Jean is aware that Wolverine has been discovered, and Polaris collects her winnings. Fei Long hits a button and opens the windows to their chamber, sucking Wolverine and Lady Deathstrike into space. Laura tries to grab onto the floor with her claws. "Jean, if you can hear me, he's venting us into space. Ask Rogue how she is at catching fastball specials," Laura shouts in her mind. Rogue is instantly up, flying across the planet at supersonic speed. She passes through a gate to Araco and barrels off the planet, asking Jean to guide her to Laura's floating body. She catches the two mutants and quickly takes them back to Krakoa, where they are allowed to heal within the gardens. And Sync greets them with Chinese food from their favorite restaurant in New York. Afterwards, Laura invites Deathstrike to stay with them and join them for Chinese, but she refuses, knowing that Krakoa isn't the place for her. Later, Rogue reaches out to the one friend she knows has information on Game World. She puts through the call and smiles at the image of Rocket Raccoon. "I need to talk about Game World," she says with a smile as she leans forward. He looks around nervously. "Game World, huh? I'm guessing this is about a high-stakes game that I, don't know anything about. I don't know why you think I'd know about this place. I mean, that place. What do you want to know?" he asks her, trying to keep his voice down so the others at the table don't hear him talking. Later, the patrons of Game World turn in shock as the ladies of the X-Men walk into the room, dressed to kill. The floor manager steps forward. "Welcome, friends. What to do first, ladies? The spas, the shopping?" he asks. Rogue smiles and opens a box to reveal a crystal within. "We're here for gambling, sugar," she says. The manager nods and tells them that he will give them the most generous line of credit and wishes them luck. "We make our own luck," Laura hisses, as the ladies walk by him and into the casino. The ladies look around in shock at the amount of aliens that are gambling around them. Well, Rocket was right on the money. This place sure is something, Rogue says. Polaris nods and tells them to stick to the plan. Okay, have fun. I'm off to the scrapper, Laura says with a nod. The women all separate, heading to their designated stations. But Polaris gets distracted as she sees a green dress. Ooh, I have a few minutes, she tells herself. Back on Earth, Sink and Scott have headed into the sewers beneath New York. Hunting down leads to Scott's death. They find the path splits and they separate in the darkness. On Game World, Laura lurks in the shadows above as the guards pass by. She lands on the ground, creating just enough sound to be caught. The guards whirl on her and a strange voice comes out. Hey, Toots, nice to meet ya. You didn't think you could land on Game World and hide your adamantium, did you? Cordyceps Jones asks. He smiles at her as he lets his spores slip through the air and take control of her body. Now, be a dear and introduce me to your friends, he says. On Earth, Sink steps through a tunnel and finds Bornin putting the bodies of the chimeras into an incinerator. I guess Mr. Stasis is getting rid of the evidence, Sink says. And the monster glares at Sink. Forgive me if I don't tuck a tail for every mutant pretending to be Wolverine, Bornin hisses before launching himself at Sink. But Sink pops the claws that he borrowed from Laura and launches into the fight. He slashes through Bornin quickly and leaves the dead monster on the ground. Back on Game World, Polaris and Rogue are creating a distraction as Jean finds her way to the high-stakes table, where the aliens are still betting on the destruction of Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, you've had your fun. You've battered my home for your amusement, trying to kill us off and break our planet apart to fund this grotesque palace I stand in. If you stay at this table and you seek to profit off the demise of my home, then you gamble more than you realize, and none of you are safe, she says to the assorted aliens that stand before her. Someone makes a snide comment, but Jean breaks his hand with her mind. She orders the aliens to run and turns back to the tables. Show yourself, Cordyceps Jones, she orders. A voice calls to her immediately. Here I am, Red. In fact, I'm all around you, he says. Jean looks in shock to find Laura overtaken by the alien fungus. I got your friend right here, and she has come to see things my way, he explains. Laura leaps forward to attack, but Jean throws her to the side. You think everyone is afraid of me now? Wait till I've got the former Phoenix wrapped around my little finger, Jones says as his spores fill the room. On Earth, Scott comes out of the tunnel, finding Dr. Stasis sitting at his bank of computers and reading the newspaper. Nice to have you here, Captain Krakoa, Stasis says, seemingly unsurprised by this turn of events. He reaches for his cane and draws a blade from it. No need for the charades down here, Cyclops. You X-Men won't be able to mess with my mind as long as I'm wearing my mask, he says. But Scott explains there is no one here to mess with Stasis's mind. You came to fight your nemesis alone? You know, it didn't go so well for you the last time we were alone together, Stasis points out. He takes a swing with the blade, but Scott ducks underneath it and punches him in the face. He ducks under another attack by Stasis. You people are a disease spreading from a bloated tumor on an island. And by my surgeon's hand, you will be excised, he shouts, bringing the blade down towards Scott's face. But Cyclops blocks the attack and holds the blade steady. I've heard it all before, he says, before blasting Stasis in the face. The helmet shatters as the villain is knocked aside, but Scott's eyes widen as he sees the face beneath the mask. You, he gasps. and the face of Nathan Essex looks back at him and smiles. "I'm sorry, have we met?" he asks. Scott doesn't hesitate, and he launches forward and punches Sinister in the face. "You know what never gets old? Beating Sinister," he shouts. "After I'm done with you, I'm going to walk to Krakoa and dunk your puppet master into a volcano," Scott says. But Sinister just smiles as he crawls away. "You think I'm the puppet?" he asks. He whirls on Scott and tries to attack him. "That strutting monstrosity is just a failed experiment that polluted themselves with your vile genes," he says. But Scott dodges the attack and grabs him in a headlock. "Interesting. So you think you're the original Sinister?" Scott asks. Sinister says that he is the original Nathaniel Essex, and if Scott doesn't let him go, he'll detonate the explosives in the ceiling. Scott looks up as Sync walks in, and the ceiling explodes over their heads. "You lunatic!" Scott shouts. The mutants are blocked off from Sinister, who promises them that he will destroy Krakoa before turning away and leaving through a secret exit. "Watch your backs, Essex, all of them," Scott shouts before he and Sync head out of the sewers. On Game World, Laura launches another attack at Jean. Rogue rushes over, yelling for Laura to stop, but Wolverine roars in rage and stabs her. Polaris is suddenly there, also now controlled. She uses her powers to put a shield around Rogue and begins to squash her. Cordyceps Jones laughs from his chair and drinks his cocktail. "Ha! Now, will someone finally kill their planet? The water alone is worth a fortune," he shouts. But he suddenly stops as a realization dawns on him. "Ah, crud. That red-headed dame is just showing me what I want to see. Yeah, flark me. I can hear the psi alarms now," he says. The image shimmers and shifts, and Jean is standing over Jones as she continues to siphon the spores out of Laura and everyone else's bodies. "Cordyceps is awake a little earlier than I'd like. I still have work to do," she says, turning to Rogue, who siphons her powers and begins to help her. Jean continues to suck the spores from people's bodies, and Polaris wraps them up in a shield. "What are you doing to me? That's literally my body," Jones shouts. But Laura is there with her claws to his throat. "Let them do their thing, or I have to do mine, and your day will get even worse," she says. She tosses the fungus away. "Now let's throw him into one of those black holes and hit the buffet," she says. But Jean refuses, wanting to put the alien into prison. Polaris nods and creates a cage so that the spores can't escape. "I was only doing business, you crazy broads!" Jones shouts. "And it was only personal for us," Laura growls at him. With their mission complete, the X-Ladies turn back to the casino. To those that were under Cordyceps' control, Jean declares them free, and that Game World is now under their control. Back on Earth, Sync and Cyclops meet with Ben Urich, telling him about how they had erased his memories. They tell him the truth about mutant resurrection. "You were right. Mutantdom has solved death. I can't talk about the technology, and unfortunately, it only works for mutants. I can't stress that enough," Scott tells him. They offer to give Ben back his memories, but the reporter refuses, wishing instead to write the story now as he knows it. He thanks them for their time and gets up to leave. "It might be hard on you all for a while," Ben tells them over his shoulder. But Scott and Sync just smile. "What else is new?" Sync says. And so, the news of the immortal mutants break over the world. Cyclops is sure he'll be removed from the X-Men for leaking it, but he believed the world deserved to know. Meanwhile, on Phobos, Sinister steps through the portal from Earth. "You look terrible, Stasis," Fei Long notes. MODOK sits next to him. "Mutants again?" he asks. Sinister nods and puts down his case on the console. "Unfortunate that we didn't get to hang the mutants with a lie, but humanity will beg us yet to kill them all," he says. He smiles evilly as he looks at his compatriots. I trust our friend is ready for her debut at the Muty Gala. Let the fall of the mutants commence, he says.
Wolverine looks at his old watch as the sun sets over Krakoa, thinking to himself that this may be broken, but that's why he's using it. A digital clock makes sense. It tells the lie of a single moment that doesn't exist, and it's already gone when you look away. But a proper watch lets you see the possibility of all time. That's the truth that he knows for more than a century of living. Time is sideways. Time is forwards, time is backwards, and it's upside down. But that's just time. And then there's a voice asking if he's ready, and Wolverine clenches his hand, looking back at Professor X. Later, in another time, a woman sits on her bed, giving birth as her handmaid tells her that it's going to be okay. Breathe. It's almost time, Mrs. Xavier. Downstairs, Brian Xavier sits by the fire, hearing his wife going through labor, and tells the butler that he needs some fresh air. Yeah, fresh air. As he steps outside onto the balcony, he hears the trimming of bushes and he asks, "Is that Bowers? Why is the gardener here so late?" He calls out, but instead of answering with words, Bowers turns, throwing the trimmers. Before they can land in Brian's head, Wolverine tackles him to the ground, telling him to get inside and grab a gun if he has one. Brian nods, stumbling back into the house, and when Wolverine looks over, he sees Bowers with an Omega stamp on his forehead. The Omega Red possessed gardener climbs onto the ledge, but before Wolverine can attack, a bone tendril whips out, grabbing him by the leg, throwing him to the side. Back inside, the handmaid delivers the first child, but she isn't crying. She isn't even breathing. Back outside, Bowers tells Wolverine that there's no end, just endless beginnings, and he has no way of stopping this. Wolverine pops his bone claws. "Just try me." He charges in, throwing himself at the gardener, but just as he gets ready to cut out his throat, the possession fades and Bauer asks what is happening. Inside, Brian grabs his gun and he runs upstairs to his wife, but when he is called back, the possession has shifted from the gardener to the butler. The butler lifts his gun, but Brian turns in time to see him, and he blasts him with his shotgun. In the master bedroom, the handmaid says that they will mourn for the child later, but Sharon says that her name was going to be Cassandra. The handmaid nods, stating that they will mourn Cassandra later. They need to deliver the second baby. But at that moment, Brian bursts in, locking the door as his wife asks him what is wrong. He tells her not to worry. He'll protect her. The handmaid then says to listen to him. "Don't worry. We have to concentrate on the child." Brian looks out the window as he sees the reflection of someone strangling Sharon, and he turns back shouting to let her go. The possessed handmaid lashes out, grabbing the gun, bashing Brian with it, and goes back to Sharon, but that's when there's a noise. Wolverine breaks through the wall. The handmaid grabs Wolverine by the waist, throwing him into the ceiling, but Wolverine struggles to claw his way towards the possessed. She tells him to go ahead, stab her. She's just a poor, innocent bystander after all. Wolverine pauses, and she whips into the wall again, laughing. The old Logan wouldn't hesitate. You aren't even the same man anymore. Krakoa made you weak. Wolverine grabs a chair, breaking it over the woman's head, and retracts one of his claws, slamming his fist into her throat, pinning her to the wall. He yells to get out of her, but the woman tells him to kill her or she'll kill him. That's the only way. But then there's the sound of a gun being loaded. Wolverine looks back and Sharon is standing there holding the second baby, stating that she doesn't know who they are or what kind of monsters they are, but they will get the hell away from her baby. Meanwhile, in the present day in Moscow, the Russian military sits poised around a Krakoan portal when suddenly it begins to stir. Everyone points their guns as Omega Red steps out and he asks, "Is this how you welcome a comrade?" One of the soldiers asks if he is with them, and another says, "No, he's with the mutants." Omega Red grabs the man by the throat, throwing him. "I want to see the one in charge. Where is he?" A voice then calls out that is enough, and everything fades to black. Omega Red looks up, and Sage says, "Welcome to Russia. Arkady, welcome home." Back in our tale in the past, Wolverine keeps the handmaid against the wall, turning back, stating, Look, Mrs. Xavier, Sharon, don't. She pulls the trigger, blowing Wolverine away, freeing the handmaid. She lunges forward, grabbing Sharon by the neck, telling her to give her the child and she can live. But Brian throws himself on the handmaid, digging his fingers into her eyes, yelling, "Get away from my family!" As the two fight, the baby screams and Wolverine picks him up, cutting the umbilical cord. The handmaid turns back carrying the child and runs at him, and as she dives at him, Wolverine steps aside and she goes flying out the window. Wolverine looks down at the baby and smiles. Shh, shh. It's all right, Chuck. I got you. But then there's a shock and everything goes to white with Wolverine blinking, and he finds himself somewhere else. Before he even has a chance to look at the gear he's wearing, Sabretooth tackles into him, telling him, "You're dead, you stupid runt!" Except Sabretooth isn't trying to kill him. He's trying to save him from the oncoming fire. Wolverine looks around at the war zone, telling him, I don't remember this. And a voice tells him that he's in Columbia. He looks over to see a shade of Jean Grey telling him that his target is 25 miles north by southwest of here. He has to save Xavier. The clock is ticking.
Now we go to Deaths of Wolverine, issue number 1. Moira McTaggart was supposed to be the savior of Charles and Eric. That after so many lifetimes of protecting them, they would in turn protect her. But they lied. Xavier's dream is now her nightmare. Moira McTaggart is depowered, exiled, and erased from history. She has no choice but to accept it and just run. Even after running through the cipher, she can still feel Mystique's hot breath on the back of her neck. After stumbling out of the portal in Scotland, Moira waves down the local farmer passing by with a truck. He asks if he can help her, and instead of answering with words, she punches him, taking his truck and smashing the cipher to block anyone from following her. Later at Kinross Estate, Moira laughs to herself, stating that there is a certain poetry about it, really, sending her back here, where things began and where her end is only beginning. Everything about who she used to be and where she's going, and how it's soon to be gone. But she isn't going to just sit back and let them take a blade to her throat. Moira begins to cough when she looks at the blood in her hands, and she stares, thinking that she never had to fear death before. She was always reborn. Maybe it's time for that to change. A few days later, back at Krakoa, Black Tom goes to enjoy himself with a drink when he notices that there is something off about his drink. It's moving. At that moment, there's a shudder across the land, which to the people of Krakoa is normal. Krakoa is always changing. But this change, there is something wrong, something deep in the roots and the nerves. And as Black Tom tries to determine the source, the land splits open and something grows before him. Back with Moira, she goes to visit Dr. Jane Foster just to see how bad things are. And just as she guessed, Jane has stage 4 cancer. Moira says that Krakoa has petals, right? And Jane says that they both know that getting those petals that will cure anything is nearly impossible. And even then, they won't cure cancer. Moira shouts that she knows that, but it can slow down your cancer. All you need right now is some time. As Moira falls to her knees, Jane kneels with her, asking if she's going to explain what's going on, and Moira tells her that she can't. Jane says that she came here instead of going to them. Why? Moira gets up, stating that they already think that she is dead, and some might not be too happy that she's still alive. Just forget about all of it, okay? She can't really explain things better than that, and she is not one of them anymore. Suddenly there's a knock at the door, and a nurse pokes in, telling Jane that she's needed back in the morgue. Apparently there's some sort of emergency. Jane tells Moira that she'll be back in a few, but as she leaves, the nurse's skin begins to turn blue, revealing it to be Mystique as she begins to make her way towards Moira. Moira asks whatever happened to never killing a human, and Mystique laughs, telling her to listen carefully. Calling herself a human? Just like that? You're no longer a mutant, Moira? Moira grabs her bed and throws it into Mystique, yelling that she created all of this. Their disgustingly perfect Krakoan society only exists because of her. Her work. Her lives. Moira built this world. And this is how you thank me, Mystique? Mystique yells that if she ever really believed that, she'd want this too. But before Mystique could attack, the doors are blown off the hinges, pinning Mystique to the ground. Jane, in her Valkyrie form, tells Moira to go, breaking open the window for her to escape. Mystique grabs her gun and begins to fire, yelling to stay out of this, but Moira manages to get away just in time. Back over at Krakoa, Black Tom takes a closer look at the growth and sees that it's a sort of egg. It suddenly splits apart and a person begins to walk out of it. And Black Tom looks at the figure asking, what are they doing here? What is this all about? There's a schnick. Black Tom is struck down as the clawed shadow walks away. Later in Newark, Moira tries to change up her look to try and throw everyone off of her trail to prevent those from trying to murder the mother of all of the mutants right now. And she notices an unusual amount of men in suits floating around. They have earpieces, runner's legs, and bodybuilder torsos, not to mention the bulge of shoulder holsters beneath their jackets. Why are there so many CIA agents here? Just then, one of the men grabs Moira, asking if she would mind taking a walk with them, and she snaps back her arm, taking the agent's gun. She runs off trying to make an escape, stealing a motorcycle, telling herself that the CIA wants her in a cell and the mutants want her in a grave. Between them and the cancer that is eating its way through her body, her chances of surviving all of this aren't looking great. She can't reset time anymore. She can't be reborn anymore. If she dies now, it's all over. But if there's one thing that she's learned from all of her lives, it's that dying doesn't agree with her. Meanwhile, back in Krakoa, in the cradle, Professor X and Jean Grey watch over Wolverine when Jean suddenly feels someone. She looks over, stating that it's impossible, and Professor X asks what is it, and she calls out to the shadowy being asking, "Logan? I don't understand, is that you?" And the Shade tells her, "I'm no one. I was never here." Cutting over to the Lives of Wolverine issue 2. Wolverine has for all time left his mark on the world. But now he's going to put a good dent into the universe, or at least die trying. After clawing his way out of the underground fight club in northern Canada, Wolverine steps out into the blizzard and a shadow of Jean tells him that he's starting to look a little skinny. Anyway, he's 50 miles northwest of here. The wind chill is -30, and the way there is an obstacle course of ice hammocks and crevasses. Wolverine rides off. Good thing that I'm in the body of an idiot teenager that thinks that he's invincible. The world turns white and Wolverine finds himself back in Japan with his wife Itsu. Jean clears her throat and Wolverine tells her, "Just one more minute. Please, Jean." However, Wolverine isn't going to relive his past. He's here to protect the life of Charles Xavier from a mysteriously time-hopping Omega Red. The world changes again and Wolverine finds himself in Colombia fighting alongside Sabretooth and Maverick in some form of guerrilla warfare. But this place doesn't look familiar. And while Sabretooth and Maverick are fighting, Wolverine pulls back. Jean guides him through the forest, telling him that Charles is here as a part of a larger coalition, and they hope to save the Amazon rainforest and the indigenous cultures that are being extinguished by deforestation. But as they come up to a small village, Wolverine stops and Jean asks him what is wrong. Wolverine says that he doesn't remember it at first, but he remembers it now. Seeing the lab, it busted open a lock in his brain, and after they destroy it, they're gonna go after the surrounding villages as well. Hundreds of villagers will be mowed down, mass graves, burn piles. It was to send a message: fear America more than you fear the cartel. Jean stops him though, informing him that while he is in the past, he cannot stop Team X, Wolverine's original team, and save Xavier from the time-hopping Omega Red. He has to save Xavier. Wolverine tries to tell her, "You don't understand. This is the worst version of myself, the one that I wish I could take back, correct the unforgivable things, and I'm going to fix it." But again, the world changes. This time it's on Omega Red though, not Wolverine. In the not-so-distant past, Wolverine and Domino are leading it up, bringing Omega Red in for a trial run, one where they need to find and capture Maxim Ivanov. But while Omega Red went looking for the target, someone else found him. Omega Red heard the voice call out to him, and then suddenly, with the pull of his hair and a sharp pain in his chest, he turns off the surveillance that has been put inside of him after he was killed, and brought back to life without his knowledge. Omega Red says, "I don't!" But Sage tells him that he might not believe him, but he will. And then he will come back to Russia, where he belongs. Soon, Sage fades away into smoke, disappearing from Omega Red's eyes, and Wolverine calls out to fall back, because Maxim isn't here. But back in the time of Columbia, going over back to Wolverine's time-traveling adventures, he makes his way back with Sabretooth and Maverick, with Maverick telling him, "See, he probably decided to drop a deuce." Without warning, Wolverine shoots Maverick in the leg and then opens fire on Sabretooth, altering the flow of time itself. The two scuffle with Sabretooth asking, "What are you doing?" Wolverine pops his claws, pulling the pin on a grenade, blowing the two of them back. Maverick coughs. "I don't get it. We were a team." And Wolverine tells him, "You're better than this. You've always been a survivor. Get out of the game while there's still time." And as Wolverine leaves, Sabretooth radios back to the Professor, telling him that the mission has gone to hell, and Wolverine went AWOL. The Professor responds, asking if they need an extraction, but Sabretooth tells him, "No, I'm just telling you, I'm gonna go kill Wolverine." But time shifts again, and Wolverine finds himself fighting against a possessed wife of his, A.X.E. Omega Red has been tainting the past, appearing in places throughout time in an attempt to kill Charles Xavier. Omega Red died and was brought back to life without his knowledge of what was done to him during the time in between, who had his body, who manipulated him. And as Wolverine is battling with his own wife, recalling something Jean told him, she told him that there would be consequences for his time-hopping adventure. And Wolverine's unborn son is that consequence. Dakin. As he slashes, he tells himself that he can't, but he also cannot. Meanwhile, back over with Deaths of Wolverine #2. In the middle of nowhere, Oklahoma, Moira McTaggart is tightening her hoodie as she coughs, placing an energy drink and caffeine pills on the counter of the corner store. The cashier says that she must be in for a long night. And Moira tells him to get her one of those burner phones. The man tries to ring things up, stating that he saw the license plate. "Pennsylvania, huh? Long way from home? Sorry to be so chatty. Doubt I'll see anyone until I clock out at 5. She grabs her gun, pointing it at the man. Good. After tying up the man and taking a bit of the cash from the drawer, Moira goes back to her car, telling Jane Foster. Before Jane could even really respond to the fact that Moira just robbed a gas station, Moira tells her not to say her name. Jane says that she's glad to hear her voice and wondered whether or not they caught up. Moira says that she wanted to apologize for dragging her into this entire mess. She just hopes that everything is okay back at the hospital. Jane tells her not to worry about that, but listen. There's some follow-up tests from her samples. The cancer that Moira has is unlike anything that she has seen. There's what appears to be a floronic matter woven into it. Moira says the no place biome. They did this to her. She needs to go now. Thank you again, Jane. Jane asks what is she going to do, but before Jane could even finish that sentence, the phone was out the window of the speeding car. Moira then goes to a motel where she thinks back on everything. This wasn't supposed to be how things were going to turn out. It was her dream too. It was her dream as much as Xavier's. She's gone from being the secret weapon that they protected to the curse that they want to erase. Mystique found her and she's going to find her again. She has a pretty good guess of how they're tracking her. But while Moira's trying to figure it out, somebody is at the counter looking for her. Moira begins to set up everything in the bathroom. First, she plugs in an iron, pouring several bottles of iodine in the tub, and then sits in it drinking her whiskey before taking a deep breath. She takes out a large knife and begins to heat it up, and once it's ready, she slams it into the black arm, pushing it in until it falls off. Trying not to scream, she grabs the iron, pushing it against her open wound to cauterize it. Outside, Mystique grabs a few towels, and the man at the counter screams for her to take the knife out. But Mystique walks by, transforming into him. She goes to Moira's room, knocking on the door, explaining that she brought clean towels. But with no answer, she kicks in the door, opening fire, finding nothing. She pulls back the sheets to find the severed arm. And then hears a quiet beeping. But before Mystique has a chance to see, the bomb under the bed goes off. Meanwhile, back on Krakoa, Forge works away in his lab when Jean telekinetically asks, what can he tell her about the pod that Black Tom found? Any progress on that? And Forge says that he's still trying to crack the analytics, but there's one thing. In the same way that you can examine stone or ice by coring it, you can do the same thing with mature plants, like trees. Well, the thing is, it's Krakoan, and it's old as all hell. The timelines just don't match up. Xavier asks, what is he saying? And Forge tells him that the thing appears to be 1,000 years older than the island itself. The egg doesn't belong here. Back over at the motel, the fire begins to spread as the police and the fire crews arrive, but walking up in the shadows is the Wolverine in black. He looks at one of the officers scanning him, and the man tells him to stand back, but Wolverine grabs that man, pushing him away, beginning to walk into the fire. He looks down at the burning body and the scan tells him phalanx signal located. Warlock identified. He stomps on the skull and begins to walk out as his body is burned away, but he moves as if he's unaffected by the flames. He goes into the office, popping a single claw, jacking into the computer, beginning to scan. Images begin to appear of one man in particular, and then the search comes back with a location, Mountain View, California. The other officers rush in telling him that he just assaulted a police officer and now he's trespassing on a crime scene. But Wolverine turns back telling them not to interfere, as one of the officers fires his taser. You were warned. He sends back the shot, taking out the officer. And then meanwhile, on a hill overlooking the motel, Moira watches through the scope of a rifle, stating that she has lived and died and lived, over and over again. The mutants always met their end. They wanted this time to be different, and they got their wish. She has seen the future. She just didn't think it would happen so fast. Now back over with the Lives of Wolverine, issue number 3. With the help of Jean Grey and Charles Xavier, Wolverine has been living through some of his past lives in an attempt to stop a time-traveling Omega Red from killing Charles Xavier and his ancestors. In the year of 1900, Benedict Xavier found his ship stranded in the north while also dealing with a mutinous crew. However, the mutiny wasn't just because of their situation, it's because Omega Red was jumping from body to body, forcing Benedict to act. As Charles' ancestor fought to stay alive, a young Wolverine rushed to help, but was stopped just short as the ice began to crack all around him. Through the frozen waters, a giant white whale emerged, threatening to swallow Benedict Xavier, leaving Wolverine with little time to even act. However, this isn't the only battle that Wolverine finds himself in today. In a post-war era Japan, where Wolverine thought he could quietly live with his wife Ewing, Omega Red's rampage extends its reach to Wolverine's personal life. As Ewing is still carrying the unborn son Daken, Wolverine begs her to snap out of it, to stop fighting him. "I don't want to kill you!" But Omega Red says before he goes hunting for Xavier, he was going to remove Wolverine from the equation. "Jean, I need your help! I need to know what happens to Daken!" Wolverine is then grabbed and held underwater as Jean tells him that she doesn't know. They don't have enough time to even determine what would happen or if Daken would be erased if he fought against his ex-wife. While struggling to breathe, Wolverine notices blood spilling into the water. Blood he didn't draw. He breaks from the bone tendrils calling for Ewing, and he sees her held in the air, skewered by Romulus's claws. Romulus laughs as he doesn't know what he's interrupting, but it can't be a surprise to see him again. But the time shifts again, and Wolverine is now running through the jungles of Colombia with Sabretooth close behind him. Wolverine yells that he doesn't have time for this, he needs to find him. Focusing on slowing Sabretooth down, Wolverine takes aim at a beehive, shooting it so that the hive lands directly on Sabretooth's head, angering the bees enough so that they stop Sabretooth. Back over in the 1900s, Benedict is struggling to free himself as he tries to light a barrel of gunpowder on fire to throw in the whale's mouth. But as he's lifted, Wolverine slices through the bone tendrils, dropping Benedict back onto the boat as he grabs a flaming barrel, throwing it into the wolf's mouth. Back in the Japan story arc, Wolverine is slowly losing himself to his rage. And this isn't supposed to happen. I'm not even supposed to be here. I just need to hurt Romulus enough so that he runs away, beat him enough so that he never returns. But then again, later he'll send the Winter Soldier to do his dirty work. Wolverine then hears Ewing calling out to him, but it's not the strained, twisted voice of Omega Red taking over her body. No, it is the unpossessed, actual wife of Wolverine. With both Charles Xavier's ancestor's life and his wife's life at stake, it's time to focus on the Charles in Colombia. Wolverine claws his way through the thick Amazon, where that Charles is being interviewed. But Jean scans the area, stating that something is wrong. He's supposed to be here. They followed him to this exact place. Omega Red has to be here. As Wolverine begins to slow down, he tells Jean that Omega Red is here, but it's me that he should be afraid of. And at that moment, Omega Red takes control of Wolverine's body. But with Wolverine spread across 3 time periods right now, we go back to the Deaths of Wolverine issue number 3 to see what is happening with Moira. With tensions heightened at the appearance of a cybernetically enhanced Omega Wolverine, Laura and Gabby are still new at understanding the situation. While returning to Krakoa, Laura hears a voice calling out to her, and just as it does, her instincts take over, and she immediately lunges towards the source. As she jumps through the projection of Professor X, he says that he should have known better than to sneak up on any of them. He then touches Laura's forehead to show her the situation regarding this Omega Wolverine. Laura says that it looks like Logan, but it's not him, is it? Regardless, I sense that I would be the second in line for this job. Why don't you just send the real Logan? Professor X tells her that he is currently indisposed. Please, I will mentally offload an intel briefing so that you can prepare. But you must understand, I can only tell you so much. Everything hangs in the balance, and who better to send in pursuit of a Wolverine than a Wolverine? At that moment, Gabby jumps down ready to fight. I think you meant to say Wolverines! Meanwhile, across the globe, at the Epiphany campus in Mountain View, California, Arnab Chakladar prepares to unveil his new line of tech products to the world when Dolores Ramirez of the CIA stops him before going on to take the stage. She tells him that she would like him to come with them. They've recently received a tip that he is being targeted. Arnab waves her off, telling him that he thinks not. He won't be canceling the event when he's seconds away from going on stage. But while they're trying to convince him to leave, a car crashes through the entrance, and more agents surround it with the door opening, revealing the Omega Wolverine. Alarms begin to blare in the theater, and Arnab is directed to leave as they attempt to get him to safety. But as he's making his way to the helipad, Omega Wolverine claws his way through the security, but then just barely misses the helicopter. But what no one sees is that the helicopter has a stowaway. Moira has managed to climb aboard the chopper undetected by Arnab's staff. After the short flight, Arnab arrives at his safe house in the north of San Francisco when Moira attacks. She places a gun to the back of his head, stating that she is sorry that his launch was ruined. But what she's about to tell him is going to more than make up for it. As the two head inside of the bunker, Arnab asks what does she want? Money? He has all the money in the world. Moira tells him that she doesn't want money, she wants to save their lives. Put on the news and it'll all make sense. Hesitantly, Arnab does this, and there are reports of an attack by the Omega Wolverine at the Epiphany campus. Moira tells him that they are here to kill him and others because of what they're going to do together. The fact that he is being hunted proves that it's going to work. Meanwhile, back at Mountain View, the Omega Wolverine continues to tear through the CIA agents when Laura and Gabby attack him, asking, "Who are you?" "Laura, if I have to kill you, I will." She asks, how does he know who she is? And Laura pushes her and Gabby away when a third voice calls out to Wolverine, and Dakin steps out. "Hey, old man." The Omega Wolverine looks over his shoulder, and Dakin attacks him, telling him that they convinced him to come because they said that this would be therapeutic, to hunt down the worthless version of some wannabe version of the old man. But the way that he fights, the way that you speak, the way that you smell, you're really him, aren't you? Wolverine steps back, retracting his claws, waiting for a moment, and then says that none of them make it. He knows how each of them are going to die. At that moment, Wolverine falls to his knees, grabbing one of the wounds that he has suffered, and Gabby asks what is wrong with him. Dakin tells her that he's hurt, but Laura looks a little closer at the wound and sees cybernetics inside, thinking he's sick. Back at the Tech Guru bunker, Moira tells Arnab everything, and though he would have called her crazy, he listened. She explains that he's going to be the man who saved the world from the mutants. At the end of it all, instead of running away, Arnab said okay. He makes a new arm for Moira, and once that's working, he asks her, "Do you think it's risky that we're going to be playing God?" If he wants to go down that road, then the logic would apply that God created a species capable of making those leaps. The real risk is letting mutant kind go unchecked. They've already mastered resurrection. People think of them as gods, but they are devils. We now jump a millennium from now through time. We see the end of time, to the point where Moira says that the Phalanx were going to claim them. The time for ascendancy would arrive. She thought that he would want to know that the world is going to end tomorrow. We then see who Moira is talking about at this end of time, and Logan steps out of the brush, telling her, "I thought you were dead, but why? Why is all of this happening?" She tells him the answer is her. She is why the world is ending. And she has been waiting a millennium for this moment, to kill the last mutant. And it is at that moment that she infected Wolverine, and he became the Omega Wolverine. And this is the end of one story, and the beginning of another. Back over in the Lives of Wolverine, issue number 4. With the many former lives that he has been jumping into to try and stop the death of Professor X, there is a time where Logan finds himself looking up at the eyes of Dr. Cornelius when he was in the Weapon X facility all those years ago. Cornelius tells him not to worry, he won't remember this. He won't remember as he continues to study the limits and the potential of his body. But Cornelius takes a blood sample, looking at it under a microscope, and notices something strange, like a sort of contagion or a parasite. Cornelius looks over, stating that before they root it out of him, they're going to run a few experiments to better understand the anomaly. He won't mind, will he? Of course not. At that exact moment, Wolverine jumps into the mind of his own former self. Wait, you need to listen. But at that moment, Omega Red takes control of Dr. Cornelius, beginning to activate the machine and electrocute Wolverine, telling him, whatever your plan was, I'm going to mess it all up. You can't send a weapon after me if a weapon doesn't exist! However, the parasite inside of Wolverine slowly begins to take hold and spread, covering his entire body in black. Omega Red, in control of this other body, looks down. What is this? Wolverine rips the tubes and wires connected to him away, slashing his way out as he sits up, possessed by Venom! Wolverine lunges off the operating table, and Omega Red grabs whatever machinery he can, throwing it to try and keep Wolverine away. But this is a pattern starting to be seen throughout all of Wolverine's past lives, a constant point. Anytime Omega Red would try to interfere, there was Wolverine or something close to stop him. Whether it during the events of Pearl Harbor, back in Columbia, or the Weapon X facility, there's no stopping Wolverine on whatever mission he is on. And in our current time, Jean is reaching out, pulling Wolverine back to his mind, stating that there is something wrong. She can't find the consciousness of Wolverine. Did she lose him in time? When Omega Red entered his consciousness, it's like somebody wrestled the wheel of the car away from her. They need to find Wolverine's brain. Professor X leans down to connect with Wolverine, asking if he's there. Can he hear him? And suddenly Wolverine grins, slamming his claws into Professor X's shoulder. Loud and clear. Greetings from Russia. I'm so glad that we're finally connected, Charles. Speaking through Wolverine is Mikhail Rasputin, smiling as he stands over Omega Red, controlling him in Russia. Now we go to the Deaths of Wolverine, issue number 4. As the Omega Wolverine story goes on, he explains how he came to this time period. After Moira infected him, she told him that she saved him over and over and that they were the ones who did this to her. That when they got what they wanted, they stripped her of her powers and exiled her. But he had a failsafe. With one single claw, he stabs into his left eye. Logan reaches in to pull out a small seed, dropping it into a small hole. After a few seconds, that seed sprouted, and Logan tells them, I'm not the praying type, but I'm putting this one out there for whoever and whatever might be listening. Let me fix this. Not for me, not even for mutant kind, but for life as we know it. Once Wolverine finishes his story, he and the others race to Arnab's bunker to try and stop Moira, but as they arrive, they find that Moira has already escaped. Wolverine grabs Arnab. Where is she? But he tells him that he doesn't know, so Wolverine throws him to the ground, not believing him. Arnab reaches for an energy blaster and shoots Wolverine, but before he can get the second shot off, Dakin and Gabby stop and restrain him. Laura looks at Wolverine hunched over, asking if he's okay. And Wolverine tells her, yeah, I'll be fine. She wants to know then what happens when he's not okay. What if his healing factor can't keep up with the phalanx infection that is inside of him? Wolverine tells her, you have to kill me before we kill Moira. He then turns, slamming Arnab into the wall, telling him, I think I'm on the right side of history with this, but let me tell you about the future a bit. This is Dakin. He dies quickly in an energy blast from a sentinel. This is Gabby. She's depowered by Nimrod and ripped in half. This is Laura, Wolverine. She's tortured and experimented on for years as her organs and skin are harvested. This is my family. And it isn't just them who dies, it's all of the humans. They all get gobbled up in the end, Arnab, because of what Moira does later. Now, I can promise you, on the graves of my children, I won't kill you if you tell me where she went. Arnab is silent for a moment, but then he spills the beans. Krakoa. She went to the island of the mutants. Wolverine looks at Arnab, shooting a claw into his nose. He screams for a moment, but then he stops. And Gabby asks, I thought you weren't going to kill him. He'll live. His knowledge won't. Now we'll need to destroy the lab, down to the last microprocessor. Meanwhile, over in the armory on Krakoa, Moira is sneaking in looking for the neutralizer gun that stole her powers, with hopes that it might be able to reverse the effects. If she can gain her powers again, she can die and redo all of this. She can be the one in charge of everything. Moira says that after all they have been through, all the mutants have done, she was like a cancer that they just had to cut out. And Professor X says that it wasn't his decision. They created a government, one that he believes in. His personal feelings don't outweigh the Council's wisdom. Her data was never stored in Cerebro. Her memory was never put into the cradles. This is it. This is her life. If she dies, it ends. He begs her to guard it more carefully. As a peace offering, he can offer her Krakoan medicine. Not only can she not be resurrected, but that gun? At that moment, Forge grabs her from behind, telling her that it won't work the way that she wants it to. It depowers. There are no reversals. He made sure of that. She pushes him off, shooting him with the gun, asking, how does it feel to lose something that was central to you, huh? Soon you'll all know, because I'm gonna burn your island down and dance through the ashes. She puts on one of the suits of armor in the armory, and she grabs a hold of Destiny. You had a rule. No precogs. It was a good rule. Just look at the mess that I've made of everything. Everyone's trying to blame me, but it isn't me, is it? Mystique was the blade, but I'm the hand that wielded it. And then with a flash of light over at the gate, Wolverine rushes out, slamming his claws through the armor and into Moira's stomach. She screams as she knocks him away, shooting him with the gun, and now without his healing factor, Wolverine's body begins to succumb to the phalanx infection, the virus within him that is making him half robot. He begins to rip away at his flesh, yelling to Destiny that she needs to get away, because we are phalanx! But back over in the Lives of Wolverine number 5. Professor X tries to keep his connection, looking for Wolverine throughout time and space, looking for his consciousness throughout all of his lives. But Omega Red in the possession of Wolverine's body, the modern-day Wolverine drives the claws in deeper. Jean tries to force Omega Red out, but she struggles from being choked, stating that the power on the other end of this, it's not just strong, it's unfixed. It keeps changing and rearranging itself throughout time. She doesn't know if she can hold on. Professor X says that he doesn't know how long he can hold on to this either. They've never fully understood what Mikkel was capable of, but we know this, that he is a reality breaker. Omega Red is here, Wolverine is gone, and somewhere in the wreckage, they need to find Logan. The real Logan, the modern day Logan. Over in the year of 1900 in northern Canada, Captain Xavier asks, wouldn't he reconsider with his exemplary service in the past few months? There's no doubt that he would be sworn in as a citizen of England. Logan steers the ship, telling him that he said it before. I will swear no allegiance, because I have no loyalty. Not to anyone. Xavier sighs, telling him he doesn't wish to pester. They drop the anchor, and Logan grabs his things. It's been fun, old man. Taught me a lot. Appreciate that. But my company is best suited for the woods. Xavier stops him, handing him his watch, telling him that he owes him something at least. It's a compass as well as a watch. So no matter how deep he travels into the wilderness, hopefully he'll never lose his way. And as Logan leaves, the Wolverine of that era ends up taking over. Meanwhile, back in the present, Omega Red struggles to remain in control of the modern-day Wolverine's body, with Mikkel asking what is going on, what is happening. Omega Red says that Wolverine is clawing his way back. He's carving me out of his mind! With one final push, Wolverine gasps for air as he forces Omega Red out of his mind, throwing off the helmet. Jean hugs him, and Wolverine laughs. Jeannie, Chuck, when I was bullied out of my head, I managed to get a glimpse into Omega Red's. He knows where we are, and how to end this. Back in Russia, Omega Red pulls the Cerebro sword out of his chest to sever his connection to Wolverine, and he sits up asking Mikkel if he's alright. Mikkel simply tells him that he failed. Nothing will ever be all right. Over and over, despite all the time in the world, all the opportunities provided. You have failed Russia, Omega Red. Omega Red yells, no! We were in this together. Send me back further. I'll go 500 years back, 1,000 years back. And Mikkel tries to pry the sword away from Omega Red. Omega Red pushes him away, and Mikkel says that this is not a democracy.
You don't have a voice. You are a tool, a failed one at that. You didn't even realize what's coming. He is coming. He wants his revenge. Omega Red begins to panic, and then as he looks at the sword, a gateway begins to open, and out of it steps Wolverine. Omega Red looks at him. Just you? Just me. No more tricks, no more dodges, no more bullshit! The two begin to run at each other, exchanging blow after blow, but never stopping to feel the hurt that they were inflicting. Whether it be in the past, the present, or the future, there is one constant between their battles. Wolverine has always come out on top. The two tear and rip at each other until Wolverine gets that one clean swipe, cutting off one of Omega Red's hands. Omega Red screams, wrapping a tentacle around a tree, ripping it off, slamming it onto Wolverine, pinning him to the ground. He then grabs a hold of the sword, beginning to walk over, and seeing this, Wolverine hacks away at the tree trunk. Once it finally breaks free, Wolverine throws himself upwards to feel the sword stab into his neck. And he falls limp for only a moment before he laughs. Omega Red looks over to see Wolverine's arm thrusting through the opening in his chest where the sword once was. He then buries his other arm inside, and with all of his strength, he pulls them apart, ripping Omega Red's body in half. He looks down at the two halves, making sure that neither are moving before finally pulling the sword out of his neck and then falling to his knees. Later on Krakoa, he shuffles into the point and tells Sage that he figured he best get this to her before he falls over to take a year-long nap. And he falls into a chair. Sage takes the sword, telling him that she's sorry, but he can't rest yet. The island? It's under attack. Wolverine looks up with his only good eye, asking, "What? By who?" Well, by you, actually, Wolverine. Now for the conclusion with the Deaths of Wolverine number 5. Somewhere in the mind of Professor X, he sits on a bench enjoying a peaceful life around him, when suddenly the birds around him fly off in a panic and he looks up to see a woman coming at him. Moira is holding her stomach. "Screw you and your dream. I wished I'd never met you, you coward, you traitor! I won't let you win. I won't. I can't. Die." Meanwhile, out in the forest, Omega Wolverine tries to run and get away, and Sage radios in asking if anyone has eyes on him. Laura, Gabby, and Dakin are all chasing the Omega, with Laura stating, "Did you mean to say Wolverine or Wolverines?" And Gabby tells her, "We're all Wolverines, including the Omega." Sage asks where are they, and Laura says that they are 3 clicks south by southwest of the Blossom Bogs. Heading due north, it's like he knows where he's going. Sage quietly says the cradle. He's heading to the cradle. The phalanx is an intelligence, but it's also a contagion. A contagions purpose is to spread and further its corruption. Cerebro is a port, an access point from their biotech network. And this is the phalanx's best chance to upload its living malware. And wait, where are you going? Sage gets up, walking over to the Cerebro sword. But back in the forest, Laura lunges in for an attack, tearing away more of Wolverine's flesh. But he spins back, stabbing her in the chest. "We are Phalanx! I'm sorry!" Basically, at this point, he is nothing more than an adamantium skeleton and circuitry. And Dakin throws himself into the fight, punching. But even his hand breaks on the metal rib cage. Wolverine attacks him. "Stop me! We are Phalanx! Stop me, Dakin!" Dakin is knocked down, and Gabby asks why work harder and not smarter? Up above, she pushes off a large boulder, but before it can land, Wolverine cuts it in half. Gabby jumps down, but she too is easily swatted away by this monstrosity that was Wolverine. But then somebody calls out, "Hey bub, why don't you pick on someone your own size?" And Logan from the current time period, now back in his right body, steps out. He pulls out a small compass with a watch inside and shows it, asking the Omega, "Do you recognize me? Do you recognize this? Somebody gave it to me, to us, a long time ago, so that we would never lose our way. Might be broken, but you know what it tells me? Your time is up." Logan charges in with his claws ready as Omega Red shouts, "This is the time of Phalanx! As soon as we port into Cerebro, we will be Phalanx! All will be Phalanx!" As the two begin to fight, claw against claw, Logan tells the others to stay back. They've sacrificed enough for him. This wasn't your job to suffer for whatever wrongs I've committed. Not now, not ever. The Omega begins to overpower Logan, but out of the woods, Sage runs out with her sword, but gets knocked down before she has a chance to even swing it. Logan quickly gets back up, grabbing at the handle, but he slams the sword down through the adamantium ribs of the Omega, pinning him there. There's a bright green light followed by a loud shoom as it explodes, sending everyone flying back. And as the dust settles, all that's left is a skeleton scrubbed clean of its circuitry. Sage's counter-programming burned out all traces of Phalanx, and the island took care of the rest, absorbing the nightmare version of Wolverine. And it was over. Later, in a Krakoan bar, Jean says the timeline's still here. Krakoa is still here, they are still here, and Professor X says that he'll drink to that. No, this ain't about celebrating. It's about surviving. The others ask him why is he always so grumpy. They won. And Logan says, only for now, kid. When you live as long as I have, you know that there's always more mayhem waiting around the next bend of the trail. And as the mutants enjoy their peace that they fought so hard for, Moira had one last trick up her sleeve. Because if she died here, she would be born again. This time, online. But in her 11th life, there's no question as to her imagination. She is more than a body now, she is an intelligence. Deep from within a shallow grave, a hand reaches out of the dirt, pushing away as a mechanical form crawls out. She's still here, and she's hoping that they're all looking forward to Moira's swan song.
Paris, 1919. Nathaniel Essex sits quietly on a park bench, reading a newspaper that proclaims the end of the war. He looks up as Irene Adler approaches. The two exchange pleasantries, but Irene quickly warns him of an approaching war. It will change everything. I know you're an evil man, but I fear that our fates are joined together. I think we need to be on the same side, she tells him. He smiles at her as she leans in and whispers in his ear. At her words, his eyes grow wide and he begins to choke. Black liquid leaking from his eyes and mouth until he falls to the ground. You're a ghost, he whispers before he dies. Irene looks down at him as Raven appears over her shoulder. What did you tell him? She asks. But Irene can't tell her, only asking that Raven trust her. The lovers take each other's hands and walk through the park. I will tell you if you ever need to know. And we must hope that it never comes to that, Irene says. The present. Mr. Sinister steps through a portal into his hidden lab, smiling as he looks at his medical abominations, and he walks over to his computer. Let's see how it's holding up, he says. He looks at all of the previous logs. So I'm 26, he says with a surprised smile. He looks at the logs of past events, telling him what led to this point. Today is a red letter day. I must remember to act surprised, he tells himself. Later, at the Quiet Council, Magneto stands up and gives his resignation, telling the group that he is retiring to Mars. The rest of the council doesn't seem at all surprised, with most of them knowing already. But Sinister storms to his feet. What? He shouts, realizing quickly that his surprised reaction might have been a little too much. Some aren't sad to see Magneto go, with Emma getting to her feet and demanding a vote to remove Magneto immediately and not allow him to vote on his replacement. The vote passes and Eric leaves the room. Sinister isn't surprised about this, having already learned that Charles and Eric revealed the truth about Moira to her. The Quiet Council quickly begins interviews with potential new council members. Afterwards, the members discuss the candidates, but Sinister shakes his head and walks out. I can't help but think there's someone better for us. If we're an elite council, let's be elite. Nothing but the best for the Quiet Council, he says. It is Exodus who goes to the Five, telling Hope, who he believes to be the mutant messiah, that she should have a place on the council. Hope doesn't like that Exodus believes her to be some sort of messiah, but Exodus persists. Enough of the acolyte stuff and cut to the chase. What do you want from me? She asks him. He smiles at her and explains. Later, the council is interviewing Celine, a mutant vampire and one of the externals. She makes the case that she has knowledge of the ancient mutants and magic, that she will be a valuable member to the council. But she is interrupted as Hope walks down the entryway. Yeah, that sounds like a good pitch, but it needs to be me, she says. Charles looks at her, reminding her that she has not been invited to the council. Yeah, I know, but I think we can cut to the chase, Hope says. She points out that the Five need to have representation on the council, as they are the linchpin in Krakoa's society and should have a say in the workings of the nation. So, if we want it, the Five needs to have representation. We want it, she says. Sinister looks at her and smiles before turning to the rest of the council. Am I the only one who hears an "or else" here? He asks. But Hope shakes her head and turns to leave. I don't think that people hearing that I was refused is going to make the council very popular. It's not really an ultimatum. I just don't really see you having any other option, she says as she walks out of the room. The council is quiet for a moment before thanking Celine for her time. The vampire turns away angry, reminding them that the external gate that reached Arakko was created from the bones of her murdered externals. Think of the disruption if that gate just went away. And yes, Sinister, you hear an "or else," she says as she walks out of the room. Sinister sighs inwardly. He knows that Celine is bluffing, but he loves her cape. Afterwards, the council votes. Sinister knows how everyone will vote, and will vote against Hope so as not to arouse suspicions. But when the vote gets to Destiny, she decides against Hope, and Sinister is shocked, and is now aware that the vote will sway in the wrong direction. He needs Hope on the council, and he suddenly raises his hand. I'm sorry, I've thought about this, and I want to change my vote. Give the girl a chance. Spirit of youth, fresh blood and all that. Yes, he says. Everyone looks at him with a little bit of surprise for the moment, but the vote passed. Afterwards, Sinister stands, not wanting to make eye contact with Destiny, believing that she must know something. Charles goes to find Celine, letting her know that she has not been given a spot on the council. Celine, you're quiet. Are you taking this particularly well or particularly poorly? He asks her, but she just smiles. Feelings? As if they matter. This is quite simple. You made a decision, and you'll live with the consequences, she says. She raises her hands, and a massive monster raises from the ocean depths. The external gate was made whole once more. On the beach, the council stares in horror. I thought she was bluffing, Sinister shouts to the others. The monster rears back and bellows fire onto the island. The more heroic mutants leap into battle with the monster as Sinister turns to Irene in anger. Did you know this was going to happen? Why didn't you say something? He snaps at her. But she shakes her head, reminding him that he never understood her powers. I don't see the future because there is no the future. There is no destiny, she says as she and Raven turn to walk away. Sinister turns back to the battle. Crap, crap, crappity crap, he whispers to himself as he turns to leave. He returns to his lab quickly, knowing that he can just start over, try again. He reaches for a shotgun and aims it at the tank, preparing to start anew. But he pauses. No, one day, that's not enough, he whispers. Putting the weapon down, he turns back to his computer and orders it to record the battle, knowing that his future selves might be able to get some knowledge from it. He turns back to the stasis tanks, smiling at his clever plan, knowing that someone born with the ability to start over after they die and remembering everything is incredibly useful. But thinking that 10 deaths wasn't nearly enough and surprised that Moira never thought of his plan, He looks up at the tanks filled with Moira's clones, proud of his work. Krakoa. Hope looks up at the massive monster that Selene has created, knowing that it is because of her that this happened. Charles tries to talk Selene into destroying the beast, but the vampire shakes her head. Consequences, Charles, just consequences, she says before disappearing and returning to her home in London with her vampire cult. As Hope moves through the crowd, ordering other mutants to get everyone to safety, Magneto and Storm have engaged the beast, with Magneto using his powers to impale it with metal that allows Storm to channel her lightning better. The monster roars as it explodes in a shower of blood and falls to the ground. But as it does, Destiny begins to shake. Emma senses her terror as she reads the mutant's mind. This is a mistake. Futures, realities, warping. Oh, I feel sick. Just stop. Destiny gasps. Emma orders the others to cease their attack, and it is Dr. Nemesis who warns the mutants that destroying the monster will not only hurt Krakoa, but its connections to Otherworld. Storm stops her lightning immediately and watches with terror as the monster begins to heal and get to its feet. By the goddess, she whispers. Hope continues to help people evacuate until Exodus arrives and asks her to leave. "I'm not leaving anyone behind," she shouts. "Even I can't protect them all," he tells her. But she looks to him and explains to him that since he grows more powerful as more people believe in him, if she mimics his powers, then she'll be even more powerful. People believe in me much more than they believe in you, right? So together, she says as she reaches for his hand. Combined, the two are able to create a shield that blocks the monster's attacks, allowing everyone to escape. In his lab, Sinister sighs as he continues to watch the battle. He opens his gene closet and picks a particularly strong gene. "It's a shame to remind them exactly what Sinister can be," he says as he steps back through the portal and appears at the battle. He drinks the potion and begins to transform. His body becomes a mass of muscle, bone, and claws. Charles looks at Sinister in shock. "Oh, Essex, what are you doing?" he asks psychically. Sinister rushes forward and fires a blast of energy from the diamond in his forehead. "Hero stuff, you know how it is," he says as he slams into the monster and throws it to the ground. "I'm going to get the kaiju clear of the island, but in about 6 seconds, I'm going to need a rescue," he says to Charles. But the gene wears off quickly and a massive explosion rips everything apart. Afterwards, Sinister floats in the ocean as the monster begins to reform. But Nightcrawler appears and teleports him back to the shore. Shouldn't I have a hero moment, Kurt? Crowds applauding, palms cast at my feet?" he asks. Kurt looks at him and cocks an eyebrow. "You would, if you were a hero," he says. Sinister looks at him. "Touché. But while I cannot change my history, you should realize I am as committed to Krakoa as anyone. We at least bought a reprieve together today," he says. Nightcrawler thinks about it for a moment before giving him a thumbs up. "Well done. You bought us time," he says before walking away. Sinister stares out at the ocean. God above. People who think the best of people are just the easiest, he says to himself. Charles calls the Quiet Council together within his mind, having a meeting on how to defeat the monster in the span of mere moments. Afterwards, Destiny goes to Hope and tells her that she has seen a vision. At 1907 Greenwich Mean Time, Selene will step through a window in London. I have ascertained the address. She will stand there for a second, and then she will die, Destiny says. Hope stares at her for a moment. You see probable futures, not certain ones. What are the chances of this happening? Hope asks. Destiny and Raven turn away. I dare say higher after this conversation, Destiny says over her shoulder. It doesn't take long for Hope to put her plan into action. She acquires a rifle and mimics magic's power, allowing her to teleport through limbo. She appears in London and begins to fall from the sky. But as she passes by the building where Selene is staying, Hope fires her rifle and kills the mutant. With her dead, she returns to Krakoa and brings Selene back. Welcome back, Selene, Hope says before knocking the woman out. Exodus steps from the shadows, taking control of Selene's mind and shutting the monster down. With Krakoa saved, Exodus snaps Selene's neck in one swift move. Later, Hope stands before the council. There was an opportunity, I took it, she explains. Some members of the council are impressed by her plan, but Charles leans forward. I have a question, Hope. Would you bring Selene back if she were at the top of the queue? He asks. Hope looks at him. I think we should table that discussion for now, she says. Afterwards, the council disperses, but Destiny is still weak, unsure of why the creature seemed to disrupt time and space. She stumbles, and Raven catches her. I haven't felt like this since over a century at least. Thinking of a bed, a summer. No. Destiny suddenly gasps before falling to the ground. Raven rushes to her side. You're a ghost, Destiny whispers again and again. When Irene's powers first manifested, she was given a vision of all possible futures at once, and it nearly drove her mad. The visions would eventually take her sight, but she would take what time she had left to write her prophecies in 13 volumes, hiding them in a mix of truth and lies. In the present, she lies on her bed, stealing from the visions that fill her mind. Scan her gently, the surface only, Raven orders Emma, giving her her best threat. Emma nods and looks into the woman's mind, seeing that she is lost in her visions. Emma tells her that the council is planning a meeting, but there is no reason for her to be there. You can stay with Irene, Emma says softly. But Raven shakes her head. She knows that if this was to be the end of her love, Irene would have warned her. My wife will not leave me like this, Raven says as the two leave the room. More images appear in Irene's mind of when she first met Raven. There were possible futures where she never met the love of her life, where she was trapped in loveless relationships. But inside, she found Raven, which allowed her to live the best life she could see. She was a nexus point that allowed for everything else to happen. But Irene also knew something else. For the future to happen, I had to die. She had warned Raven of this, warned her that it would happen this way, and that she would leave her alone. At the Quiet Council, Charles has finished explaining the true history of Krakoa and Moira to Hope, who nods. I understand, so why is it a secret? Why don't we just tell everyone in Krakoa? We should do that, she tells the group. But Charles tells her that this is a terrible idea. Come on, Charles, you knew what you were getting. Why did you give me a Cerebro helmet if you didn't want me to get more involved? Hope asks. But Charles looks at her with shock. I did no such thing, he says simply. Council begins to murmur amongst themselves. Some are looking at Raven, but it is Sinister who smiles. I also had a strange visitor. Magneto came to me, asking for the Destiny DNA. I was entirely convinced it was him, but now that Hope has revealed this shocking truth, and if the shape changer in question wasn't me, I wonder who it could be, he says with a smile as he takes Raven's form. The real Raven gets to her feet in a rush. Take my form again and I will murder you, she shouts in anger. She stares at the group angrily. You know, Burning all this down was my other option. Lying to a few of you to bring Destiny back is better than that, she hisses. Back with Destiny, she continues to thrash in her bed. Her visions show the council arguing about Raven's lies. But Irene suddenly sits up, her sightless eyes staring at possible futures. Of a war with an eternal people, of the mutants overtaken by Sinister, of magic bringing the mutants to hell. She sees the cosmos, where Sinister is destroyed by an enormous exodus. In that moment, Essex merely gloats, promising Exodus that he has learned enough and will see him again. And then she sees darkness, as if Essex's death triggered the end of the timeline. But only Moira could do that. Irene sits up as her visions solidify in her mind. No, Moira's gift could do that. Nathaniel has cloned Moira, she suddenly realizes. The council continues to argue about Mystique's actions, but they are interrupted as Destiny walks into the room. War is coming in weeks. We must fight for our immortality. We must be ready, she warns. The council sat back down, discussing the issue. It is Exodus who believes that the mutant prophet is correct. Later, Destiny and Raven return to their home. Destiny sits at her desk, telling her wife that she must write. She writes into the night, her sightless eyes crying as she turns to where her wife lays in their bed. She cries because in all the possible futures that she saw, Raven wasn't in any of them. Emma awakens in her bed, her diamond form glistening in the soft light. She is taken to sleeping in her diamond form because it is when she is most protected. She gets up and walks through her home, looking at the dress that she plans to wear for the upcoming gala. Later, she walks into the gala, but now the world has become aware of the mutants' immortality. An ambassador asks her for a moment and discusses the mutants resurrecting, telling her that if they were to offer it to key members of world organizations, it would go a long way to governments helping their people come to terms with the fact that mutants can no longer die. Emma turns to him with anger. Over 16 million dead, she hisses, reminding him of all the mutants who died on Genosha while the world governments looked on. But the ambassador is unfazed. Krakoa has made deals to secure its future before. This is just another one, he tells her. Emma sighs for a moment. I'll talk to the council, she says. Later, Essex stands before the council after hearing Emma's words. Perhaps this is an opportunity. If the world leaders are interested in letting me clone them and giving me an opportunity to meddle with their genes, we should embrace it. Who wouldn't want a kill switch on all the world leaders? He asks. But Charles holds up his hand and asks Essex to stop. Charles leans forward as news arrives in his mind. A man just died. He tried to inject himself with mutant growth hormone and took his own life. Thought that if he died a mutant, he'd come back. Oh, the poor fools, Charles whispers. But the council seems unfazed. Can we be blamed for the stupidity of humanity? Exodus finally asks. But Emma stops the discussion, telling the group that they have more important issues to discuss. I have some memories from Scott, and I'd like to present them, she says, showing everyone the images of Scott when he confronted Dr. Stasis, who turned out to be Nathaniel Essex. Everyone is shocked by the image of Sinister's smiling face, but with a clover on his forehead instead of a diamond. He claims to be Nathaniel Essex, the real Nathaniel Essex, not the clone that we have here, she says. Sinister looks around in surprise. I don't understand. He begins to rabble. The council moved quickly. But Sinister is already out of his seat, using a gene bomb of Nightcrawler's powers to teleport. But Exodus is up quickly, spotting Sinister outside where he is using multiple man's powers to try and disappear into a crowd. Sinister arrives at his secret gate, but finds Destiny waiting for him. "Hello, Nathaniel. Don't you want to know what's going on? You can't run from this. Don't be a coward," she tells him. But Sinister fires at her before rushing into his portal. He arrives quickly, shocked by what he has learned. "This is new. How could I have missed this?" he wonders. But he picks up a pistol and prepares to execute Moira's clone, knowing that he can start over. But he pauses, thinking about Irene standing next to his portal. She knew I'd be there. She could have stopped me. She knows something. But what? Does she suspect it? If she does, she'd suspect my failsafes. So does she think that playing to my pride would stop me? He says, practically babbling to himself. He finally turns away from the clone in frustration. "Infuriating woman!" he shouts. He looks to his jean closet, knowing that he can destroy everything and start time over again if he fails. With this in mind, he steps back through the portal, his hands in the air. "Hello, darlings. I'm back and quite contrite. I'm very sorry. I panicked. I'm looking forward to helping you all get to the bottom of this," he says, kneeling before the members of the Quiet Council. "I will clear my name," he promises them. Exodus steps forward. "Kill him. We can always bring him back when we make up our minds," he says. Raven moves to shoot Sinister before Destiny suggests the pit. But a ray of light suddenly fills the air, and Sinister disappears in a puff of smoke. "Please say he's dead. We're overdue for a stroke of luck," Emma says with a sigh. But Destiny shakes her head. "I don't think so. He's been kidnapped," she says as she looks up into the sky. 1943. Raven slips from the shadows, taking on the form of a blonde bombshell. The two soldiers look up in surprise as she approaches. "Gentlemen, I appear to be a little lost," she says with a smile. They are too stunned to speak, so she moves in and knocks them out quickly with an uppercut and a kick. She smiles at them again as she shifts once more to take on their form. Moving through the army base, she finally finds what she is looking for. People building strange stasis pods. "Hello, Raven. Please tell me you didn't kill the poor soldier," Irene says as she comes up behind her lover. Raven returns to her normal form, shocked to see Irene there. But as Destiny leads her through the building, she explains that while Nathaniel Essex is an evil man, he is necessary to the future of mutant kind. Irene leads Raven topside, promising her that Nathaniel will eventually get what's coming to him. A powerful, annoying, bald psychic thrashes him while quoting German philosophy, Irene explains. Raven sighs and shakes her head. That does sound annoying, but I'll bet it doesn't finish Sinister for good. He does like to cheat death, she says. Raven reaches out and hugs Irene before disappearing into the desert. How did he manage to come back after the first time? She wonders. London, 1895. At 221B Baker Street, Raven has taken on the identity of a brilliant private detective, with Irene acting as her assistant. The two of them are looking into the Saucy Jack murders, and their investigation has led them to the Milbury house, where they meet Nathaniel Essex, who is a supposed survivor of the latest attack. He greets them at the door and invites them inside, though he asks them to get to the point quickly. I fear time is somewhat pressing, he explains. Irene nods and steps forward. I'm aware of your work, Dr. Essex, and your Essex factors, she tells him. She informs him that his work will only end in madness and asks that he turn away from it. Nathaniel merely looks at her for a moment. I'm not sure what intrigues me more, that a blind woman claims to read or a woman claims to have sufficient mind to read me, he says. But Raven, now in the form of Sherlock Holmes, steps around the subject and asks Essex about the attack. I was walking. I was attacked from behind. The brute was disturbed. I survived. I can be of no further help to the great detective, he says simply. The two thank Essex for his time and step out into the night. Do you want a clue? Irene asks Raven as she changes back. Absolutely not, Raven says sharply. That night, she walks through the city, having now taken on the disguise of a damsel in distress. But a scream pierces the night air. Raven transforms at once into an armed assassin and rushes forward, rounding the corner into an alleyway where she raises her weapon. But her eyes widen in shock as she sees a muscular Essex smashing a man's head against the wall. Why, hello. You look interesting. I bet your blood would look super all smashed upon the wall, yes? He says with an evil smile. Raven aims her rifle and fires, blowing off half of Essex's head. I still live, he says with a laugh as he leaps up and begins to scale the wall, his fingers digging into the stone. Raven follows him quickly and hunts the beast to the Milbury house, where Irene waits outside. I don't need you. I found him all by myself, Raven snaps. Irene smiles. I know. Well done. But I am curious, she says. Inside, the two women find Essex changing back. This is beyond your understanding, ladies, he tells them as he crawls away. But Raven reveals her shape-shifting to him. You're Essex men? He gasps in surprise. The trio retire to Essex's study, where he explains that an ancient Egyptian gave him great power. But he couldn't control the gift, and it turned him into the monster that they met. With what he did to me, I may not outlive this century, Nathaniel explains, but tells them that he must, for one day man will fight against each other, and eventually the clockwork minds that man is creating. But it is only by science taming the supernatural can they hope to fight against their future clockwork beings. He steps forward and draws a diamond onto the chalkboard before them. I have to plan for the long game. Despite my current predicament, the monster in me will be tamed, and I will see the 20th century. And the next, and the next, and the next, he says. Raven is simply confused. Why are you telling us this? She asks him. Essex turns back to her, a crazed look in his eyes. One day, there will be a war between people like us and people who are not people. We must be on the same side, he says. But Irene steps forward and knocks him out. I will never be on the same side as men like you, she snaps. The pair deliver Essex to the authorities, who leave him in a mental institution. In the darkness of his cell, Nathaniel promises that he will live. He sees the future, sees black and red. But his eyes suddenly go wide. You're a ghost, he begins to whisper. The next day, Irene and Raven discover that Nathaniel died in the night. Irene goes to the Milbury house, where she begins to look through Essex's research. She searches the basement, where she discovers 4 tanks that have been broken open, and on the top of them are 4 symbols: a diamond, a clover, a heart, and a spade. Krakoa. The Quiet Council continues their meeting, discussing the news from Arakko and the prospect of allowing human resurrection for the purpose of allies around the globe. But the meeting is interrupted as Sinister walks through the door. Glad you could join us, Sinister. You can read the minutes to catch up, Emma says as Sinister stalks past her. Destiny looks up from her chair at that moment. Exodus, she says. The Holy Mutant looks at her. Nathaniel is about to kill Hope, she says as she leans back. Sinister looks at her in anger, still trying to get his pistol out. "You spoil sport!" he shouts before Exodus uses his power to blow up Sinister's head. Everyone is shocked and Kitty looks up from the bloody mess. "What's going on?" she asks. It was earlier that Sinister decided that enough was enough. He had already reached the first stage of his plan, putting Hope on the council. But he didn't want to have to go through Judgment Day again, so he created 2 more Moira clones and tried to reach stage 2. With his save point reached, he picked up his pistol and prepared himself. But, okay, Destiny will interfere. Well, one way to sidestep that, he says to himself after he returns to the save point. He tried blowing up the council, but Destiny saw this and Kurt managed to teleport everyone away and Exodus blew up Sinister's head. He tries to kill Destiny before Hope, but she sees this and Raven attacks him. Hope takes Exodus's gift and blows up Sinister's head. He tries using a mech, but Hope and Storm blow him up. He tries using a sniper rifle, but Exodus finds him quickly. He tries using a psychic trap which kills Xavier. But Emma becomes a diamond and punches through his skull. He tried transforming into a giant monster and managed to kill half the council, but both Destiny and Hope managed to survive. The last time, he enters the council chamber claiming to be ready to clear his name from the Clover Mr. Sinister. He offers them a psychic imprint that will clear his name. The psychics begin to look at it, but it is a batch of cloned Xavier brains turned into a psychic bomb and immediately shuts them all down. The pulse tears apart the psychics, except for Exodus and Hope. Sinister unleashes his next attack, cloned Scott Summers' eyes with wings. They fly around and blast everyone. With a laugh of glee, Sinister rushes forward and uses Gambit's genes to implode the inside of Exodus. Now, Exodus is dead, so you're not copying his gift anymore, Hope. So, are you still indestructible? Sinister asks as he turns to Hope. He raises a pistol and fires it at her, blowing her up. Sinister laughs at finally completing his task before teleporting away in the smoke and destruction. Afterwards, the rest of the council regrouped, shocked by the events. Bringing Hope back will be difficult, but they have contingencies in place to do it. "What the damn hell was that man thinking?" Shaw asks as he looks around. Kitty begins to gather everyone around her, promising to bring Sinister to justice. "I can find him," Destiny tells her. And Kitty nods with determination. "Good. Let's go dig this bastard out of whatever hole he's hiding in, and then throw him in ours," she says. In his secret lab, Sinister rushes to the computer and orders it to speed up the second clone of Moira's growth cycle. "I need a save point, and I need to be out of here," he shouts. He turns away as the computer works, wishing he had done more, but knowing he can work with what he has. "I can handle it. I have to. I am not going back to bloody Judgment Day," he says. At the Quiet Council, other mutants have begun to gather the dead, with Cable picking up Hope and carrying her to the people of Krakoa. But the fail-safes work, and Hope is brought back from the dead. "What happened?" Hope asks as she stands, turning to see her dead body. "Sinister," Sync informs her. The rest of the Quiet Council is resurrected. Question: does Sinister still breathe the same air as actual mutants? Exodus asks. For now, the Council is leading the X-Men to him, Charles explains. Emma stands. "Oh good, if we hurry, we can get a little revenge. It has such an ugly reputation, but sometimes it just hits the spot," she says angrily. The X-Men arrive at Sinister's secret lab, but Sinister lets loose his chimeras on them. The first is an Eye-Boy Cyclops hybrid. The creature lashes out with numerous optic blasts. "X-Men to Council. Things have escalated. Requesting support," Cyclops shouts. A portal opens and the remaining members of the Quiet Council appear. "At last," Shaw says with a smile. The mutant launches into the battle, but is met by hybrid clones of Wolverine. As the battle rages, Jean reaches out to find Sinister's mind. "I have him, Kurt!" she shouts, sharing the location with him. Kurt bamfs away, but is shocked to find a brain in a jar. "Decoy brain!" he shouts. The battle continues to rage onward, and Sinister's escape shuttle is finally powered. It rips through the ground, but the resurrected members of the Quiet Council have arrived. Hope and Exodus take each other's hands and reach out, using their combined powers to rip Sinister's ship in half. It plummets to the ground in a ball of fire, but Sinister survives and pulls himself clear of the rubble. Emma stalks forward and kicks Sinister in the face, knocking him to the ground. "Well, Nathaniel, I don't think you need Irene's gifts to guess what happens next," Charles tells him. Sinister is returned to Krakoa, where he stands trial for his actions against the Council. Shockingly, he is found guilty and imprisoned beneath the soil of the living island. In the pit, Charles stares at the spot where Sinister stood moments ago. This is a wake-up call. We must be better in the future. We cannot act like we have. A useful monster is still a monster. Sinister is gone. Let us make a better, kinder Krakoa, he says. With nods, the council members turn and leave the chamber. Destiny pauses for a moment before reaching out for Raven's hand. "My love, we must leave immediately," she warns. Later, in his chambers, Charles watches the sunset before turning back to his room. He looks at the mirror there and quietly reaches up to remove the Cerebro helmet. He smiles as he reveals the sinister diamond on his forehead.
The sun rises over New York as Playboy millionaire Tony Stark sits in a high-end restaurant with the Eternal Cersei, stating that they should probably cut to the chase and save everyone a lot of time. "Why are we going to be fighting within a day or two?" Cersei laughs. "Wow, can't even let a girl finish her Bloody Mary first. Frankly, I'd much rather be picking a fight with the mutants. They're such plagiarists. Returning to life is our thing." Tony sighs. "Yeah. You're not going to make this easy, huh?" Cersei goes to take a drink, telling him that he knows that she has never been easy. At least, not in this. Before she could finish her sentence, there's a bright light in the sky as the Phoenix comes rocketing in, grabbing Cersei, taking her off into space. A few moments later, Carol Danvers radios in that the target is pacified. They'll bring her in. However, it isn't just the Avengers who have an inkling of a war coming. The mutant Destiny also sees it coming, but she can see who it is that they're going to be fighting. Who brings the war? The Eternals. The Eternals will try and kill the mutants. As for why, it is yet to be determined. Nightcrawler rushes in to inform the Quiet Council of Krakoa and the Great Ring of Arakai. Back on Earth, Cersei begins to wake up, struggling in her restraints, asking, "Where am I?" Tony walks up in his Iron Man suit, telling her that he needed a safe place to talk to her. So she is here in Avengers Mountain. But he is a bit suspicious. Cersei asks if he can just get this over with. "Do you have a PowerPoint you want to show me or something to wow me into compliance?" Well, last month, the Eternals snuck into the Avengers Mountain to try and get cosmic stuff. And it was only when your mission failed that you told us the truth. That Thanos was on Earth somehow leading the Eternals. I regret that, Tony. But there are things only the Eternals can know. And only we should stop Thanos. And we did. At that moment, the door opens. And a voice says, "This isn't the way, Tony. Cersei was an Avenger. We have to show her some trust." Captain America walks in, stating that the Eternals are going to war. "Tell us why, Cersei."
Cersei plays coy for a moment, stating that the only war that there will be is when people find out how they've strapped her to an uncomfortable chair. Cap stares and Cersei's eyes widen. You're serious? A war? An actual war? What do you know? Tony holds up a projection stating, thanks to you guys hiding Thanos, I've been monitoring for celestial energy. Last week we had a huge spike off in the Pacific. In the last 24 hours, there's been a steady pulse. Something is warming up. Cersei tells him that whatever it is, she's not a part of it. The Eternals aren't a team, they're a society that she and her friends left. She isn't the Eternal that they need to worry about. And that Eternal that she is referring to is Druge, which, just an hour prior, spoke before the Council about their need to correct excessive deviation. They've protected the Earth for over 1 million years, but what they now face are deviants, and of course he's talking about the mutants. Their X gene came from the deviants. They're no longer humans, and they've already colonized Mars, and worse yet, they've escaped the chains of death itself. Their deviation will go on forever. That is why Druge has been honored to be the prime Eternal in these hours. The other Eternals know his plans, and he is just asking for approval from the Unimind. Let him bring fire and death to those whom it's their eternal duty to correct. And with a unanimous vote, Druge's plan was approved. Not only does Druge have the support of the Unimind, but he also has the insider information from another particularly vengeful mutant, Dr. Moira McTaggart. Thus, the psychic assault on Krakoa began. But while Professor X and the Quiet Council began their defense, Druge sent Uranus, the Undying, to lead the assault on A.X.E. But while the attack on Mars will provide a serious detriment in the revival process of the mutants, it wasn't Druge's main plan. He didn't want to stress the system, he wanted to remove it. And that would mean taking out one of its key members, Hope Summers. Wolverine caught wind of the assassin before they had arrived, but it was already too late. Jack of Knives had already incapacitated Hope Summers and stopped Wolverine from getting close before making his escape. While Druge knows of the mutants' key to revival, he also knows how to dismantle their leadership. An attack on the Five and the mutants' ability to revive wasn't the only target of this war. The attack on A.X.E. was also coordinated with a planned attack on key figures, including Magneto. Druge's plan had worked, mostly. Jack of Knives was not successful in killing Hope, and because of that, he would enact the next part of his plan to remove the mutants, and that was to deploy the Hex. To ensure that the people of Earth rally behind him, Druge then sent out a message to everyone's tech device across the globe. Even though he could psychically tell the world, he felt that that was too invasive, something that the dirty mutants would do. No, he decided to speak to the world with his own voice and reassure them that as their protectors, they are aware that the mutants have overstepped their bounds. However, they just have to ask everyone to not be afraid of the towering death machines that have emerged off the western seaboard of the United States. Captain America sees all of this coming through, and now with their information from Cersei, he calls out to assemble the Avengers. But before they even determine their plan of attack, the alarms go off to intruders. Tony rushes over as 3 people appear in the Avengers Mountain. The woman says that her name is Ajax, the Keeper of the Old Way. This is Makari, the Keeper of the New. And the annoying mutant with useful talents whom they gagged is Sinister. Allow them to explain. What the Avengers are facing right now is a holy war born of Holy Scripture. A god can rewrite the scripture and end the war. They just simply need to build a god. Help them build their god. Tony says that the plan is pure hubris. But speaking broadly, I'm pro-hubris. But how on earth do you think that we can make a god in a few hours? And Ajax looks around and informs them that Avengers Mountain, their home, is a god, and they're currently living in it. While Tony and the others get to work on figuring out how to create a god, the Hex move into Krakoa, forcing all mutants and X-Men to defend their homeland. But just as things begin to look grim, Cap and the Avengers jump in asking how they can help. Cyclops holds out his hand to shake Cap's, telling him, "Things are bleak, Cap." "I know, but they've been bleaker, Cyclops. We're gonna get through this. The whole world will see us standing together. Plus, Iron Man is working on a peaceful solution. In the meantime, what are your objectives?" Cyclops says that most mutants are non-combatants. They need to get them to defensive vaults. The Eternals are also trying to destroy their method of reincarnation. If they take that down, the Eternals win. Just handle the Hex and get people to safety. We'll protect the resurrection. Cap says he's on it. But even now, still keeping secrets? After everything we've been through, you should have told us, Cyclops. After everything? How could we, Cap? The battle rages on. The air support focusing on the flying Hex, while the more water-able heroes focus on the ones below. Namor manages to cut off part of the Hex, but as the attack continues, it misses, and Namor shouts, asking, "You dare touch Namor!" Then there's another attack, and a shockwave is sent out into the ocean, sending a tidal wave aimed right at the Philippines. Jean Grey tells everyone that if they don't do something, thousands are going to die. And Cyclops tells Cap to hurry up and deal with the fallout. It's one less problem for them to worry about. Cap tells him thanks. You're heroes here, and one day, people will see the X-Men for what they really are. However, as the Avengers go to handle the tidal wave, all the other mutants just see the Avengers running from the fight, leaving them to fight on their own. They all call out, calling the Avengers cowards. And then, of course, they've left the mutants to their own devices. But after a long, hard-fought battle, they do prevail even without the Avengers' help. Thanks to their methods of resurrection, their losses aren't things to even worry about. Many perished, but many revived. Though their victory doesn't last long, the Hex are Eternals, and as their name implies, they too revive. This time, the Hex don't direct their attacks at the mutants, but they attack the island of Krakoa directly, because if there is no island, they can't evacuate or revive. The mutants pray for something, anything to deliver them, and their call is answered. A god is coming! Suddenly, the thunderous voice of a once-dead Celestial calls out, "Cease!" The Hex, descendants of the Celestials, all stop to their higher power, and they begin to retreat from Krakoa. Tony and the others celebrate for narrowly succeeding, and Ajax says that they have wrought a great work here today. They have their god, and their god is just. But the Celestial continues. People of Earth, listen. You are bickering children. This planet is ruined. You have acted with unrelenting unkindness to one another. You leave me no option. This is your judgment day. You have 24 hours to justify yourselves. You will be judged individually. You will be judged as a collective. If there is more that is just than wicked, you will live, and if you are found lacking, there will be no tomorrow. As the world watches and waits for judgment at the North Pole, many of the Avengers and Eternals question how their new god could be so unjust, determining all of Earth is not truly worthy of life. But while the world waits to be judged, the progenitor sees Captain America being the first to step in to solve their problem, and the progenitor decides to judge him. The projection of Cap's image begins to descend upon everyone, and the progenitor speaks that he is the dream of a better country, that this man has tried to inspire it for a century. This country is the world leader, and the world is what it is. It is worse every day, and you are a failure. The projection gives a thumbs down. Tony looks at Cap. If it judges Cap by that standard, what chance do the rest of us have? Cap stumbles to his feet. We're not playing this game. Not unless there's no other option. We have to find a way out of this. I'll try to keep the rest of the world calm. Cap begins to broadcast himself to the entire world, and Tony and the others hurry inside to determine the course of action. But as Tony is beginning to work at the internals of the god, thinking of what they could attack, Ajax tells them that they are not going to attack their god. Phastos says that death to it would cause a backlash to the Eternals. The war could be over, but if they destroy it and they unleash the unimaginable power that it holds, the explosion could be life-threatening. Ajax leaves, stating that they will find another way. But as she does, Phastos quietly says that now that the priests are gone, listen carefully. If they can find a way to do so safely, they should do it. Ajax is a believer. Makkari is nearly as bad. The Eternals could make a sacrifice for them all. This is their fault. The world has outgrown the Eternals. However, he should know that if he starts this plan, they will have to act to stop it. Their principles will force them, and if they do it safely, and do it secretly. Mr. Sinister begins to laugh. Oh, how I love secrets. Make it safe and make it hell. Got it. But while he smiles to them, mentally he's reaching out to Destiny, asking if she can hear him. he has the most useful information that she could ever desire. While fighting a war in Krakoa, Destiny calls for a council meeting and Emma Frost asks if it can wait. An army of tireless Eternal psychics are giving her a rather pounding headache. Destiny insists, and as everyone is mentally brought in, she informs everyone of the Avengers' plans. However, they should know that it could cause considerable devastation. Time is of the essence, and the Eternals will block this unless they act swiftly. She calls for an immediate vote. Destiny, Shaw, Mystique, Exodus, and Hope all vote yes, while Colossus, Nightcrawler, and Kate vote no. And while Emma abstains, the motion is passed. The ones against question the morality that this could pose, but Destiny says that Jean and Scott left this circle due to moral quibbles. They chose to be the implements of policy, and they here are the Quiet Council. Nightcrawler asks if they can send in a strike force. They moved their best away from Krakoa, and the Eternals will overwhelm them. Emma says that she may be able to provide some assistance there. So moments later, at the battlefield on Krakoa, a gate opens as dozens of beings walk through, and Cyclops yells, "Look out! The Eternals have crossed the gates!" But the leader of the group corrects him. "We are not Eternals. Almost the complete opposite, really. My name is Crow, and we are the Deviants, and we are here to stand with our fraternity against the Eternal Persecutors." Cyclops says that the mutants are not deviants, and Crow says, "Well, we can pass through your gates. We share enough genes for that. But to be honest, new friend, anyone on the wrong end of the Eternals is enough for the deviants. Save the world, X-Men. We'll blunt the Eternals' blades without numbers. We've been doing that for a long time." But back with Tony and the others, Tony is quietly trying to formulate a plan, just as Phastos suggested. But before long, the alarms go off, indicating intruders again. Ajax looks around and says that there is an army of mutants attacking the Celestial. As Tony looks back, he sees Sinister disarming the alarms, and he shouts at him, "What are you doing?" Sinister deactivates the controls. Oops. Phastos says that he just opened up a way to the node. They're coming for that, and Tony yells that millions could die. The Sinister says that maybe, but billions will definitely live. You won't thank me, of course. I'm used to that. But you can say please and thank you later. Well, maybe you can't, since you really can't resurrect like us, so toodles! Within seconds of the attack on the progenitor, the Eternals principles activate. All of them are now placed under a trance-like state, all repeating to protect the Celestials. Outside, Jean says that they may as well drop the stealth tech. Why couldn't this just be easy for once? And Wolverine tells them, "Look on the bright side. We're all experienced in doing this the old-fashioned way." As the battle erupts, Jean rushes into the opening and Tony chases after, telling her that she needs to stop. She turns to him. "I am sorry," and then attacks the node, telling the others that it is done. Tony says, "Yes, it's done. And maybe we're done too. If this node goes, there's a chance that the whole Celestial goes. The shockwave could hit cities and..." Jean stops. I didn't know. I should have known. Why didn't I know?" She asks Tony if it's going to go off, and he looks back smiling. "I just checked the readings. It looks like it'll all..." But before he could finish, the progenitor begins to crack at its power leak. And then finally, it explodes, sending a shockwave of destruction all across the globe. And after a few moments of sheer pain, death, and agony, everyone blinks. Jean looks up. That wasn't real. We were inside of its mind this whole time. I should have known. The progenitor then speaks to the word. It tells everyone that their heroes think themselves above judgment. "Now you will all see that you are mistaken. Your day ticks away. Justify yourselves." While everyone on both sides argues amongst themselves, Cersei sneaks into the exclusion while her guide tells her to be quiet. She says that she is being quiet, but Jack of Knives tells her that she just kicked a molecule and another and another. She tells him that she appreciates his help, but Jack says that he is not joining them. This is a job. This is just a paycheck. I'll get your target out. The two of them reach the vault door, and a voice on the other side asks who's there. Cersei tells the man to be quiet. They're going to break him out. The world is in trouble, and she thinks that only he can help get the world singing from the same hymn sheet. Now she knows this is eternal business, but some of them have never just been Eternals. She thought perhaps it's time for a little of the old Avengers assemble for Star Fox. Star Fox leans forward, telling her, "Well, I love the idea. The world will have to realize that all you need is love. The world is still reeling for the progenitor's claim that everyone will be judged, and that the one person that everyone thought would pass didn't. But even though Captain America failed his test, he prays that the others will somehow manage. This brings riots in the streets, homes, and hearts. Captain America can't be everywhere, so instead, he speaks to any camera that anyone is listening to. He tells everyone that they're going to live, even though he tries not to show the sliver of doubt in his eyes. Still, he fights on. He needs to believe the world is fundamentally a good place, but the world may think different. Meanwhile, at Avengers Mountain with the newly liberated Star Fox, the Eternals, along with Tony Stark, try to formulate a plan. Cersei suggests they just connect Star Fox to the machine so that he can use his powers to emotionally manipulate the world into loving one another, just long enough so that they can pass the test of the Celestial. Star Fox tells her absolutely not. If he uses his abilities like that, they will fail. They will all. And if they can't even pass the test, they deserve. So if they can't believe that love can win, then what's the point? But that isn't to state that he doesn't have a plan. Star Fox then meets with those in power. First, the mutants. There they discuss philosophy, single malts, and hard-nosed business. And he listens. Next, he meets with the kings and monarchs, the secret lords and the elected princes. He talks about whatever they wish to talk about, and he listens. He then meets with many people, and he listens. He empathizes. It is the other half of his powers. He finds common ground. It's when he is finally finished that he stands before the world and he tells them that they have a choice. They can choose life over death, but making a better world isn't easy, and they have to start somewhere. Mutants offered some technology before, now they can offer more. And that's not all of it. They've seen Eternal tech at its worst. Imagine this tech at its best. If they agree to this package of human rights and environmental concerns, they'll have access to certain celestial tech. The Eternals will help them build a paradise, a world where all can love life as it deserves to be loved. However, not all of the Eternals are on board with Star Fox's message, at least not Druidge. Druidge knows that things are not going his way, even to the extent of having loyalists suggest that people worry that his rule will fail. But if he were to solidify his positioning, he'd have something with meaning, something that will take the eyes off of him. He could unleash the Unimind and destroy the mutants once and for all. Uranos tells him that does have merit. The Unimind is the most fundamental of their people's weapons, a fist formed of fingers, a bundle of sticks bound together to thrash the lessers. But as an alternative, I am still here waiting. Druidge looks at Uranos, knowing that he could easily lay waste to the mutants. But there would be more devastation than anything. No, instead he will call the Unimind, call all of the Eternals to merge with it so that their actions may be swift. As the Eternals arrive, Cersei and Star Fox are among them, and Druidge asks if they finally have come to their senses and joined the winning side. Cersei asks if he really thought he had any loyalists. It was them messaging him from the Unimind. After all, it's not just a weapon. Star Fox says that it's also their democracy, and they call for an immediate vote for a new Prime Eternal. Druidge says that there's no way that they could win. He still has the numbers, but Cersei calls to Icarus and Gilgamesh, asking how is the infiltration and sabotage doing. From the inside of the machine, Icarus says that it is a task far easier when all of the Eternals are off making war. Moments later, the place only Eternals may have entered is opened up to others, and the mutants begin to pour in. Jean Grey is their voice, and she shouts that they all vote for Star Fox. In Druidge's mind, he says that they're going to win. They're going to take it all away. Uranos tells him that he has one last chance. He is the Patriarch. If he is in the Unimind, then he controls all of the votes. Democracy would be removed and true tyranny would be resumed. Release him. Let them win together. The voting begins. It doesn't take long for Star Fox to be voted the Prime Eternal. However, it doesn't stop what comes next. A portal opens, another one does as well, and then a swarm of them all opening a path out of the heart of the earth, each bringing cosmic hellfire onto the surface. Next, unthinking drones fly out to scour, sting, and sear. From the armories of the heart of the earth comes the incandescent power from the black heart of a dead star. And at this moment, Druidge realizes his mistake. However, there is hope. as Tony Stark believes that using some of the readings from Uranos' attack on Mars, he may be able to open a portal straight to him. But he will need an electromagnetic charge like they wouldn't believe. But he is pretty sure that there is someone among them who can handle that part. Moments later, as the charge is being given, Uranos asks who could possibly, and then stops. "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" Magneto tells him, "Foes always thought me to be heartless. I am merely made literal. But hate will serve long enough. There is a fight of cosmic scaling. But it is diversion. A diversion that lasts as long as it is needed to." Tony radios in telling Magneto that the hack is complete, that he has control of Uranos' portals. Suddenly, all of the destruction being brought upon the world is turned and focused onto one single person, Uranos. With him beginning to be reduced to almost ash, he is returned to his cell, giving Star Fox the proper time to address the progenitor proper. He tells the Celestial that the world has been woken up in a mad rush to try and justify themselves. Sure, there's still problems. People are still fighting and there's still a war going on. They're still disagreeing about what right means, but look at what they've done. Peace and plans for a better future for everyone. We can make this world a heaven, but we need more than a day to do so. It's not too late unless you make it too late. It's all in your hands. Progenitor does not speak, but it lifts its hand. The world watches as they wait to see if it's going to go up or down. The progenitor thinks and then speaks. "You have lived long enough. You have had 1,000,000 years. You'll never do enough. You have run out of tomorrows. The first to see the light, the end of the world, is Captain America. He holds up his shield to protect those that he can, but it is not enough. As he looks at all of the people who were just incinerated before his eyes, he realizes something. We're all going to die. As judgment is rendered, those able to start ahead of the sundering flee, buying what little time they have left. But in New York, Cap sits down in a sea of ash as a woman walks up, handing him a coffee, telling him that she is sorry. He tells her that he is too. All of his life, he thought that he could inspire people to make a difference, that this world could be better. He thought that they could pass. The woman laughs. I knew that we'd fail, but I appreciate it. My name is Jade. I'm Steve. And the two sip their coffees. Cap and Jade begin to idly chat, but their conversation is cut short when Nightcrawler appears, telling Cap that he's going to save the world that hates, fears, and doesn't judge him. He thinks that everyone should see him give this false god a piece of his mind. Are you interested, Cap? Cap smiles. Sure, I've sat here long enough. I need to get up. He takes his hand, and Nightcrawler teleports Captain America way up to the North Pole, telling Cap that the professor is linking this to everyone. Give it a slap for us, Cap! Captain America looks up at the progenitor. You know, I've stood in front of tyrants before, and they were all sure that it was all over, that they had won. They were as sure as you are. Heroism isn't about strength. It's about not giving in, and the truth is, it's not over as long as any of us are still standing. The world can hear me, so know this! We are all Avengers now! Assemble and avenge! As the progenitor moves his hand over Cap and Nightcrawler, they're incinerated, just as the people of New York were. Seconds later, in Krakoa, Nightcrawler emerges from his resurrection pod asking how did it go. Jean says that it was just what the world needed. It's a bit more calm and anger, but that anger is directed. But now with no hope, Xavier asks what they need to do next. And Cyclops says that the best option they have is the same. There's a node inside of the progenitor. If they can hit it, they can destroy it. But before doing so, they'll evacuate the cities that could be caught in the fallout. Bishop says okay, they've got a target. What can the Eternals bring to the party? Star Fox and Cersei say that they have a problem. Their first principle is protect the Celestials. If they try and attack, they'll begin to bleed from their eyes. However, they do have some interesting news. It appears that all of the Eternals have turned off their psychic firewalls. It would be terrible if someone were to just take over their minds and make them punch their god in the face. So with that,
The call to arms is heard across the world. Every able body, whether it be human, mutant, or eternal, runs headfirst into what is most likely their doom. They fight and they fight and they fight, all while friendly faces all melt away in the cosmic fire. Not many survive. They did just fight against a celestial god. But as only a handful escape, the progenitor turns its attention back to Earth, to which the Earth pushes back, giving everyone precious seconds to live. Nightcrawler says that they tried the big hammer approach. Rest in peace, Thor. Now they try the scalpel. They're going to try the infiltration. And what little of the groups remained returned to the progenitor. Jack of Knives tells everyone that there's no point in even cloaking. It knows that they are there. He'll be damned if his last mission is a failure. That means that it's distraction time. Everyone get inside. Wolverine asks Jack what he's doing, and Jack asks, what did the flag guy say? Avenge me. Do that. Stab it deep for me. The team hurries in, and Jack rushes back out, calling the progenitor's attention. And just as he finishes calling it out, his body is turned to ash. Back home, Exodus tells Nightcrawler that they only have a few eggs left. Cyclops must return. If not, it's heresy. This is against all of the rules of Krakoa to do what you want to do. Nightcrawler tells him no. It's against our custom, and customs have a habit of being way too big for their boots. As long as we live, we try something new. It's what we do. Cyclops is a great leader, but he's not who the Earth needs right now. And as soon as the egg gets ready to hatch, an arm bursts through, holding a shield. The world has been judged. It has been found lacking, and while most of the world sinks into despair, there is a small group of heroes doing what they can to try and stop the progenitor from carrying out his sentence. After sacrificing many friends, Tony Stark has now led a small group into the inner workings of the progenitor in an attempt to destroy it from the inside out by striking its one weakness, the Destruct Node. They all climb into the newly formed god, the god created by Tony and the Avengers and the Eternals, to try and stop this war, only for it to decide to judge all of humanity. But as they go deeper, Tony is grabbed and thrown into his own judgment to see if he can pass. As he slips into it, he is in a world where he is accused of killing each of his friends in his life with his machines. Recent deaths, long ago deaths, all blamed upon Tony, until he is eventually shown his own parents' death, where his father tells him that there was nothing that he could have done to prevent it. As this judgment from the god comes to an end, Tony gasps, calling out for his father, breaking free from the green discs, and Cersei asks if everything's all right. They thought they lost him, but he takes a deep breath, telling him that he's okay. He just needed to catch his breath. It was a lot. Cersei looks closer at the tears, telling him, "You poor man, it was torturing you." And Tony smiles. "Yes, no, Wes, my dad. He said that I was all he could have hoped for." Mr. Sinister chimes in, "Oh, that's a relief. The world is ending, but thankfully, Tony made up with his mean old daddy." Tony gets up, telling him, "No, you idiot. Don't you get it? It was testing me. And if it was testing me, it's still testing us. And if it's still testing us, we can pass. We can all pass. We can save everyone." But after Tony's judgment, the group continues to maneuver their way through the progenitor in order to reach the Destruct Node, fighting the cosmic god's antibodies with every turn. But as they arrive upon the god's heart, or at least the thing that is monitoring the energy within the progenitor's body, it's Jean Grey who is attacked and judged roughly. She flashes back to the first day at Xavier's school, with the professor welcoming her to Xavier's School for the Gifted. She begins to relive her past sins, from becoming the Phoenix to the Dark Phoenix to killing her friends to fighting those around her. She tries to fight against it, but in the end, the progenitor just informs her, "You are the Phoenix, now and forever." And with that, she snaps back to reality. Moments later, outside of the progenitor's mind, she begins to cry, with Tony asking how did it go. "Please be good crying, please be..." But Jean says she failed. Tony yells out, "Damn it," and Wolverine tells him, "Don't you start. You have no idea what she's been through." And Ajax says that that is correct. She was protecting them from the engine plasma while debating with her god. Pass or fail, she is a significant being and deserves respect. Jean stops, still crying. "Do I? Whatever I do, it's never enough." And Wolverine helps her up. "The god who fails you and passes me is no god at all. Anything it tells you is wrong." And for a moment, she smiles, hugging him, telling him that he's too good to her. But that moment is short-lived as more antibodies begin to attack.
However, the Horde is eviscerated as Jean unleashes her power, stating that destroying a world is unforgivable. How dare this Celestial? She will annihilate the hypocrite. She floats up with Cersei stating that she seems to be out of sorts. Is there anything that we can do? And Wolverine tells her to just stay back and let Jean Grey work. She was always Chuck's star pupil. She's not used to failing tests. But as Jean continues to annihilate any of the incoming antibodies, Tony says that he thought that she wasn't the Phoenix anymore. Wolverine tells him that it's still Jean. She just has to work some things out. So the team reaches the next room with Cersei commenting that these constructs are starting to rub up against their first principle. They won't be able to fight unless Jean Grey blocks it. The first principle prevents the Eternals from harming their own creator, their god. Jean needs to shut down their firewall so that they can actually fight. So Jean tells the Eternals to bypass the first principle, battling against their own creator, but as they do, Tony tells Cersei that he doesn't get it. He understands why everyone here is fighting except for her. She says, well, he did have her friends beat her up and kidnap her, remember? And Tony says that she's deflecting. She knows what he means. She says that she's here to represent the Eternals. Ajax and Makkari are priests, and not entirely able to be trusted. So Tony asks, why would they trust her? Cersei failed her test. Why? So she remembers back to what she was judged for. When they discovered that in order for an Eternal to be revived from the dead, a human must die, and how she didn't tell anyone, and she was harshly judged for it. But then we cut over to Ajax, the priest of the Celestial, and we have a debate over freedom. How the Eternals are being judged even though they are beings incapable of breaking their word to their god and working against him. They don't have true freedom. They've never had freedom. The progenitor in her mind informs her that he will reactivate the firewall that prevents the Eternals from fighting against him, reverting what Jean Grey did. But in her final moments, she will have true freedom, whatever that means. So everything begins to fade away, and Jean asks if Ajax knows which way to go. And Ajax says that she does. It's this shaft, it will take them there. Tony asks if she's sure, but she tells him no. Of course she isn't, but she has faith. But now with the destruction of the world unfolding, some people have taken to just taking in what's about to happen. As Jada, the woman that Cap shared a cup of coffee with, sits looking up at the end of the world, she notices a yellow light shine behind her. She looks back up and Captain America reaches out of a portal telling her, "Get in, now!" Jada looks up asking, why did he come back for her? Cap says no. They came back for everyone. The Eternals opened their transport nodes all over Earth. They can use their cities as shelters until they win this. Meanwhile, back with Nightcrawler, Star Fox asks how things are going. And Nightcrawler tells him that Phastos is resetting the machine to give them time. But though they are routing everything to try and avoid the machine self-destructing, they have about another 12 hours. Hell, maybe another day. The Infiltrators will have more time than they could hope for. But Cap steps in, stating that it must change their tactics. The progenitor listens in, stating, "Once more, the man in the flag is correct. I have much of Tony Stark within me. I am an engineer. I believe in efficiency. I should be able to simply make the Earth explode. It was designed as such. Instead, the reality loom that lies in the heart of the machine, that is the Earth, is kept out of reach. I call, but it does not answer. So I must be more direct. Because while an engineer may wish to be efficient, a god needs not be." With a wave of his hand, the progenitor creates a split in the Earth, giving him a direct path down to the planet's core. Star Fox watches the reading, stating that he doesn't know what to do. A single hit, and the progenitor will win. We don't have 12 hours or a day. Nightcrawler tells him that he is sorry to say this, but this isn't the situation that we can hug out. We fight! And Cap tells him, "You're right, every minute counts." Inside of the progenitor, the infiltration team continues to fight their way to the destruction node, but Makkari begins to notice something. Telepathically, Ajax agrees when they pass through the last chamber, their god temporarily deactivated their protocols and resealed their firewalls. The mutants can no longer control them, at least not swiftly. For now, they are free to act however they wish. Cersei says that this is terribly bad timing to get exactly what they always wanted, right? Soon, everyone walks into the wide open room with a statue of the progenitor before them. Tony walks closer, waving his hand, stating that he isn't sure that it can see them here. And Jean focuses, stating that it means the distraction outside is working, that this is their chance. Her psychic totality will blow this sky high. Goodbye, everyone. If it explodes, hopefully the 5 are still active and can bring us back. But before Jean can unleash her power, Ajax reaches for her mace and strikes Jean from behind. Meanwhile, outside in the world, the progenitor continues his march towards the reality loom, but suddenly Nightcrawler teleports Cap to him. Cap yells that it's not too late to stop, that he can surrender. This is your last warning. The progenitor looks at him. You cannot stop me. I need but breathe and you become a thin mist of red. Yeah, we can't stop you, but we can distract you. Just then, a mangled and cobbled together Hex descends on the progenitor, delivering a powerful blow, one that is strong enough to bring him to his knees. Back inside, Jean gets to her feet, telling Ajax to not interfere, but Ajax says of course she is swift to kill. Death is meaningless to the mutants. If they survive, they'll all be returned. They will inherit the Earth, but humanity dies. Tony then says that she is right. We end this and all those billions are still dead. Jean bleakly says, maybe we can't save everyone. Maybe we can. We can at least try. What's the other option? Ajax says that the other option would be to convince the progenitor that its judgment is flawed, that this is still a test. Psychically, Jean tells Sinister to do it, and with a quick spin, Sinister shoots Ajax down. Jean then walks back towards the statue, stating that there is no time. She doesn't care about maybes anymore. They have to save who they can before they lose everyone. Now! The statue knocks Jean away, and the progenitor says, of course, this is a test, which you have failed! I was questioning myself, and I have learned that you do deserve to die. You remain creatures solely guided by self-interest. Mutants would kill me, so you have less stakes. Some of your numbers would cheer as loudly as the humans cheered their deaths. Those who hate you stand with you only because there is no other option. If there was, they would take it, and then Eternals, even when free, prove they cannot change. Cersei says, oh hell, machine, broadcast me, snap, snap. Her voice is carried to everyone around the world as she tells them that she has a message. Yes, she knows it's terrible timing, but time is running out. Her name is Cersei of the Eternals, and she has something to tell them. The Eternals' immortality comes at a cost. Every time that they die, one of the humans dies to bring them back. They have used the humans as fuel for 1,000,000 years. They try to be angels, but they have a vampire's heart, and they do not choose to do this, but they do choose to not tell them. She has lied and manipulated good-hearted people to keep the secret, and she regrets that. She failed her test because she did so. She shouldn't have hidden her judgment from them. By doing so, she enraged this beastly star god. She should have accepted their judgment, not his. All of them as Eternals should, just as they wish. The progenitor listens to humanity, their thoughts all becoming focused on one thing. Cersei should die. And she turns. See? They can change! But the progenitor stops her. Eternals have never died until now. With a wave of his hand, Cersei is destroyed. Tony shouts, you cut her off! But she was right. If an Eternal could change, any of us can. This proves nothing. It merely shows another way that you all deserve to die. Yes, perhaps we do, Ajax says. But do you deserve to kill us? You said this is all a test. It is, but also for you. We wanted a better god. You do this and you fail. Jean walks up. I killed a planet and you failed me for it. You said that I could never come back from that. Whoever I was then, I was out of control. You're doing this with a cold heart. Once you're done, it's done. You will have to live with that, can you? The progenitor pauses for a moment. It does not matter if I stop. Less than 1 billion still live. It is done. Bull! That doesn't work. You passed me for whatever lunatic reason. You still have me in there in some messed up way. And I'm sometimes out of my depth. Sure, but I try to make amends. So what can you do? Do that! Don't do this! The progenitor says that it could destroy him, and Tony tells him that's the deal, right? You do it every day and every night. If someone as big as a mess as me can be a hero, anyone can. That's what being a hero is all about. In that moment, the progenitor begins to think to himself, what sort of god would I be if I facilitated? Perhaps not a god at all. But I am certainly akin to a god in many ways. A god is omnipotent. I do remember where everything was before I tore it apart. I can put things back into place. So am I a god? That would mean that my judgment is flawless. But see, if I was truly omnipotent, I would be without limits. I am not, clearly. I am not a god. I can make mistakes and I can make amends. So I will put things back to where they were before my judgment, whatever it costs me. As everything turns to white, the progenitor nails down, stating that he has given up everything to save everyone. She is my make. Am I a worthy god? Ajax stares at him. As hard as it is, she gives him a thumbs down, saying no. You are correct. I ask of you this. Be better. In a flash, everything returns as it was before the judgment. Tony scans the world, stating that he is getting signals from all over the world. Uranus' damage is still there. The eternal war scares are still there, but billions are breathing again. As everyone looks around, they ask, where is Ajax and Cersei? And then a voice tells them, it removed its own judgment. And everyone turns to see Ajax, imbued with the power of the progenitor, floating before them. Humanity wished Cersei dead, so she is. She is a martyr for our new church. She bought us a chance of redemption for the fallen people. Makari motions, asking if that is Ajax, and she says in part, she is now Ajax Celestia. Once eternal, ever eternal, she is their new god. She will strive to be worthy of them, if they strive to be worthy of her. As the world mended, there was a complete restructure of the Eternals. Starfox gave up being Prime Eternal to Zuros, who then offered the mutants a treaty of alliance to make them an offering just as they unleashed Uranus on them for an hour. They can now unleash Uranus as they see fit. Druid is sentenced to serve his time, right beside Uranus, who already has plans for him. As for the mutants, they realize that their power to bring people back to life is a powerful thing, which is why Jean founded the Phoenix Foundation. It is something independent from Krakoa, who will be selecting those who receive this gift. It will prioritize the vulnerable, the weak, the poor, and those whom the world has abandoned. But as the day comes to an end, Cap takes off his costume and returns to New York, with Jada asking what is this about. He sits beside her, stating that he owed her a cup of coffee. How is she doing now? She tells him worse and better, better and worse, but this doesn't prove anything. Cap says yeah, he knows. She was right. Maybe it was right. It's not a good world, but you never know. Jeff Bannister, former CIA field agent, sits in his backyard on a lawn chair next to Wolverine. Beers in hand, the two men talk about the quiet life, while Jeff raises the hose and douses his young daughter as she plays in the pool. Bet you don't even know what you're talking about, being a big, fancy superhero. Jeff laughs as he takes another sip, and Wolverine shakes his head. You got it wrong. Logger, trapper, miner, ranch hand, deckhand. Spent a lot of my life hustling a way to pay the next round or get the next motel room. Logan says, admitting that he misses those days sometimes. But their talk is interrupted as Logan gets an emergency call from Beast. He stands looking at his friend. Gotta go. Logan grunts and Jeff smiles, leaning back in his chair. Save the world for me, would ya? But before he can leave, Logan walks over to Maddie and pulls out Wade Wilson's finger. Don't worry, he's fine. He grew back another. He tells her as he hands over the finger, explaining that it's her key to get to Krakoa and play with their new friends. With that, Logan departs through the gate that he gave Jeff. A short time later, he finds himself in a massive battle alongside X-Force, fighting against a group of pirates that Beast believes are going to start attacking Krakoa's shipping lines at any moment. It's Deadpool and Wolverine that stalk forward to the pirate ship, preparing to hit it with a grenade, but Wolverine is suddenly stopped as he hears Beast's words. Though the pirates haven't actually done anything yet, we'll end the problem before it becomes a problem. Logan looks up, ordering the Shadow Room to shut down. Are you kidding me? Logan asks, pulling off his mask and turning to the control room. You want to send in a hit squad? These poor bastards haven't even done anything yet? Beast shrugs. It'd be best to pull the weeds before they've taken over our garden. But Logan refuses, heading for the exit, telling Beast not to come looking for him. Don't you walk away from me! Beast shouts after him. A short time later, Logan is now helping Jeff again, who thinks that he's got a lock on the whereabouts of the Legacy House. The pair slip quietly through the shadows, breaking into the Smithsonian Castle inside of Washington, D.C. Moving forward, they find a secret entrance to the basement.
Most museums only display 5% of their collection. That leaves a lot of wiggle room for black market sales. Jeff whispers as they head downstairs. It's there that they find a round audience chamber and Wolverine pauses, sniffing the air. We ain't alone, he growls, and a gun is already pushed against Jeff's head. You move, he dies, the merchant says with a vicious smile. He motions behind Wolverine and the two guards step forward to place adamantium cuffs on Logan's hands and his feet. Those cuffs might feel familiar. Harvested them from the Weapon X facility. With Logan chained, the merchant turns to the villainous elite as they file into the chamber. All right then, let's get this rodeo going. He asks everyone to take their seats and he lowers the gun, offering everyone at the auction a deal of a lifetime. Pieces of the one and only Wolverine. He fires a round of his pistol into Wolverine's shoulder, bringing a grunt of pain, dropping the mutant. The merchant steps forward with a knife, cutting the round from Logan's shoulder. There you go, a bullet dug out of Wolverine's body. How about we start the bidding at $10,000? Time passes and the merchant continues to cut pieces off of Logan's body, offering them to the highest bidders. Jeff can do nothing but watch, a gun pressed against his head, until finally someone stands in the crowd. I would like to propose a bid, Beast says, and everyone turns a little bit surprised. How much would it cost to be the one who killed Wolverine? Beast asks as he raises his paddle, disguised in a suit and with an eye patch. Later at the hatchery in Krakoa, Wolverine awakens within his golden egg, his claws popping as he cuts his way free. The immortal life of an X-Men, allowing him to be reborn after his death. He finds Hope and Tempest waiting for him. Keep your distance, he's always extremely cranky when he wakes up from resurrection, Hope says, and Logan staggers towards them both, his claws popping as he suddenly leaps at them with a roar. Tempest uses her powers to freeze Logan in time. I'll take it from here, the voice calls out, and the two women turn to find Beast walking into the hatchery, holding a strange collar. Thank you so much for your assistance, as always, he tells them as he puts the collar around Logan's neck. Anger immediately leaving Logan's eyes and his claws slide back in, and Beast smiles, leading Logan out of the hatchery. This way, Wolverine! Let's leave these good mutants to their good work. Both Hope and Tempest are confused, but they don't question Beast. Thus, it begins. Logan is now more docile, more susceptible to suggestion, taking orders and missions from Beast without question. A Pan-Asian strike unit was massacred in their briefing room. An anti-mutant member of the parliament was quietly murdered in his bed. A reporter who writes anti-mutant think pieces left headless at his desk. Weeks pass, and Domino arrives at the Green Lagoon, finding Sage already starting to get into her cups at the bar. Domino puts a hand on the woman's shoulder, startling her. Sorry, I don't mean to spook you. I wanted to make sure I caught you before you got too tired to talk, Domino says, looking at all of the empty glasses, and Domino points out that the team really needs Wolverine's backup on their latest missions. Sage nods, gulping down the last of the booze in her glass. Wolverine's a busy guy, in demand. Everyone wants Wolverine, Sage slurs before motioning for Blob to get her a refill. Sage is the individual who assigns the mutants to missions, but Domino thinks that Wolverine is acting differently. When she last saw him, he practically ignored her. The job takes a toll, and Beast's been burning the midnight oil. They're working on something, Sage says before slumping down at the bar. Domino sighs, helping her friend to her feet. More death, more murder, missions, targets. Days later, Beast walks through the jungles of Krakoa, bringing the big game that he is carrying into a dark cave. He throws it down onto the ground, looking into the shadows. Come out! It's okay. Logan steps out of the shadows, little more than an animal at this point, using his claws to slice open the animal and dig in for his dinner. Good, good, Beast whispers. You see, back at the auction, Beast had won. He stepped forward and prepared to get his prize. Reaching into his suit, he pulled out a tablet and made sure that the money transferred into the merchant's account. Here is your money. Now I'll take my prize, he says, and the merchant hands Beast his knife and steps away. Logan looked up through the blood already pouring down his face at Beast. Eye patch. Tux, you're ripping off my disguise, Wolverine whispers, and Beast smiles, lowering the knife to Wolverine's head. Enough theater, bub. Cut me free. Let's kill these freaks. Logan growls, but Beast shakes his head. That's just one course of action I have considered, but I'm afraid it's the wrong move. I'm going to have to hurt you, if you can even still be hurt. Beast says, plunging the knife into Wolverine's stomach, and he stepped back as Logan glared at him. I can bleed all day. It's betrayal that hurts deep. He growls, and Beast steps up behind Logan, putting the knife against his throat. He knows that Logan has begun to question their work on Krakoa. He knows that Logan doesn't trust what Beast has X-Force doing. And he knows that he can't have that. I can't lose you. You're too valuable, Logan. You're the blade with which I do my cutting. Beast explains, and the metal begins to pierce Logan's skin. You had better make sure I don't remember this, or I'm gonna make you fluent in pain. Logan growls and blood splatters as Beast finished the job. Now, Beast is standing around the X-Force conference table. All right, let's get this meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is the future of X-Force. He explains that they need to take a more proactive role in mutant defense, and Domino raises their hand asking why Logan isn't joining them again. I've spoken to him. He agrees wholeheartedly. Beast says, adjusting his glasses. He then stands motioning to Black Tom. X-Force will no longer be hidden away, operating in the shadows, and on that note, Black Tom? Black Tom nods, using his powers to transform the X-Force base, making it into a massive skull on the island with water pouring out of its mouth and eyes. All of Krakoa, all of the world, will know exactly where we are. But back at the auction, Beast was holding Logan's severed head and held it in his hands. The merchant steps forward, motioning for his men to take body. Get the clientele who'd love to get a piece of Wolverine, he says, but Beast shakes his head. I'm afraid that's not possible, Beast says, and the merchant insists, raising his pistol as Beast whirls around, knocking the weapon away. Humans, you're all so miserably predictable. Beast snaps, quickly moving through the guards, killing them all, and then he whirls on Jeff Bannister, grabbing the CIA agent by the hair. And you! What am I going to do about you? Beast yells as he pulls the man close. But back in the current day, Beast headed to his small cabin on Krakoa. He stepped inside and unlocked his secret vault. You know, I'm really sorry how things turned out, but it's for the best. Know that everything is going according to plan, and you're doing excellent work. Not that that's surprising in the least. You're our very best weapon after all. Beast says quietly at the shiny skull of Logan that he keeps locked away. Logan breathes deeply, waiting in the darkness, waiting for Beast to bring him an animal that he can tear into, rip apart with his claws, feasting on its raw flesh. When that's done, he sleeps. But he is little more than an animal at this point, just waiting for Beast. Beast enters. Come on, let's go. You want to come outside and play, don't you? Logan pauses for a moment before heading for the entrance of the cave, sniffing the air. That's a good boy. A very good boy. Beast whispers softly, dressing Logan in his X-Force uniform. He then takes him to the outside of DC. Here we go. This is General NORAD. Beast says as he shows Logan a picture on his tablet, informing Logan that he needs to sneak into the house and kill the general, but he can't be seen by the cameras. When Beast looks up, Logan has already left. Beast looks to the house, cursing, as Berserker Logan attacks without hesitation, smashing through the guards quickly, ignoring the cameras altogether. General NORAD hears the disturbance in his house, grabbing his pistol, and he moves to his bedroom door, pushing his ear against it, listening for his attackers. But Wolverine's claws rip through the wood, stabbing him in the head. Back in the cave, Beast is punishing Logan for what he did. He shows him the news footage of Logan killing the general and his guards. Do you realize what you've done? Beast snaps at him, sending another burst of electricity into Logan. Now this image is headlining every news outlet in the world. We're in the middle of a diplomatic crisis because of you. Beast shows as Logan roars in pain, turning away in disgust. And Beast leaves Logan in the cave, energy still coursing through his body. Enjoy some time alone while I clean up your mess. Beast snaps over his shoulder. Eventually the energy stops and Logan is able to curl up into a ball. But he's unaware of Krakoa watching him. A strange light appears in the wall and Logan moves towards it. Looking through it, he's granted a view of Beast talking to Sage. You're telling me that that's not Wolverine? Sage asks, and Beast nods, explaining that someone must be trying to frame the mutants of Krakoa. Where is Logan then? Sage asks. He's busy. We've been awfully busy. Beast tells her, explaining that he can't tell her the nature of the missions. Sage gets out of her chair, telling Beast that if he doesn't answer the US's questions, then Krakoa is practically declaring war on the United States. And I'm not gonna let that happen, Sage snaps. Logan turns away from the strange hole in the wall to find another entrance has appeared. He steps through it and begins to walk through the jungles of Krakoa at night. When the daylight appears, he sits quietly on the rocks looking out over the ocean. There's a noise below him. He looks down to see a young mutant trying to save herself from falling over the waterfall while her friends are watching. He leaps down, saving the young mutant, throwing her back to land, and then growls at the other kids, words refusing to reach his mind. They all run in fear as Berserker Logan steps out of the water. He watches them go. He knows that he is no good. He knows that he doesn't belong to her. His claws slip in with a schnick, and he slashes himself, allowing his own blood to drip onto the Krakoan soil. The island of Krakoa watches from a nearby tree, vines beginning to spring out of the ground to pull Logan within the island, pulling him down into the darkness where he belongs. Images flash through his mind as the vines pull him tight. All the while, Krakoa is watching silently. Memories are flashing before Logan's eyes. Wealthy hunters shooting him in the Canadian wilderness, being strapped to a table in the Weapon X facility. Pain, anger. He pops his claws, ripping his way out of the cocoon that held him beneath the soil of Krakoa. The vines lash out, trying to hold him back as he attempts to escape. He doesn't know how long he's been down there, how long he's been seeing the pain of his past, and he tries to cut his way free. But the vines overwhelm him, cocooning him once again. Back on the surface, Maddie steps through one of the portals with the aid of Deadpool's finger. Just like Mr. Logan said it would. Maddie whispers in awe as she looks at the finger. Meanwhile, Logan is screaming, his claws slashing as he feels Lady Deathstrike stab through his head. The vines continue to push through the inside of him, clawing into his eyes, mouth, and ears. He relives every pain that he has ever felt, every death that has claimed him. But the pain is bringing him back to the man that he is supposed to be, not the animal that Beast has made him. New memories appear. The memories of Beast killing him, taking control of his mind when he was brought back. Pain in the cave. Logan remembers. Krakoa steps forward, reaching out and taking Logan's body. It holds up the body and begins to pull the collar from around his neck. Logan wakes up, biting at Krakoa's fingers. He doesn't know if it's actually Krakoa or a cancerous version that is feeding off of his pain. The vines reach for him again, but he looks up, and Krakoa has transformed into a version of Sabretooth. Wolverine pops his claws at the effigy of Victor Creed as it steps forward. He doesn't know how, but he knows that Creed has imprinted himself upon the pit. At the surface, Sage is working at her computers when she gets a tap on the shoulder by the young, tentacled mutant that Logan saved. "You're not supposed to be here," Sage says as she turns, and the young girl shrugs. "But X-Force was supposed to protect us. And this is an emergency," she says as she motions to Maddie. Back at the pit, Logan is fighting against the effigy of Sabretooth, trading blows back and forth. The monster grabs him from behind, slashing at Logan's neck, and it finally cuts through the collar, freeing Logan completely of his animalistic nature. He whirls around, slashing at the monster before trying to crawl out of the walls of the pit, freeing himself. The monster pulls him back down, slamming him. He struggles to get to his feet, finding the remains of the collar close by, and he grabs a hold of the device, whirling around, putting it on the neck of Creed. That monster howls in pain before falling to the ground, defeated. A short time later, Logan's claws burst through the surface of Krakoa, and he finally frees himself. He collapses to the ground, taking a massive gulp of air. "There he is," Sage says as she rushes over with Maddie, explaining that they used Black Tom to find his location. Logan shakes his head, getting to his feet. "Help me out. The cobwebs are clearing, but my head's not completely right." Maddie nods and looks at Logan with determination. "You saved me once. Now can you save my dad? From the Blue Man?" Logan steps into the ocean, washing off the memories and stench of the past few weeks. He can still see what Beast did to him as he splashes the cold water onto his body, and he turns as Sage calls to him. She stands on the beach with one of his uniforms. "Can't just kill him, can I, Sage?" She shakes her head. "No, you cannot. There's too much at stake. His fate belongs to the Quiet Council," she explains, telling him that he'll need to keep his berserker in check and be more calculating, because that's how Beast operates. She tells him that they need to build a case on his crimes. "Let's get to work," Logan growls as he pulls on his mask. Meanwhile, Black Tom is keeping Maddie company and protecting her. The two are getting along, and Maddie suddenly slaps a bug bite on her neck. She suddenly begins to gasp for breath, falling to the ground as Black Tom grabs her. "No, not on Black Tom's watch," he shouts. Later, Wolverine joins them in the Healing Gardens where Dr. Reyes is making sure that Maddie is stable. She reveals that Maddie was poisoned by an insect, but the poison is not made by nature. "Beast is to blame for this, I know it! He's trying to cover his tracks. Where is he, Sage? Right now, where the freak is Beast?" Wolverine growls as he looks down at the young girl. But Sage can't find a log of Beast leaving the island, and Black Tom can't locate him. Wolverine finally nods, turning away, the hunt beginning. They start at Jeff Bannister's house, where Maddie said that her father was in trouble from Beast. But Logan and Sage find an empty house, and in the backyard, Logan finds the remains of the gate that he had given Jeff and his daughter. He looks down at the withered plant. "It occurs to me, Jeff is a spook. Spies are trained to play all sides. He's the one that led me to the auction. He's the one who stood by while Beast carved me up. And I didn't just give myself an open door to the States with this gate. I gave him an open door to Krakoa." So they begin to hunt for Bannister until they manage to locate a CIA shadow office in Baltimore. Sage and Wolverine wait at the building across the street. "We got movement at the entrance." Logan whispers as someone comes walking out, and Sage zooms in her binos. "We just got here. Let's not interrogate the first person that we see." But Logan ignores her, leaping down to the streets below. "I'm feeling impatient." He lands amongst the parked cars, rushing forward, grabbing the scared man. "Where is Jeff Bannister?" He snarls, grabbing the man's suit, slamming him into the nearby car. "In kind of a rush here, bub," Logan says to him, and the man screams in fear, finally telling Logan that Jeff has been stationed in Langley. "Doing what?" The man shakes his head, stating that he doesn't know, and Logan holds up his hand, demonstrating his claws coming out and going in. "Did you see? You know what's coming next if you don't tell me what Jeff Bannister's doing in Langley." It's later that Jeff is walking out of his car in the parking lot, and as he pulls away, Logan sits up in the back seat, looking at Jeff in the mirror. "Starting to get the feeling you're trying to avoid me," Logan growls. Jeff jumps with shock, but pulls his pistol, firing 3 times into Logan's chest. The car screeches to a stop, and Jeff jumps out. "Stay away from me!" he shouts as he turns to fire again, but Sage is there, grabbing the gun and elbowing the man in the face, knocking him to the ground. "No, please, you have to get away from me. You have to. He'll kill her!" Logan shakes his head as he walks up, crouching down. "We're looking after her. Beast is going down." He helps Jeff to his feet, demanding to know what the spy knows about Beast. Jeff explains that Beast threatened his daughter, so now he's a double agent for the head of X-Force. "I'm sorry, man." But gunfire suddenly erupts in the forest next to the road, rounds slamming into Jeff's chest, knocking him down. "Don't let him die!" Logan shouts to Sage as he rushes into the woodline, reaching the sniper's spot just in time to see Beast running away. "Beast, it's over!" Logan shouts, running after him, and Beast stops, turning back to his friend. "You always have something to say, so say it! Quote a philosopher. Spit out your intellectual argument. Justify away. Say it!" And Beast shakes his head. "I have nothing to say." Logan pauses for a moment before nodding, rushing forward, stabbing upward through Beast's chest, letting his old friend fall to the ground in a pool of his own blood. "Will I do?" But at this point, in Krakoa, a secret room begins to light up. Beast's clone tank bubbles as he is freed. Angered, he steps out of the golden liquid. "I knew this time would come. Now it is here, and everything is about to change." Beast stares out over the horizon, standing upon the skull of the Point, the base of the X-Force. Having recently been resurrected after Wolverine killed him, Beast is now reflecting on everything that he's done, and he regrets none of it. He knows that all the bad that he's done has been for the betterment of mankind. He sighs, heading back inside, where he activates the failsafes that he put into place. The point rumbles around him as it begins to stand, and it gets up, revealing that the point was actually a massive kaiju with the skull on the top of it. The Krakoan birds fly away as the massive monster steps away from the island, sinking into the deep ocean and disappearing beneath the surface. Meanwhile, over in DC, Wolverine is standing over the body of the dead Beast. "It's over. Beast is dead," Wolverine tells Sage over her comms, and she nods, informing him that Jeff Bannister, having recently been shot by the formerly alive Beast, won't be alive for much longer. "Get him to Krakoa. I'll be right behind you," Wolverine says, but as he turns back to Beast's body, it begins to twitch. The head begins to split open as a fungus sprouts out of his body, and the monster snarls as it gets back to its feet. It takes a swipe at Wolverine, but he dodges out of the way, cursing himself for not realizing that Beast would booby-trap his own body. The monster crushes Logan against a tree, so he brings his claws up, cutting through Beast's neck. He then holds up the fungal infected head, staring at the creature as it continues to grunt at him. Meanwhile, beneath the ocean, the point kaiju is walking through the darkness of the muddy depths. And that's when a warning begins to buzz on Beast's controls as the US submarine drifts towards him. The kaiju turns, reaching out a massive hand to the warship, and he grabs the sub, ripping it in half, killing all of those aboard. With this done, Beast gets up from his controls. His work isn't finished. While X-Force is quietly working in the shadows, Beast's new task will be even more clandestine. He steps into another room and activates the other Beast clones that he created, and in moments the clones have stepped from their tubes and they begin to dry off, placing their glasses on their faces. "I'm sorry that we're meeting under these circumstances, Beasts, but shall we get to work as one?" They all nod and smile at him, agreeing unanimously. Back on Krakoa, Jeff has been brought to the Healing Gardens, where he is being worked on. Logan heads to the hatchery, where he demands to see all of Beast's backed up memories. "Logan, I love you, but are you sure you know exactly what that means?" Hope asks him as she leads him into the control room, explaining that the mind doesn't record things in a straight line, but in an endless loop. "Just let me get the intel. If I need Jean to." Logan begins to growl, but Hope interrupts him, shocked to discover that all of Beast's memories, they've been wiped clean. The X-Force comms suddenly come back to life, and Black Tom informs the team that Point has disappeared. "What's happening?" Black Tom asks, but a new voice answers him. "What's happening is a reckoning, Black Tom," Beast says. "Yes, you heard right, it's me. The reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated," Beast says, telling his former team that he hasn't stolen the point, he's merely taken it so that he can do what needs to be done, and that they should all consider themselves terminated from X-Force. "This will be my last transmission. You would be wise not to seek me out or attempt to interfere in any way with my work. That work is work that needs to be done, without meddling or compromise. It would be easier for me not to do any of this, but I feel I must, for the good of all of mankind," Beast tells them, walking through the point, past the table of beasts that have already begun to formulate their new plans. He steps into the clone room, where we find tanks of Wolverine clones have already begun to work. "X-Force is no more. I will call this new program the Weapons of X," Beast says as he finishes his comms. Later, on the estate of the Lord Stewart of Scotland, the Lord is hunting for a stag, discussing with his porter of how he's purchased the healing flowers of Krakoa on the black market, refusing to bend the knee to those dirty mutants. He raises his weapon and fires into the fog. Moving forward, he steps over the stag's body. "Ha! You'll make a brilliant trophy on my wall, won't you?" he says with a smile, but he's surprised to find that the animal has large claw marks slashing across its body. He turns back to his porter, but is shocked to find the man has collapsed on the ground. His guts spilled from the claw wounds in his body. The fog seems to part, and 5 Wolverines begin to close in around him. I recognize you. You're one of them, aren't you? I shan't be intimidated. Go back to your filthy island." Moments later, the squad of Wolverines stalk to a nearby cliff, one of them lifting the Lord Stewart's head and tossing it into the ocean, where it sinks down in front of the massive point kaiju. The living base of the weapons of X breaks through the surface of the ocean, allowing the Wolverines to return. "Well done, Wolverines!" one of the beasts says, motioning them to a room for debriefing. On a catwalk above them, the Prime Beast watches with satisfaction. Back in Krakoa, Wolverine walks into the meeting room of the Quiet Council, the fungal-infected body of Beast on his shoulder. The council is about to adjourn, but he stops them. "Sit tight, bubs," he says, tossing the body into the center of the room. Xavier stands, wishing to know what happened. He reads Logan's mind and is shocked by what he learns about Beast and his actions. "You gave him carte blanche," Logan growls, ordering the council to fix what they've done with Beast and X-Force, and he turns to walk out of the room. "Logan, where are you going?" Xavier asks, and Logan looks over his shoulder, popping his claws for emphasis. "Hunting." Back on the Arctic Ocean, Maverick stirs his submarine through the Krakoa gate, telling his men how thankful he is that X-Force is a mess right now, so there's no chance of them getting caught stealing more of the Krakoan flowers to sell to the UK lords. "We're all clear?" Maverick asks his radar operator, and the soldier nods. "Yes, sir, we're clear. Nothing in the vicinity except a lonely iceberg." But that man is unaware that that iceberg is actually the skull of the Point. The trio move through the sub, unaware that a squad of Wolverines are already crawling alongside the outside of the ship. Two of the soldiers are moving away from Maverick, but they stop when they see the glass smashed in from one of the portholes. Is this something we should be concerned about?" he asks his friend, but the Wolverine descends upon them from the shadowy pipes above. He slashes through them in seconds, and Maverick heads into the galley, but stops as he sees the carnage from the rest of his crew being killed by Wolverine. "Logan, this isn't how we treat each other, man! Not after all we've been through, but if you insist," Maverick says as he activates his helmet, drawing his gun, firing a burst into Logan as the mutant launches at him. Maverick dodges back as Wolverine's claws slash through his chest. "I'll keep shooting as long as it takes. Stay down and let's talk about this," Maverick growls as the Wolverine falls into a bloody pile. "It's just flowers, man! Say something!" Maverick shouts at the Wolverine clone, but the rest of the squad arrives, tackling Maverick from behind. Outside, the Point grabs hold of the sub, ripping apart the sides so that the ship begins to flood with water, and inside, Maverick continues to fire, dodging out of the way of Wolverine's claws. "You're him, but you're not him. You got his claws and his stink, but not his eyes. He never would have allowed this." Maverick snaps as he drops another magazine and reloads, but the sub is already beginning to fill with water, and the rest of the Wolverines turn and rush for the exit. From the bridge of the Point, Beast watches as the sun begins to sink. "How did we fare, Beast?" he asks his team, and the Beasts inform him that Maverick's Merc operation was shut down and they only lost one of the Wolverines. Beast nods. "Then ready the salvage team, Beasts. The only bodies we leave behind are those of our enemies." But what Beast is unaware of is that Maverick is already swimming away from the downed sub, the Wolverine clone that was left behind in his grasp. The Point Kaiju stands over the sunken Marine, while inside Beast Prime explains to the other Beasts and Wolverines that they must recover the body of the fallen Wolverine. "The Wolverine you left behind compromises our secrets," Beast explains, looking at the other Beasts and ordering one of them to join the team of Wolverines in searching for the subs. The Beasts all look shocked, and one raises his hand. "Pardon me, Beasts. I wonder if you misspoke just then. You want one of us to attend to recovery?" The Beasts ask, and the Prime Beast nods, turning away. "Indeed, Beast, and thank you for volunteering." Outside of the Point, Maverick has deposited the Wolverine body within the coral. He turns back, watching as the ship exits the Point, and he heads for his sub. "Crap. Looks like they're coming back, for me or for you. That's a good thing, actually. Who wants to tuck tail and run when we can get a sweet dose of revenge?" Maverick says as he prepares his weapons. "I like that sub. I paid a lot of money for that sub. Time to go collect some debts owed." And with that, he begins to swim towards his sub. Beast and his squad of Wolverines enter the sub and begin to spread out, looking for their fallen comrade. One of the Beasts swims past a corpse, and Maverick sits up, firing a blast through the clone's skull. "Miss me?" Maverick growls. One by one, the Wolverines are taken out as Maverick makes his way to the engine room of the sub. Beast swims there as well, finding a Wolverine body floating. "Ah, there you are! Don't worry, we'll have you out of here in no time." Beast says, but he looks up finding a bomb strapped to the engine of the sub. "Oh dear," he whispers, and the sub explodes, the blast ripping through the surrounding coral and knocking the point off balance. "Damn it all!" Prime Beast shouts as his meeting with the other beasts is interrupted by the shockwave. Maverick begins to swim away, managing to get his Wolverine clone and disappear into the darkness of the ocean. Elsewhere, Jeff sits up in the healing gardens, tumbling off his bed, finding his daughter's backpack sitting nearby. "Not her. Not Maddie," he gasps, and he turns as he hears his daughter's laughter, and he sees her playing with Black Tom. He rushes forward, hugging his daughter, and the two share a moment before he turns to Black Tom. "Where can I find him?" "Wolverine." Jeff knows that he needs to help his friend. Meanwhile, off the coast of Greenland, Maverick slips inside of one of his many safe houses. He walks down and throws his Wolverine clone into a cage. "Make yourself at home. Try not to piss on the carpet," he says as the clone begins to come back to life. Maverick then begins to sense someone next to him. He begins to turn, but the adamantium claws are pressed against his throat. "You seemed to enjoy chucking me in there a little too much, bub." Logan growls. He retracts the claws, stepping back, with Maverick demanding to know what's going on. "Beast went rogue is the short answer. He's after everyone and everybody who crossed Krakoa, figuring that might include you," Logan says as he begins to go through the safe house, looking for something to drink. Logan steps up to the cage, explaining that Beast has been using clones of Wolverine to do his dirty work, but he made them primal and savage. Maverick nods, taking a sip of his beer. "So where are we headed?" he asks, and he shakes Wolverine's hand, promising to help Logan end Beast's reign of terror. The army of Beasts' work continues, though, with their Wolverines hitting a tanker ship carrying medicine to the UK. With the ship destroyed, the government has no choice but to make a deal with Krakoa for their healing flowers. He turns back to his group of beasts, thanking them for all their hard work before walking out of the room. The beasts look at each other, and they continue their discussion, talking about how they don't like the way Prime Beast treats them. One holds up his eyeglasses, pointing out that the Prime Beast made them all nearsighted as a way to be better than them. "We would be better as a true collective of captains," one points out, and they all nod in agreement. But they remember that they can't do anything while Beast is in possession of the Cerebro sword. "As long as he has that, we are disposable to him." They all agree. Meanwhile, Jeff has returned to the CIA headquarters in Langley. He goes to his station chief, demanding the resources to hunt down and end Beast. "I'm sorry, you'll bring in X-Force's former director of intelligence, who is operating independently from Krakoa and is now considered a war criminal?" she asks, and Jeff nods. The woman is surprised, finding out that Jeff had requested a quiet desk job while he took care of his daughter's help. Jeff glares at her and nods. "That was before I got righteously pissed off." A short time later, Jeff is standing on the deck of a battleship in the northern Atlantic Ocean, briefing his strike team on the point's possible whereabouts. "Let's move! I want all jets in the air ready to drop their payloads," he shouts as the pilots scramble, Jeff himself boarding an attack chopper as he prepares to command the mission. Keep in mind, we're not just focused on the Krakoan kaiju, but also hostile mutants who might be in the vicinity. The strike group takes to the air, but it doesn't take long for the commander to call to them, letting them know that there are 2 mutant hostiles in the area in a speedboat. Jeff looks down at his display, noting that one of them looks like Wolverine. "Looks like a Wolverine clone. Blow them out of the water." Meanwhile, actual Logan and Maverick are in a speedboat, unaware that death is about to rain down upon them. The boat continues to cruise along, with Maverick telling Logan that they'll drop a bunch of sonar drones. "If he's down there, we're gonna find him," Maverick promises, but Logan looks up, cursing as he sees the US fighter jets launching missiles at him. "Forget about worrying about what's below, Mav. We got trouble above to deal with first," Logan shouts as he takes the wheel, Maverick shifting into the passenger seat and activating his boat's defenses. Anti-air launchers activate out of the back, shooting down the incoming missiles. With that done, Maverick grabs a hold of a rocket launcher, opening fire. "If you had one of those jets, things are going to get even more complicated for us," Logan growls. But Maverick nods. "I disabled the heat-seeking tech. If they get hit, it's their own fault. Now get us some cover." Logan heads towards a nearby iceberg, avoiding the incoming fire as much as possible, and he grabs a hold of the radio, beginning to shout over all frequencies. "Listen up, you turds! It's Wolverine and Maverick, citizens of Krakoa. We're not your assumed target. We're not in league with Beast, if that's who you're after." From his command chopper, Jeff grabs a hold of the radio. "Logan?
He asks in surprise before ordering the fighters to peel away. Jeff then orders his pilot to put the chopper down on a nearby iceberg, and he jumps out to talk to his old buddy. They go back and forth for a moment until finally, the Point Kaiju rises out of the water, throwing them all away. The jets come back in, buzzing low, opening fire, but the Point Kaiju raises one of its massive hands, firing an energy blast that cuts through the fighters. It then turns its massive skull to glare at Wolverine before sinking back into the ocean. With that, it creates a massive whirlpool. Logan manages to get to his feet. He turns to see an unconscious Jeff being sucked under. Jeff! Logan shouts as he leaps into the water, trying to save his friend, but the water is churned up and Logan loses him in the murkiness. He breaks the surface to find Maverick waiting on the patch of ice. We gotta find him. I'm going back down there. But Maverick shakes his head, holding out his hand. Logan, no. He's gone. I'm sorry, but he's gone. It's later that the two of them are sharing a drink in a bar in Norway, talking about the next move, when suddenly the door bursts open. Food and drinks scatter as Logan pops his claws and Maverick lifts his massive gun. One of the Wolverine clones is looking at them, its hands raised to show a small device. Bomb! Logan shouts, and Maverick opens fire on the clone, dropping it with a burst. Meanwhile, Logan leaps through the air, screaming for everyone to get back as he lands on the bomb. Everyone pauses, and Logan finally looks up. Kind of expected your guts to be decorating the walls and ceiling by now, Maverick notes, but Logan leans back, revealing that the bomb was actually a message. A hologram of Beast appears, offering to meet with Logan and Maverick to discuss a prisoner exchange. Beast explains that he saved Jeff Bannister from the icy waters and will exchange him for the two Wolverine clones that Maverick and Logan possess. Eventually, Mav and Logan return to Maverick's safe house, discussing what they should do. We need another move, Logan growls. Maverick nods, pointing to the cage, where the two Wolverines are pacing back and forth. We might have one, Maverick says, pointing out that the two clones have started forming words and making small sentences. Huh, they weren't talking before, Logan muses, and Maverick explains that he ran some tests. The clones' brains have begun to heal from whatever Beast did to them, which means that Beast has surrounded himself with an arsenal that might turn on him at any moment. Later, as the Point heads towards the agreed-upon meeting location, they pass a section of coral, unaware that X-Force, having been brought in by Logan, lies in wait for them. Beast is minutes away, and so are we, Sage says over the comms as the team pulls on their Krakoan-grown underwater gear. Above the surface, Logan nods his head, tugging on the leashes that hold the two Wolverine clones. Appreciate the assistance on this one, Sage. I know I've been MIA from X-Force lately. Mav and Logan look over at the stormy ocean as the massive skull of Point pokes out of the water. Are you sure about this? Mav asks, and Logan shakes his head. No, but it's the best move we got. The Point begins to stop before them, the jaws of the skull opening wide, revealing a group of beasts and Wolverines, pushing a bound Jeff before them. Meanwhile, X-Force has broken the surface behind the Point, and they've begun to scale it, slipping inside quickly through the side of the organic monster. I'm so pleased that you came. Now, if you'd kindly hand over my soldiers, Beast says to Wolverine as another Beast holds an umbrella up for him. Beast pushes Jeff forward. How do I know you won't slaughter us all as soon as you get your pets back? Logan demands, and Beast offers his hand, promising a gentleman's agreement. Inside, X-Force has begun to move, with Laura and Omega Red cutting their way through the Beast clones. They step into the Wolverine cloning room and stare at the vats growing a series of Logans. This freak has built his own version of the hatchery! Laura hisses. Domino nods, stepping up, beginning to plant bombs. Let's break some eggs. Outside, Logan nods to Maverick, who holds up a document and asks Beast to sign it. Sign this armistice, and we'll forward it to the Quiet Council, Maverick says, and Beast grumbles, taking the data pad, reaching down, pulling out his eyeglasses. I can't help but feel as though you're stalling. Jeff suddenly turns, shouting to his friends. Glasses! He doesn't wear glasses! Jeff shouts, and Logan growls, popping his claws, but instead of attacking, he whirls, cutting the Wolverine clones loose. They bellow in rage, rushing at Beast, cutting into him fast. Maverick draws his pistol, blasting the control collars off of the other Wolverines, and they immediately turn on their captors. Inside, the members of X-Force continue to move through the Point, cutting through the Beast clones as they find them. And they finally arrive inside of Beast's private quarters, with Domino rushing forward to plant a charge. The door blows open. Inside, we find him and the weapon that makes this whole operation possible, the Cerebro sword. Domino says as they step through the smoke, but the room is empty and the sword is missing. Yeah, maybe we should try an alternate plan, such as shaking a treat bag and stating, "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty," Deadpool notes, but Beast rushes out of the shadows, using the sword to cut Deadpool in half. "Well, crap!" Deadpool shouts as his top half slides to the floor. Beast slashes at Domino before flipping away, the door sealing behind him. Laura and Omega Red try to cut through it, but their weapons have no effect. "We've still got a shot. One of us managed to make it out, or part of him anyway." Domino says that she holds her wound, motioning to Deadpool's legs on the floor. Outside, Beast is rushing through the corridors as Deadpool walks on his hands in hot pursuit. "Beastie, what's your rush? I just want to talk," he said unconvincingly. Deadpool shouts as he rounds the corner. "Don't run from me, Beast! Be the bigger person!" "Okay, no more short jokes. We wouldn't want to offend Wolverine," Deadpool says, and Beast finally whirls around as Deadpool leaps into the air, grabbing a hold of him, drawing his swords. Outside, Logan grabs a hold of a Beast, throwing him to the ground. "We're only trying to protect mutant kind! Can't you see that?" Beast asks, and Logan growls, burying his claws into the clone's head. "You've convinced you're fighting monsters. What you don't seem to realize is that you've become the monster," Logan hisses, looking up to see Maverick and Jeff running. "Let's move," Maverick shouts over his shoulder. Inside, Beast is rushing towards his escape pod as Deadpool keeps stabbing. "Would you mind if I made a rug out of you for cuddling and drinking champagne in front of a roaring fire? Nude?" Wade asks, but Beast grabs him, throwing him clear. "Imbecile!" Beast wheezes, trying to breathe through his wounds. Sage has taken control of Point Kaiju, using her computers to rip off the skull and throw it to safety as the body explodes from the charges planted within. The whole body falls backwards into the ocean, and beneath the waves, 3 Wolverines swim away, while Beast escapes and disappears into the darkness of the waters. Later, with the whole ordeal over, Sage informs Logan of the disappearance of 3 of the clones, and Prime Beast survives. And she also tells him that she'll be taking over as the head of X-Force. She looks at him, curious if he's going to be rejoining the team. "What's next for you?" she asks as they stare out over the island and the ocean beyond. And Logan nods as he pulls on his mask, leaping into the jungle. "I'm here for you, but I'm done with Krakoa," he calls out. There was a moment in time where the world lost a hero, and then later, that hero was reborn. Most would see this as a wonderful thing. Others may be concerned with the ethics and morals of those who could bring back the dead. However, for Kamala Khan, neither of those things were on her mind as she reawoke. The real question is she really a mutant? It was through Cerebro that Professor X was able to determine that Miss Marvel was in fact a mutant, which is how he was able to create a backup of her upon her untimely death. It was difficult for Kamala to process not only that she died, but that she was in fact a mutant. But Cyclops told her that she can take as much time as she needs to understand everything, and that she'd always have a home on Krakoa. Other mutants, like Emma Frost, wanted to announce to everyone that Cerebro identified her as a mutant at the upcoming Hellfire Gala, while some wanted Kamala to make the decision herself. You see, the Hellfire Gala was a celebration where mutants were welcoming their human friends to see the marvels that the mutants had created, and be a part of the selection process to welcome a new team of X-Men. But just before the events could fully get underway, an alarm sounds at the treehouse, calling some of the older members away. Nonetheless, the festivities continue as Kamala learns a little more about herself through Professor X. He tells her that it doesn't take a telepath to see that she is uncomfortable. Kamala says that she's just a bit guilty because she's so unsure of how to even approach this topic. Professor X says that the reason that they'd hoped for her to announce her mixed heritage is so that it might help calm the minds of those that fear them. A being that is an inhuman and a mutant, that would be a marvel. But just as Cyclops told her before, she can take all the time that she needs before joining them. There was one question, though, that Kamala had. Is her embiggening the mutant power? Professor X explained that her encounter with the Terrigen Mist is what made her inhuman before her mutant powers could manifest. It is possible that the Mist suppressed her potential power, but they will certainly need to take a closer look. And just as everyone begins to settle in for the X-Men announcement, the Avengers get a distress call from Steve Rogers about a situation in DC. Even with some of their protectors now gone, Jean Grey calls for the attention of the Soiree, telling everyone that they are about to begin the nomination process, and that she is happy to say that she won't be leading this new group of X-Men. The ones leading will be Synch and Talon. It takes only a few moments for everyone to telepathically cast their votes, and once everyone has done so, Jean says that she would like to now welcome their new X-Men. Along with Synch and Talon, they have Cannonball, Prodigy, Frenzy, Dazzler, Jubilee, and to some people's surprise, Juggernaut. Because nobody can stop the Juggernaut. And just as they were announced, the team is only short-lived, as Nimrod bursts in, killing some of the newest members before they even had a chance. Magic quickly gets ready to teleport all of the humans and the 5 out, but Orcus employs every tool at their disposal, and her being infected with their nanotechnology prevents her from using her powers. Iceman tells everyone to back up while he takes care of Nimrod, and he makes a valiant effort. But Nimrod infects him with a virus that ultimately negates his X gene. This causes Iceman to melt and dissolve away. With one Omega-level mutant down, Nimrod turns his attention to the other, Jean Grey, but she's already preparing an attack to keep him busy. Using her psychic powers, Jean launches Juggernaut at Nimrod with enough force to remove him from the gala. It wasn't long before the rest of Orcus's forces came. Previously, just a single Stark Sentinel has nearly succeeded in killing the X-Men. Now, the mutants are facing them all. It is now that we see the true antagonist making his appearance. Dr. Stasis, a clone of Nathaniel Essex, or as many know him better, Mr. Sinister. Professor X declared that he would pay for this, but Stasis has so much more planned, and he allowed Professor X to see it all in his mind. Not only was he leading an attack on Krakoa, but he was also hiding away in pharmaceutical factories where the mutants' medicines were made. They're all poison. The medicines that the mutants are giving the humans are poison. But to really explain what it is that he's done, he'd like to introduce MODOK. MODOK appears telling everyone, "I'd like you all to pay attention to the humans who have taken your medicine." And he presses a button that sends all of the humans who have taken it into a frenzy, attacking and killing each other. Not only did Orcus hack into the Krakoan medicine, but also their transit system, that is their Krakoan gateways. More Orcus soldiers are now pouring in, and the X-Men are fighting back as much as they can. And they even begin to gain footing combating these threats, but Nimrod was left alone for too long. And while killing Juggernaut, he destroyed the giant pillar that held up the Hellfire Gala. With a thunderous boom, it rings out as Jean grabs a hold of everyone, assuring them that they are not the ones at fault here, that it is Orcus that is choosing violence. However, Stasis has one more trick up his sleeve, as one more unexpected person steps out of the gateway. This person managed to approach undetected through Jean's psychic hold, and because of that, Jean Grey is stabbed in the back as Moira Taggart stands up shouting to Charles, "Look at me! Look at what I've done!" Jean struggles to recover. What was on that dagger? And Moira says that it was a little something that they found on a place called Otherworld. She believes that they call it Blight's Will. The remaining mutants rally together to try and stop her, but Moira is quicker than them with a robotic body, taking Professor X hostage, telling everyone to stop. "Do it, or I'll have MODOK activate the virus in every human who has taken your medicine." With no other choice, Professor X stops everyone in their place. "I surrender." Now with the floor open, Dr. Stasis says, "I have some terms that I'd like to go over. We've hacked more than just your medicines. We've also hacked your gates. And right now they all point off Earth. We will kill no more humans so long as the mutants leave Earth." Professor X tells him that he could never get all of the mutants to agree to simply walk off the Earth forever. And Moira says that he might want to try. "Make them walk or every drop of blood spilt will be on your hands." Stasis says that there will be consequences should he go back on his word. "The first time you disobey us, Charles, we'll kill a human. The second time, we'll kill 10, then 100. You get where this is going, right?" While Dr. Stasis is giving his ultimatum, Jean uses the last of her abilities to reach out to Firestar. She tells her that she has a plan. They have to think bigger. They can make Dr. Stasis think that he's recruited her. So the two come up with a story, one that she has defected and come over to Dr. Stasis, which allowed him to launch this attack.
At first, Firestar isn't sure, but seeing the weight of it all, she agrees. But back with Professor X, his back against the wall, he agrees to the terms, telling all of the mutants that they must go through the gate. They may not know why, but he will explain soon enough. Just know that by doing this, they are not only saving themselves, but human lives as well. Meanwhile, there's one other person at play behind the scenes. Mother Righteous has been working on locking away Krakoa, removing it completely from the Atlantic Ocean. And though many of the mutants try and resist Professor X, most of them end up going through the gates. Over with Cyclops, he's currently suffering from a trap that was sprung in the treehouse. He lays beaten and bloodied, but that's not what he's most scared of. While laying there nearly dead, it's that Jean visited him one final time before her passing. She told him goodbye. Before long, the only mutants who haven't stepped through the gates were those trained specifically by Professor X to resist his persuasion should he ever be compromised, all quietly chanting, "Resist." Emma is the first to break control, telling everyone to grab hands so that Lords can teleport them away. Moira gives the order to kill the others, but before she could use Professor X as leverage, the mutants disappear. However, even teleporting them away, Lords suffered her own injuries, passing away shortly. With Orcus seemingly victorious, one of the humans sees an article on his phone that there was an attack at the Hellfire Gala, with no human survivors. Stasis laughs. Can you believe it? Our PR department sent out the press early, too early. Whoopsie! This is awkward. Guess we just need to kill all the humans. Professor X yells for him to stop, shouting that he did what he asked, but his pleas go unheard, or rather ignored, as the soldiers begin to mow down every human that was there. With only Professor X remaining, Moira holds her knife to his throat, telling him, "Everything that has happened is your fault. Tonight going forward, people will refer to this as the Mutant Massacre. You sold laced medicines, invited Nathaniel Essex onto the island, and he almost ended the Earth. I could go on, but your dream is dead, and humanity will cheer for us as we capture and kill all of you." Professor X stands ready for Moira's attack, and it's Rogue, who is called away with the Avengers, who bursts through the ground, ripping Moira's mechanical body apart. Moira yells to stop her, but before anyone could react, Rogue grabs Professor X, escaping. She tells him that she is taking him to Steve. Steve Rogers is reforming the Unity Squad. They still have friends. Professor X begins to realize that something else is very troubling and demands that she bring him to the island. Rogue wants to know what's wrong. They're gone. Rogue, our mutant family, everyone who walked through those gates. They were meant to go to Araco, but I can't reach them, any of them. They're all gone, all of them. They're all dead. Rogue stops, setting him down. There was 250,000 mutants on Krakoa. They all can't be gone. Professor X slams his fist into the ground. They are! I made them walk through the gates! I didn't know Orcus would do this! I pushed them into the meat grinder! They're all dead! All of them! And I was the one who killed them! Leave me. Go avenge them! Avenge Krakoa! It was only a few short weeks ago that Orcus launched their biggest attack yet against the mutants, causing their fractured friendship with humanity to completely shatter. Dr. Stasis found a way to taint the medicines that Krakoa had given the humans to effectively kill them at the press of a button. What's more, he's also managed to shut down the mutants' Krakoan gateways. Since then, Dr. Stasis spoke to the world that their once protectors were the cause of all the bloodshed that happened at the Hellfire Gala, and that they've taken measures to ensure that they can never attack them again. But the key to their success was not just in their planning, but it was also with the help of Firestar, a mutant who rejected Professor X's vision, a mutant that allowed Orcus to win. Or at least, that's what the late Jean Grey made everyone think, when in reality, it was a part of Jean's plan to plant Firestar within Orcus to gain information. Stasis goes on stating that even though the mutants have showed their true colors, they are handling them with dignity by not just arresting any mutants found, but deporting them to Mars. However, there is one mutant that Dr. Stasis has decided to keep on Earth, one person integral to his plan to convince the world that the events at the Hellfire Gala were in fact true: Cyclops. Recently, the world has thought Cyclops to be dead.
So Cyclops took on the persona of Captain Krakoa. With Cyclops captured, Dr. Stasis locked him away, stating that they could work together in freeing what mutants were left if only he would endorse the story of the mutant massacre. But Cyclops refused, forcing Stasis to proceed with their ruthless tactics of removing the mutant population, whether they liked it or not. Though not all hope is lost. During the forced exodus by Professor X, there was someone trained specifically to resist his influence. New leaders of the X-Men, Talon and Synch, along with a handful of other mutants, managed to escape the very last second. Emma Frost, Rasputin 4, the newly reborn mutant Miss Marvel, and the Red Queen herself, Kate Pryde. Except Kate decided to try and handle things in her own way. While patching her up from another night of fighting, Synch tells her that there isn't a whole lot of them these days, and they need to stick together if they're going to get through this. He asks that she join them so that they can gather information on the whereabouts of any mutant remaining, along with the details of Orchis' strongholds. Kate says she'll get them. She just isn't doing it with them. Meanwhile, over on Mars, the civil war is now raging on the planet. The warlike Iraqi did not see the majority of their cousins from Earth as anything more than weak. Now, those weak mutants have been deposited on their planet, and they're gathering around a lone spaceport in the Promethean Plain. However, one mutant saw the impossible. Someone walked through the gate. The closed gate. The gate that will allow no one to go back. It was Kitty Pryde, aka Shadowcat, aka Kate, that stepped through the portal, and he runs up to her asking how she did that, and is she there to save them? She tells him that she doesn't know what he saw, but whatever it was, he was mistaken. But the mutant presses her, asking what's going on back home. Wasn't she the one who testified before Congress? Kate grabs him and phases part of her sword into him, telling him that if he speaks before she asks, it'll be his last time ever. Just answer all of her questions and they can both go on with their lives. She then asks who he is. The mutant explains that his name is Woofer. The X-Men saved him, but after whatever happened at the Hellfire Gala, Orchis has been dumping the mutants here. They said that they'd be family, but it's not true. Kate tells him that things are looking bleak, and she can't phase anyone through the gates with her. She's going to need his help. He says that the X-Men saved him once before, right? Time for him to pay it forward. Be a leader. Keep everyone safe until help can arrive. So she hands him a book, and she tells him to take a census of everyone here. Names and powers. She'll come back, and she'll collect it later. Back on Earth, Synch is now working with Captain America and his newly reformed Unity Squad. But even with the helping hand, Kate refuses to join in. And after the latest meeting, Emma, still disguised as one of Tony Stark's assistants, pulls Kate aside, asking her to explain what happened to her at the Hellfire Gala. How did Kate survive, and why is she so shook? Kate says the world ended, and maybe they helped give it a push. Emma grabs her, telling her that it's not true, but it's exactly what her abusers would very much like her to believe. What Emma is asking is what happened to Kate when she fell through the gate. Something strange happened shortly after Orchis deactivated the Krakoa gateways. Mutants were unable to pass through them, all except for one mutant who could never, Kate Pryde. After shutting the entire network of portals down, Kate was leaning against one when she happened to pass through it, landing right at the feet of several Orcish soldiers. They attempted to subdue her, to report that one gateway was still active, but Kate quickly phased through their comms to stop them from getting word out. Still reeling from pain and anger about what happened at the gala, she told them that she didn't want to kill them, and that if they surrendered, she will make sure that they're treated fairly, unlike how they treated the mutants. The soldiers all began looking at each other, asking, what should they do? And then, they laughed. Anger boiled over, and Kate began to react on instinct from a life she once lived long ago. The first one, he died whistling, only because he was trying to breathe as Kate shattered his windpipe. She then phased the next guy's gun into his head, stating that Krakoa was a land of laws, the first being murder no man. She guesses that's coming off the books now. The next soldier charged at her, and when he fell through her and onto the floor, she gave him that extra push, stepping on his head until his head was halfway through the ground. Another decided to lunge at her, so she grabbed and threw him through another person, melding them together and killing them both. As adrenaline surged, she suddenly remembered that Jean Grey and Bobby Drake and so many others were killed. She was trained by the ninja Ogun, but what she did that night was made possible by learning it from a friend who happened to be the best at what he did, and what he did wasn't very nice. 2 more soldiers began to open fire, but as the bullets passed through Kate, she walks forward, grabbing 2 grenades off of them, placing the grenades inside of their chests. The final 3 stare in horror as their comrades exploded, but Kate was already running them down. She focuses first on the one trying to reach Central Command and phases him out of his suit just enough that it gets lodged in his own throat. Kate looks at another and without saying a word punches through his chest. And when her eyes fall on the final member, he puts up his hands stating that the X-Men saved him. That when he was up on Bloom, he got sucked into space and the X-Men saved him. She puts her hands on that man's face. Yes, that's what the X-Men do. We save everyone that we can, even our enemies. It's a shame. The X-Men are dead. With a flick of her hands, she snaps that man's neck. Back with Emma, Kate tells her that nothing happened. Now, if she's done explaining nothing happened, she has a war to win. Emma says yes. They should coordinate their efforts with Sync and Talon. Where is she going now? And as Kate phases away, she says that she doesn't want any help. She's just gonna kill Firestar. Charles walks through the island of Krakoa, returning to his destroyed bedchamber. But now he knows he isn't alone. Remnants of Mr. Sinister remains in his mind, taking control of him at night, killing those who trespass on the island. This is unacceptable. I will not allow this to continue. By sunset you will be gone, Sinister. One way or another, Xavier says in his mind. He looks down from his tower at the forest far below them. I know one way. Can you provide an alternative? He questions, and an image of Sinister appears, standing in the bedchamber. Charles, I'm sorry. Please don't do this. You don't understand. Let me help you understand. Meanwhile, in the white-hot room, which serves as an afterlife to the Phoenix and its hosts, Exodus and Hope continue to fight against the mental image of Apocalypse, who declares himself Satan. Nearby, Jean Grey is still chained to the floor after her death at the Hellfire Gala. Hope moves to defend her while Exodus launches into an attack against Apocalypse, as the two try to figure out how they got into the white-hot room. The end approaches. We all know this. You are testing yourself. Will you pass, or will you burn forever and become ash? Apocalypse bellows, his fist slamming into Exodus, but the faith-powered mutant pushes him away, a bright sword appearing in his hand, and Exodus stabs Apocalypse through the head. You are my Satan, and you are what I must always oppose. He shouts, but Apocalypse merely smiles. Oppose, not best. He growls, reaching out and slamming his hands together, grabbing a hold of Exodus's head and squeezing. You believe Apocalypse is stronger than you are. Satan is greater than your faith. You know Satan will always defeat you. What belief do you have that will overcome that knowledge? Apocalypse questions. I believe in hope. Exodus gasps, and Apocalypse releases him, looking up in shock as Hope flies towards them, bathed in fire, holding a flaming sword. She flies straight through Apocalypse, collapsing the temple around them. She staggers to her feet when the smoke clears. Apocalypse's shattered body nearby. I was so strong. I was connected to it. The Force! It touched me, and I could feel what you felt about me. It went in circles like an engine. She says in surprise as she looks at Exodus, and they both look in shock at Jean, whose eyes seem to clear for a moment and she recognizes them. Hope. Apocalypse. You have to help me, She begins to state, but her eyes roll back and she begins to babble again. Back on Krakoa, the image of Sinister explains that his real body is still in the hole. The part of him that he had placed in the rest of the Quiet Council, the part that they eradicated, was able to reattach itself to the tech that Xavier had in him from Project Black Womb, from the Sins of Sinister event. You hold me by my fingertips. Your conscious mind is too much for me, Sinister explains, but Charles doesn't believe him. Sinister taps the diamond on his forehead, asking for Charles to peer deeper inside. And inside of his own mind, Charles Xavier descends into the consciousness of Mr. Sinister that is still trapped within him.
But it is nothing. Merely an empty room with paper masks of Sinister. Nothing that can truly control him. I am sorry for you, Nathaniel. There is no weight to you. You are barely a paper mask, Charles says softly. Back in the real world, Charles admits that Essex can't control him, that he has no other part of him in any of the remaining mutants. Xavier sighs, stepping onto the balcony that overlooks Krakoa. So if this is true, perhaps the greatest use that I can give this world is to ensure that you are gone forever. Charles tells him, and Essex tells Charles that he can't waste his life by wallowing in the ruins that he created. That he saw the end of the Red Diamond timeline, and it was another Sinister that was controlling everything. Charles pauses. Are you sure about that? Essex nods, explaining to Xavier that they need to stop his last clone, the ultimate Sinister. We need to stop it and find a way to take it down when its godhood is still fresh. That's what I've been working on at night. What can you do against a foe like that? Sinister says, explaining that in the alternate timeline, he lost and that ultimate god version of Sinister took control of everything. One of my peers will do it. Stasis, or Stellaris, or whoever the third clone is. Do you think I can bear that? Sinister asks, and Charles pauses, sitting down on the ledge. You can't trust me, but you can trust me to shit all over them. Spite. There's always spite, Xavier. Essex continues, and Charles nods, but points out that Essex would say anything to continue to live in some fashion, even if it is buried in the mind of Professor Xavier. Of course I would! I'm Mr. Sinister, he says with a matter of frankly. The image of Sinister sitting next to Charles on the ledge, looking over the remains of Krakoa. Krakoa was a good idea. I wish I hadn't messed it up. But I had to be a Dominion. I was compelled. I sometimes feel like I don't have a choice to do what I do. Charles shakes his head. You have to take responsibility, pointing out that everything Sinister is doing now is out of spite. The image of Sinister nods, sighing. That's all I have, Charles. Back in the realm of the White-Hot Room, Mother Righteous enters Destiny's room, explaining that Hope and Exodus have returned with Jean Grey. Curious, Jean Grey is here. She didn't escape the Hellfire Gala. She died. Destiny points out, and Mother Righteous nods as she pulls a dagger out from behind her back. Let's get you ahead of the curve, she says quickly, raising the dagger over her head, explaining that they are in the White-Hot Room, which is why Destiny can't see any form of the future. But I've got to be honest, I'm more worried about what you may have seen, Mother Righteous says as she plunges the blade into the back of Destiny. Stop! You're Sinister, yes? You have to stop! You don't know what you're... Destiny says before she is shoved to the ground, a pool of blood already beginning to grow around her, and Mother Righteous turns to find a young mutant standing in the doorway, looking at her in shock. Before she could stop him, he turns and rushes out of the room. He rushes to find Exodus and Hope to tell them what happened. You've done well, little Kafka. It is in our hands now. Hide. Exodus tells him. But Krakoa begins to shake beneath their feet, massive vines bursting out of the ground, destroying the buildings around them. You made Krakoa angry, Hope shouts in surprise as the mutants begin to flee, the two mutants launching into the fight, trying to keep the vines at bay and protect the people. Meanwhile, Jean Grey has been left alone, Mother Righteous stalking into the room, leaning over her bed with a smile. You look like someone who'd like to be somewhere else, right? Do you want to go there? Mother Righteous says softly. A short time later, Mother Righteous is walking quietly behind Jean Grey, keeping her leashed on a chain around her neck. With eyes not seeing the present, Jean leads the clone of Sinister into the desert and away from the other mutants to locations unknown. The desert of the White-Hot Room stretches out around them as Jean Grey leads Mother Righteous ever onward, ever closer to Dominion. Meanwhile, Hope and Exodus help the other mutants during the aftermath of the attack on Krakoa. Hope finds the slain body of Destiny. She shouts for Elixir to help her, the mutant rushing over using his healing flames to resurrect the blind seer. We're in the White-Hot Room! Destiny shouts as she sharply sits up and Hope nods. Yeah, Destiny. We found out when we got gened, she says, and Destiny struggles to her feet, explaining that they need to stop Mother Righteous. She's gone. With Jean. Exodus says as he joins them, but Destiny explains that it's still time to stop her. Have your powers returned? What use are you? The faith-powered mutant asks. and she turns her blind eyes on him. "Oh, Exodus, I'm the only one who can do anything," she says to him. Meanwhile, Mother Righteous and Jean have reached their destination, a strange cave inside of the white-hot room, the afterlife of the Phoenix Avatars. But back in the real world, Charles Xavier is joined by the mental projection of Mr. Sinister that resides within his mind, as they have finally reached Mur Island. "Why do you want to build your Moira engine here, Sinister?" Charles questions as Sinister shrugs. "Besides comedy? It's a place where Moira has been most active on Earth in all of these years. It's a stabilizing place for the Moira clones, a multi-dimensional pivot." Charles pulls himself up to the rocks, the wind, the rain lashing against them, and at the top, they find Sinister's old compound, now guarded by Orcus Special Forces. But this is no issue for Charles. He reaches out with his powers, clouding the soldiers' minds so that they can't see, nor can they hear him, allowing him to walk right past them until he reaches Sinister's destroyed labs within. "Your machine has been destroyed. Will anything that remains be of any use to us?" Xavier asks Sinister. Once again, the villain shrugs as he looks around. "All I remember of the timeline, where I sort of ruined the universe, is that awful moment when my Dominion attempt failed. This Mother Righteous told you the highlight reels, but I'll guarantee that she saved the best stuff. Let's see what secrets we can turn up," Sinister says. Back in the white-hot room, Mother Righteous and Jean have walked through the cave, and on the other side they look up of the massive structure that glints in the blazing sunlight. Finding some stairs, they begin to walk up them. Meanwhile, Destiny, Hope, and Exodus fly across the desert with the godly mutant demanding Destiny to tell him what she knows. Very well. There is a Dominion outside of time and space. It's haunted the century. She says, telling them that she has acted against Dominion her whole life, but that it watches her. They move through the cave and find the structure, with Destiny beginning to move quickly. Quickly, if she listens, perhaps this can be averted. She doesn't know what she's doing, Destiny shouts to her companions. Meanwhile, back on Mur Island, Charles is working to rebuild some of the Sinister engines. He looks at the mental projection. "If this Dominion exists, what can we actually do?" Charles asks. Sinister explains that the Dominion is outside of time and space, which gives it great power and limitations. The Dominion is constantly working to bring itself into being and is able to alter events behind the scenes. "We should assume all reality is a minefield in ways that we can't comprehend. It could be watching us at all times," Sinister says, and Charles finally fixes the engine, looking at the data. As they begin to scroll through it, Sinister explains that no one has achieved Dominion yet, as they would be cries of victory. That Orcus and Dr. Stasis must still be trying to achieve Dominion. But Charles shakes his head, pointing to the data. "Stasis and Orcus aren't. Your machine includes data from the timelines where they tried, and they both have already failed." Meanwhile, Mother Righteous and Jean have reached the top of the structure. They step onto the girders, and the world goes bright white around them. "Ah, here we are. Let's go." Mother Righteous cries with joy. Back at Sinister's lab, Charles points to the aborted timelines, where Stasis and Orcus reached for Dominion, and instead they were consumed by it. Charles rubs at his chin, pointing out that there have been 3 Dominion attempts, but no 4th. "But there are details of a 4th Sinister, yes?" Sinister questions, and Charles nods, bringing up an image explaining that Sinister discovered the identities of all 4 Sinisters of all the Dominion attempts in the aborted timeline. "The 4th is Mother Righteous." Sinister nods his head, looking at Charles. "Yes. She's the one who's going to do it. We have to defy causality and stop her. What is she doing?" Sinister growls. Meanwhile, back in the white-hot room, Mother Righteous has begun her final task, kneeling in the bright white void, preparing to sacrifice the remnants of Jean and her Phoenix powers, believing that this will allow her to achieve Dominion and rule. But Destiny, Hope, and Exodus arrive as the woman begins to weave her spells. She waves her hands and monsters begin to appear. Attacking the mutants, Exodus and Hope begin to cut through the creatures as Destiny rushes forward, trying to talk some sense into the woman. Mother Righteous draws a knife, stabbing it into Jean's chest, and Jean collapses as Mother Righteous begins to scrawl something on the void in her blood. "You have to stop!" Destiny shouts to her, but Mother Righteous shakes her head and smiles. On the ground, she has written the words. "Once upon a time, there was a simple girl from Essex. She became a Dominion. She lived happily ever after." The words read. The magic begins to work, and Mother Righteous can feel the breath of creation inside of her,
He begins to rise up into the air, but she turns to see the white void has become the edge of the page. She reaches for the edge and begins to lift it. She turns the page to find new words written in flames. However, his mistress of stories should have known that there was always a twist. Look behind you. The words state in Mother Righteous turns, her eyes widening in fear. No, she whispers before exploding into a shower of blood. She gasps in pain as she returns to the white-hot room, and Destiny turns at the sound. The scream, she's back, she gasps, and Mother Righteous looks at the mutants in shock. No, it's me. It should have been me, but it's him, she gasps. Destiny staggers forward, kicking the woman in the face, knocking her mask off to reveal the heart on her forehead. That's what I've been trying to tell you. You have doomed us all, Mother Righteous, Destiny snaps at her. At the old house in Essex, where Nathaniel created the clones, the tubes sit empty and broken, and above them lights begin to shine. The symbols of the sinister clones have each lit up. Now finalizing with the heart symbol, there is a center symbol, that of a crown. That mind begins to awaken. Nathaniel Essex once had a plan that he would defeat the coming machine brain that he foresaw. He created 4 clones that would each explore a route to become what the future machines would strive for. Details of each of their journeys would be gathered and fed into the central model, because Essex realized you couldn't defeat the coming machine brains. Instead, you could create the apex AI that would rule everything. Charles Xavier kneels on the beaches of Krakoa, staring out into the sunset. Memories of the recent past flash through his mind, of Destiny asking him to get Mystique to safety if anything happens, of the mutants partying at the Hellfire Gala, of Orca's attack with the Sentinels, killing everyone that they could, humans and mutants alike. Charles has fallen to his knees at the death and destruction, and the leaders of Orcus stood over him and delivered their terms. We've hacked more than your medicines. We've also hacked your gates. Right now, they all point off Earth. We'll kill no more humans if every mutant leaves. This is a cancer surgery. Charles, you are that cancer, Dr. Stasis says, standing next to Moira McTaggart. Moira ordering Xavier to tell the mutants to go, and he does. The mutants all step through the gate, and Xavier suddenly gasps. I can't reach them! Any of them! They're all dead and I've killed them, he gasps. And now that those memories have faded, he sits at the beach, the sole remaining mutant on Krakoa, and he watches the sunset. The day after the gala, Sebastian Shaw stands at his new office in Orcus. He laughs as he is ordered to take the cure that will make him a human. Very well, if my new partners at Orcus need a show of good faith, they'll have it. He tells his assistant as he takes the cure, his body spasming for a moment before he straightens up. There, no longer a mutant, he says with a smile. He looks at his new assistant and demands to know an analysis of his funds. But she looks at her tablet nervously and admits to him. Your funds are unchanged. Shaw doesn't understand, explaining to her that he owns all of Krakoa now. Yes, sir, you own all of Krakoa, the island, not the country's funds, she tells him, explaining that the new White King owns all of Krakoa's funds. Shaw stands in anger, and his assistants step back, but he merely turns to grab his jacket, heading towards the door. Why are you quivering? Did you think I'd throw you off the building or something? He asks, and she nervously admits yes, but Shaw shakes his head. I'm not a bloody supervillain. I'm a businessman. He snaps at her as he heads for the door. Later, Shaw storms into the Hellfire Gala, ignoring the bouncer at the door who insists that he is not a member. He storms into the back room where he lights the candles and calls forth Mother Righteous. Get out here, you lying pain! Shaw snaps as he performs the ritual, a red mist swirling through the room, and the female clone of Nathaniel Essex appears. Quiet, love. I've still got a banging hangover from the gala after party, Mother Righteous says as she appears in the mist. Shaw angrily demands to know why he wasn't given Krakoa's funds as a part of the deal that they made for his betrayal of the island. And Mother Righteous smiles. You act like you made a deal with a businesswoman. You made a deal with a magician, a storyteller. You make a deal in a story, and it's never quite what you wanted. Nice doing magic with you. She motions over his shoulder as the Hellfire guards storm into the room, aiming their weapons at him. Your Hellfire Club membership has been canceled by the new owner. You are expelled, the guards tell him, and Shaw finally relents, storming out. On his way, his assistant catches up with him, revealing the identity of the new White King. It's Wilson Fisk. The Kingpin is the new White King. She tells him, but the room suddenly fades away and Shaw is standing in darkness with Emma Frost standing over him. Shaw, you worm of a man, you are a disappointment, she snaps. Outside of the club, Shaw has fallen to his knees, but his assistant shakes him back awake. Sir, are you okay? Do you need medical assistance? She asks him, and Shaw shakes his head, pushing her away. He stands, telling her that it is time to start exploiting Krakoa's resources so that he can start earning money again. But the problem with that is that Krakoa is now full of monsters, not real monsters, but Charles can sense when Shaw's people arrive. They have come to the island to steal from it, his island, the mutants' island. So when they arrive, Charles Xavier creates images in their minds, images of monsters that attack them, and the workers always run screaming for their boats and they sail away, with Charles standing guard. Meanwhile, nowhere, no when. Exodus looks down at Hope and Destiny. They stand in the great desert and Hope looks at Exodus, who has pushed her through the gate. Oh God, you didn't have to push so hard. Where are we? She asks, looking around in shock, but Destiny is getting to her feet, and she begins to scream. I can't see the future! It's nothing but white space! She gasps in shock. Exodus looks over the desert and sees the rest of the mutants that came through the portal with them. It's the whole population of Krakoa, the ones that Xavier forced through the portals. They were meant to arrive in Arakko, instead we're in the desert? Exodus says quietly, and Hope looks at him. We have no food, no water. What are we going to do? She questions, and Exodus steps forward, sun glinting off the halo over his head, a byproduct of his gala finery. Listen to me, mutants! He shouts, getting everyone's attention. We will survive the desert, as I did so long ago. We will be transformed. We are mutant pilgrims, and I will lead you to the promised land, he calls out, motioning behind him, where the sun crests over the endless dunes. This way! Follow me, he says, with Exodus turning, beginning to walk. After a moment, the rest of the mutants begin to follow him. What is this way? Hope asks him quietly. A promised land, he says simply. She questions whether Exodus knows this for a fact, but he shakes his head. Absolutely not, but I have faith. We now move into X-Men 26. The Hellfire Gala. The Sentinels had arrived, they blasted everything that they could, and Wilson Fisk was in attendance with his wife, Mary. During the danger, Mary was pulled to safety, but afterwards, Fisk found himself in the sewers with Emma Frost. Fisk was now on Emma's side, a woman that he had never worked with before, and he puts one of his massive hands on her shoulder. If they have not already, Orcus will move to seize your considerable assets. Resources will be needed for your war effort, he says softly, and Emma nods. Very well. Will you help me? She asks in a whisper, and Fisk looks down at her. Yes, your enemies are my enemies. We must move quickly. Now, at the newly remade Hellfire Club, Wilson Fisk has been crowned the new White King, and the rumor was that Emma Frost died the night of the Orcus attack. Tony Stark was acting as the Black King after he was defeated by Orcus, and part of his Iron Man technology had been stolen by them and put into the new Sentinels. Now he was acting the part of the defeated Playboy, while secretly designing a new set of armor that could help them win the war. But he is suddenly pulled away from the blackjack table by his assistant, Miss Kendall, who desperately needs to speak with him. As the doors to the private suite close behind them, Tony drops the drunk billionaire act. Thanks for the save, Emma, he tells her. She nods in her disguise, asking if the mole inside of Orcus is the mutant Firestar. If she's your mole, tell her that she's been targeted by a rogue mutant assassin who has no hope of surviving. If she's not a mole, then I'll go fetch an urn from the basement, Emma says, and Tony pauses. I better make a call. Out in outer space, the Orcus space station known as the Balloon. The shuttle docks, and several employees step off, unaware of the phasing mutant that has followed them. The Shadowcat, Kitty Pryde, quickly begins to move through the station as alarms begin to blare, warning of a mutant's presence.
She rounds the corner into two of the guards, and they open fire quickly, and she phases through them, and the blasts move through her body harmlessly. She then charges forward, lashing out, knocking them out with a quick punch and a kick, grabbing the last one, allowing half of his body to phase through the floor as she releases him, letting his top half be cut in half and float into space. Finally, she stands outside of the cell of Firestar. Hello? Kitty? Kate? If you're outside that door, we need to talk. I have a crazy story to tell you. Firestar says, but Kitty phases through the wall, lunging at her. Traitor! She shouts, and Firestar tries to explain, but Kitty is already moving. She's hitting her hard, drawing her sword, stabbing her through the head, but keeping the blade in material. Moments away from death, Firestar begins to babble out the story in one long breath. She explains that while the attack was happening, all the mutants were forced through the gates. Jean Grey inserted a memory into every member of Orcus's head that Firestar was working with them as a double agent so that Firestar could help all of those who survived in whatever way she could. But before she could tell anyone else, Jean Grey died. And now I'm here alone trying to do what I can. I didn't ask for any of this. I can be of service. I'm a mutant and I'm proud. I resist. Firestar finishes, and Kitty hesitates for a moment before removing the sword from her head. Firestar looks at her. I know you don't believe me, but it's the truth. Kitty pauses for another moment before lowering the weapon. Are you kidding me? That is the most Jean Grey story I've ever heard in my life, she says with a smile, holding her hand out, helping the young mutant to her feet. You good? Kate asks her. As Kitty is preparing to escape the space station, Firestar asks her to tell the others so that no one else tries to kill her. But Kitty smiles and shakes her head. Absolutely not. It's good for your cover for us to fight once in a while. The two women then head to the Krakoan gate on the ship, and Firestar is shocked that Kitty can pass through it. Make the most out of Jean's sacrifice. Get us as much intel as you can and disrupt whatever you can. Hope you survive the experience, Kitty says before stepping through the portal, leaving Firestar all alone. Later that night, Kitty meets with Emma outside the Hellfire Club. Don't worry, it didn't happen, she explains, and Emma nods, asking if she's learned of Scott's location. But Kitty shakes her head. It's been weeks. We need to find him. If I'm leaving the relative safety of this cover and driving off a cliff with you, then I need to know that he is sorted out, Emma says, but as Emma turns away, she tells Kitty to give her a moment so that she can tell Tony Stark that she is leaving. We're gonna make a good team. There isn't a single one of them that we can't kill together, Kitty tells her, but as Emma heads back inside, she is shocked by Fei Long, the man who failed to conquer Mars from the mutants, and he has somehow managed to take Tony's technology by force. Anger begins to fill Emma as she moves towards him, but Tony grabs a hold of her, pulling her into a private room. Hang on! Hear me out! He hisses at her as she struggles, but Tony puts up a hand telling her that while he has made progress, he needs to get information from Fei Long. If you go out there, you're going to prolong this war. If you take off that ring, you're going to bring sentinels to our door. Tony snaps at her, but Emma orders him to get out of her way and she lashes out, kneeing him in the groin, stumbling to his knees as Fei Long walks through the door. What the hell are you doing, Stark? Marrying the help? Fei Long chuckles to himself. Emma sighs, sending a message to Kitty, telling her that she won't be able to join her in her mission of revenge. I'm sorry, Emma says mentally, but Kitty smiles, turning to walk away. Me too, Emma. Me too. The world has changed. Kitty Pryde knows this as she slips into one of the mutant detention centers that have gone up all over the country, hoping to get a head count of the captured mutants within. Orcus is controlling the sentinels flying overhead, and a bronze statue of Henry Greenwich stands outside. Now, Kitty has taken up the role of Shadowcat once again. All mutants are X-Men. All mutants resist. She phases through one of the walls into a cell, her eyes widening in shock as she pulls down her mask, exclaiming, "You're alive!" as she sees Juggernaut. "Jiminy tap dancing cricket, Kate!" Marco shouts, but Kitty quickly and quietly hugs him. He points out the collar around his neck, telling her that it's supposed to be connected to the person in the next cell. On it, don't go anywhere, she whispers as she phases through the wall. That's where she's shocked to find a drugged Cyclops on the other side, strapped to a chair, his eyelids sewn shut. Kitty reaches for his collar, preparing to phase him to freedom, but she stops.
She phases again, looking into his body, discovering that he is wired to explode if he is moved. Slipping back through the wall, she quickly fills Marco in. I can't do anything to help him now. He's on a dead man's switch. He's a living trigger for some kind of a bomb. Don't tell me we're gonna rot and you're just gonna float away from here. Marco asks her, but Kitty shakes her head, phasing him from his collar, asking him to wait. Break out tomorrow. If you leave right away, I won't be able to continue my head count. But I'm glad to see you. Last time I laid eyes on you, you looked bad. Marco smiles, asking how many other mutants are still out there. But Kitty shakes her head, beginning to phase through the wall. I'll tell you everything when you're out, but we're all X-Men now, Marco. Resist. Later, she joins her team in the Morlock tunnels, having brought them a captured Cerebro helmet from Orca so that they could use it. She explains to them that they need to go to the Fantastic Four and use it to recover the memory of how Reed Richards masked the X gene before Xavier removed the knowledge from his head. Good luck in Arizona, she tells them before disappearing. Rasputin 4, the Chimera from the alternate future, nods to her team. Let's get on with it. I've procured an automobile, she tells them. Miss Marvel looks at her in shock. Wait, we're driving to the Fantastic Four? Later, the group arrives in Arizona at the farm of Ben Grimm. The Lincoln lowers to the ground and Rasputin uses her telepathic powers to fly them all in the car. Talon leans forward from the back seat. Let's take it slow when we're there. The Fantastic Four aren't expecting us, and we don't want to alarm them. But Rasputin ignores that, stomping forward, eager to get on with their mission and not really understanding subtlety. If there is information to be had here, then we will have it, even if we have to hold this fantastic person down, she says over her shoulder. But that's when she runs into Ben Grimm on his way to the fishing hole. Hey, I don't sound like that, Ben says, holding up a hand. Rasputin looks at him. I was not addressing you. Now be on your way, Golem. Ben tries to argue, but Rasputin merely knocks him away with one punch. The rest of the X-Men rush to help Ben, but Rasputin is quickly surrounded by a ring of fire. Matters are escalating. They need not. I am simply here for information, she says to Johnny Storm, but Johnny isn't listening, preparing for a fight. But Rasputin holds up a hand using her mental powers to put him to sleep. He drops to the ground, beginning to snore. At the house, Reed and Sue have come outside, with Sue disappearing to have a look around. Reed nods, pulling out his phone. Phone, scan the area, he says, and the phone immediately picks up the approaching Rasputin, tagging her as a Chimera mutant. Well, aren't you interesting? Reed muses. And Rasputin stops in front of him, explaining that they need the information from his mind that Xavier and Magneto took away. I'll figure it out. I don't need your help, Reed tells her with a smile, but Rasputin puts a hand on his shoulder. You're misunderstanding. We care not if you retain it. We require it, she says sharply, but Sue is suddenly there, putting Rasputin in a bubble, ordering her to back off. I think you're misunderstanding the situation. My mind was entered without my consent. That will never happen again. But Rasputin uses her powers to phase through the force field, telling Reed and Sue that the mutants don't want conflict. Well, I don't care about hitting dames, but... Ben says as he charges her from behind, but Rasputin merely turns, knocking him away again. Finally, Kamala arrives, trying to smooth things over, explaining to the mutants that they merely need to learn how Reed once masked the X gene. And finally, Reed relents, realizing that keeping secrets is what led all the heroes into this mess in the first place. Rasputin puts on the Cerebro helmet, diving into Reed's mind, allowing him to see everything that she is doing. But inside, they discover that Xavier took the memory away from Reed, instead of merely hiding it. As I suspected, but the brain can mend. It's malleable. I'll work on this. I'll find a way. The group continue to talk, and Kamala points out that Xavier once told her that the Terrigenesis mists masked her mutant gene. Reed suddenly smiles, realizing that that is the key. That a small amount of Terrigenesis mists can actually mask the mutant gene from the scanners. With this realized, the mutants apologize for Rasputin's actions and they leave the Fantastic Four in peace, knowing that they're going through their own trials and tribulations at this time. Meanwhile, at Orcus's orbiting space station, Dr. Stasis is sitting with Firestar over dinner. Well, I've decided what to do with the monstrous Juggernaut, Essex says, explaining that he'll be unable to reach the monster due to the gem that courses through his veins. I'm going to surgically extract it and ingest it. I hope the world is ready for Dr. Juggernaut,
Essex says with a smile as he reaches for his glass of wine. Fire starts choking briefly on her food, looking away. Excuse me, went on the wrong pipe, she says while her mind races to find a way to warn Kitty. Now we move to Immortal X-Men number 16. From their base of operations, Sebastian Shaw and Selene watch Krakoa from one of Orcus's orbital satellites, trying to discover who keeps killing all of the men that they send in to start plundering Krakoa. Shaw peers at the screen, zooming in on the one lone figure that stands on the beach. Oh hell, we pushed him too far, Shaw whispers as he stares at Xavier. He turns away and leads Selene deeper into his base of operations until he comes to his vault. What is it, Shaw? Come on, Selene, you must know a treasure vault when you see one. This is where I keep my most precious belongings, he explains, opening a section to reveal his own power armor. My Hellfire armor, designed by myself, commissioned and built for when I need it, he says with a smile. Selene watches as he pulls on the armor. I still don't see why we need to send to the Stark Sentinels, she says, but Shaw shakes his head, telling her that Krakoa is his to exploit, and he doesn't want to bring Orcus any more than he needs to. He turns around as the armor is donned. Now let's kill this fallen saint so that I can get back to exploiting Krakoa for a truly grotesque amount of money. Later, Xavier looks up as death rains down from above, Shaw opening fire on the beach, but Xavier dashes away, avoiding the blasts. Meanwhile, the mutants who were stranded in the desert have arrived at an oasis, led by Mother Righteous. Egg is surrounded by the murderous bishops, calling out for help, but he is saved as Exodus swoops down, picking him up. Have faith, Brother Egg. You'll be safe, Exodus says, but a murderous Wolverine leaps at them out of the sand, growling as his claws flash. But that's when Hope is there, cutting through the monster with psychic claws. She shields Egg with her mind as the three lift off into the air. Good news, you're the last of the 5. The Eternal Life gang's back together, she says with a smile. The 3 return to the oasis where Mother Righteous leads the humans into another resurrection. Hope thanks her for all that she's done before Mother Righteous leaves the chamber. But Destiny doesn't trust her, telling the others that they shouldn't either. Enough, she is useful. She has returned the 5 to us. She has returned immortality to us. Exodus snaps at Destiny, but Irene explains that she is merely providing them with a warning. She can no longer see the future, for it is a blank spot in this place. I need to get out of wherever we are. I need to know what happened to my wife. You have no idea what it's like not knowing. But Hope and Exodus decide they have to leave again, hoping to find more mutants lost in the woods. They leave Irene in charge of those who must stay. Back at Krakoa, Xavier is still running from Shaw's attack, but he finds Selene waiting for him in the woods. She throws a blast of magic that cuts his skin and forces him back towards Shaw. Another blast hits him and Xavier finally reaches out with his mind. Emma, please, quickly! What does Shaw want? There's a pause before she responds. Xavier, are we talking again? Emma asks, but finally she sends him the information, and Xavier pauses as he realizes what is happening to the Hellfire Club. And he reaches out with his mind, pushing through Shaw's psychic defense quickly. Sebastian, listen to me. I've just harvested the passwords for a dozen key Hellfire accounts. You can use them to start to take control back. It'll be a battle, but this is enough to win. If you act now, you can recover your club, Xavier says into Shaw's mind, while Selene uses her powers to grab him with a massive wave of sand. Krakoa will still be here when you're done, Xavier continues, and Shaw pauses for a moment before turning his arsenal on Selene. Selene, look out, he got through my psi shield, he shouts as he fires rockets at her, knocking her to the ground unconscious. He then flies down to retrieve her. I'll pacify her, she just wants the gate, Shaw says, turning to Xavier. God, Xavier, I hate to think about what we've unleashed. You were always a bastard, but murder as you is something else. I think even Selene squirmed when she saw the bodies. Xavier is confused. I haven't killed anyone. In the desert, Hope and Exodus have found another lost mutant, but they're shocked to discover that this mutant is Jean Grey. But Jean isn't herself. Her eyes glow as she continues to babble nonsense about the events of the past. She's delirious. Something's wrong. We're missing something, Hope says as he reaches for Jean, but something rises out of the sand and Exodus looks up in shock as Apocalypse rises up, attacking him. You're Satan. I am who you say I am, Apocalypse says as he slams Exodus into the ground. He then turns, throwing Exodus away. Hear that is true. We are in your desert. Apocalypse growls, and Hope doesn't understand what Apocalypse is talking about, and Exodus explains that he always thought the mutant ruler was Satan. Hope's eyes then widen. Logan as he killed me, Bishop as he hunted me, now Apocalypse, you're Satan in your desert. She whispers, and Apocalypse lifts Exodus into the air again, turning to Hope. Revelation awaits, girl. Are you ready? She reaches out for Jean, delving into her mind, but something strikes back and Hope is thrown to the ground. Hope! Exodus shouts, prepared to fight against the monstrous mutant before him. I'm okay. I know where we are. I don't know what it means. What's the white-hot room? She asks. Back in Krakoa, Xavier has returned to his beach, but now he begins to search and he discovers a cave heading down into it, where a monkey is awaiting him. The chimp turns, pointing to a mirror, and Xavier's eyes widen as he looks into the mirror, and on it is a diamond symbol and a message. Don't kill yourself, please. Sunfire staggers through the vastness of the overworld. He had attached Redroot to his heart. He allowed the Araco mutant to root into his veins, keeping it alive long enough for Sunfire to journey through the overworld and make it home. His journey has been long. He now staggers through the icy cold of the frozen wasteland until he finally collapses. He tears Redroot free of his heart, apologizing for failing her. This is the end of all things, he whispers. But a shadow looms over him, and a deep voice rumbles from the darkness. What is an end, my child? If not, a beginning? Apocalypse asks as he lifts Sunfire out of the snow. The magic has led you right to my side once more. Be healed and be prepared, for we march to war, Apocalypse says as he begins to heal Sunfire. Nearby, Redroot has begun to grow, bathed in the mutant blood. At the Henry Gyrich Re-Education Center, Firestar slips inside. Most mutants don't know that she is a double agent, still believing her to have betrayed them to Orcus. But now she knocks out a guard and moves through the halls of the prison, finding the place where they are operating on the Juggernaut after another failed escape attempt was stopped by Nimrod. Firestar leans in the door and using her powers, she quietly destroys the morphine IV drip that is keeping the mighty mutant unconscious before slipping away and changing back into her normal clothes. After accomplishing half of her mission, she heads to the cell of Scott Summers, whose eyes have been sewn shut. Look at you, Cyclops. You're making what's left of your life a living hell, Firestar says. Welcome back, traitor, Scott hisses at her. She leans in, shouting for him to give up, to speak against the remaining mutants, and she begins to tap Morse code on his shoulder, explaining that she is actually sorry that she can't free him today, but she has freed Juggernaut and he has been able to finally escape. Just take the deal, she snaps, continuing her little act, when suddenly the entire prison shakes and Firestar launches out of the room. Give him hell, Kane, Scott says with a smile. As Firestar flies through the halls of the prison, she is stopped as the wall suddenly explodes next to her. Well, I was about to check out of this gulag, but now the traitor is here. I might as well stick around and have some fun. Juggernaut laughs. He stomps forward, preparing to squash Firestar, but she hits him with a burst of flames that drives him back. Stay back, she shouts, real fear in her voice. He grabs a hold of her, lifting her into the air. Time to die, traitor, he shouts, but Firestar pulls a flash drive out with all of the information that she has managed to steal from Orcus. She shoves it into Juggernaut's mouth, and she leans in fast as Juggernaut suddenly stops in sheer surprise. Don't swallow that drive, the X-Men need it. I'm still on the team, no time to explain, she whispers. She orders him to escape, but first, he needs to hurt her and make it look good. Juggernaut lifts her up, slamming her into the ground before whirling away and slamming through the wall. He runs off into the rainy night, finally free of Orcus's imprisonment. Later, he meets the X-Men in the tunnels beneath New York City, giving them the drive and explaining what happened at the Gulag. We're glad to have you in the Resistance, Juggernaut. I'll see what's on the drive, Sync says as he takes it and plugs it into his laptop. No doubt she saved your life. Let's see what's so important. The drive boots up and they're shocked to find files on all of the mutants that Orcus has captured, plus details on the bomb that is holding Scott in his cell. Sync nods, looking at Kitty. Looks like a road trip is in order. Orcus detected a group of mutants who resisted the push into the gates by Xavier. Sync says, asking Kitty to take Miss Marvel with her. The young teen smiles as she sits up. "So where are we going?" she says brightly. Back at the Orcus control, though, those controlling the organization have begun to question Firestar's loyalty. But Firestar pushes them aside, explaining that if they want to kill her, they might as well get it over with, as she can never return to the X-Men. She finally storms out of the room, tears in her eyes, pain racking her body. Meanwhile, Kitty and Kamala have launched themselves from the private jet that they stowed away on. While Kitty is used to diving into the land and then swimming back to the surface with her powers, Kamala is learning the finer arts of parachuting as her parachute gets stuck in a tree. "Oh, come on!" she shouts, tugging on the lines. But she finally frees herself, extending her legs down to the ground so that she can just safely get herself out of the tree. "Next time, try to land silently," a voice calls out of the shadows. Kamala looks up in surprise to see Wolverine watching her. "Logan!" she shouts in surprise. He shakes his head as he steps out and she hugs him. "No sense in alerting everybody, but otherwise, nice entrance, kiddo." As Logan and Kitty begin to talk about the plan, Kamala is trying to figure out where they actually are. "Is this Austria or Switzerland?" she asks as she looks around the forest that surrounds them. But a voice calls out to them from a nearby hill. "Some news, child. You're not in Europe at all. This is Latveria," Doom says with a team of mutants at his back ready to fight. It was a little while ago when Xavier first prepared to deliver his psychic message to the world of Krakoa's existence and the mutants' sovereignty. But when he lifted Cerebro onto his head, he was met by the voice of Dr. Doom. Doom told him that he was aware of the mutants' intentions and that Latveria would be declining their offer of medical aid in exchange for acknowledgement of sovereignty. While Doom commended the mutants on their act, he knew that it would end, for none of them were fit to rule. "This will end in your ruin, Charles," Doom says before ending his psychic link. What Xavier didn't know is that Dr. Doom had gathered his own group of mutants. Latverian by birth, he brought them to Castle Doom and he trained them, explaining that someday the world would turn on the mutants, that the mutants would come for them, but Doom would protect them. He stands with them in the castle, a roaring fire before them in his audience chamber. "When the mutants that Charles gathered have been largely chewed up and spit out, the sun will set on the mutant nation. The X-Men will then invade Latveria and attempt to kidnap you," Doom tells his own mutants. Now, his team of mutants, his X-Men, stand in the forest looking down on Kitty, Logan, and Kamala. "Remember well what I have said, my fellow Latverians. The mutant day of treachery is at hand," Doom declares. Logan looks up at them, popping his claws in preparation for the fight. "Sounds like the Tin Man's been feeding you a bunch of crap," he snaps. But Volta Doom leaps down, her lightning rod cracking into the ground as she smiles at Logan. "You're trespassing," she says as Logan moves to slash through the rod, but his claws are stopped and electricity courses through his body. "Volta's spear is vibranium!" Kamala shouts, and Logan rears back, shouting to the mutants that they need to stand with their people. But Kitty has had enough. She draws her two swords. "We're wasting time arguing while the skies are filled with sentinels," she hisses, but Volta is ready and charges forward. "We're not afraid of robots, and we haven't seen any of these sentinels in Latveria," she says. Kamala tries to calm everyone down, but the mutant known as Slag, with a rocky exterior and boiling magma for blood, charges forward, slamming into Wolverine. "No more playing around," Kitty says as she rushes forward, her blades slashing into Slag's rocky exterior. Volta shocks her, but Kamala stretches out her hand and grabs a hold of the lightning spear. "I promise you I don't want to fight," she shouts, but Slag is rushing towards her. Luckily, Wolverine is there, stabbing him in the back with both claws. "What'd I do?" he bellows. But next to him is Nerium, who controls the very earth beneath their feet. Doom declares that she is of Latveria in mind and body. Vines stretch out, wrapping around Wolverine's body, stinging and poisoning him until blood is spilling out of his mouth. Kitty rushes in, slashing through the vines with her swords. "You're a mutant! How can you fight us?" she demands. But Nerium simply screams back, "I'm Latverian, and I am the spirit of the land!" Volta retrieves her spear, ordering the X-Men to surrender. Backed into a corner, Logan holds up his hands to stop the fight. "We only came to liberate the mutants," Kitty says, but the Latverians merely glare at her. "We are free!" they shout, and Wolverine finally nods. "Then we'll leave you with your ruler and be on our way," he growls, but Doom shakes his head. "I'm afraid you cannot leave. until you've dined with Doom. So a short time later, the two groups of mutants are sitting at a fine table in Castle Doom, a vast meal laid out before them. The Latverian mutants explain how they were found by Doom, taken from lives of intolerance and bigotry, trained to be the defenders of Latveria. How they owe Doom their very lives. Kitty turns to Doom. So Victor, you say that you knew that Krakoa was doomed to fail? You knew we were coming? What happens next? Doom takes a long drink from his goblet, wiping his mouth and standing. He explains that he knew that this would happen, which is why he closed his borders to the island nation. He brought the mutant Latverians to him. Now they are alive when your people are not. The answer with what happens next is a gift I am not ready to give, he says before turning and walking out of the room. Krakoans, be gone by dawn! Doom bids you good evening, Doom says before leaving. After he leaves, the mutants continue to eat. Perhaps Doom is the answer to your problems. You could ask for asylum. Your enemies fear to tread here. Volta Doom suggests, but Logan shakes his head. Lady, we have enough fascists to deal with, he growls. Nerium raises a glass of wine and declares that should the mutants need them and it serves the will of Doom, she would side with them in the final battle. The X-Men glance at each other and smile. All right then, Logan says with a nod. The next day, the three mutants return to New York, with Kitty still unhappy with the outcome of their mission. But Logan points out that at least the Latverian mutants will most likely side with them, even though the three got their butts handed to them in the fight. So that was Doom's way of signaling he'll fight if asked the right way? Kitty ponders. They then arrive at the secret tunnels beneath the city, and they're shocked to find their headquarters is destroyed and covered in blood. What the hell happened? Logan bellows as they rush into the room to find it empty, and their friend's gone. The X-Men are now an underground resistance force fighting against Orcus and their rule of the Earth and systematic elimination of all mutants. They meet in the underground Morlock tunnels. They've teamed up with the likes of Spider-Man, the Gold Goblin, and Tony Stark to fight back against Orcus, who have laced the Krakoan medicine with nanite kill switches that they activate and blame on the mutants. I'm uncomfortable with skipping human trials before we put the science into the population, Norman points out, shocking everyone. Well, this is a first for Norman Osborn, Spider-Man comments, and Sync nods his head, but points out that they need to counteract Orcus's drugs before the team can even move forward with stopping them. How about we administer this patch without raising alarms at Orcus? Talon asks, and Spider-Man sighs, pointing out that it would be easier if they could get their enemies to do it for them. Sync smiles at the wall crawler as his joke gives him an idea. The answer to our problem is on Counter-Earth, he says as he turns to Talon, explaining that when the High Evolutionary came to Earth, he offered the X-Men a device that would wipe out all human DNA. If they can override it and adapt it, they can use it to alter the nanites in the human bloodstream and patch out the kill switch. Spider-Man, Gold Goblin, and Tony Stark all head out, wishing the X-Men the best of luck and asking them to call when the time is right. So what's the quickest way to counter Earth? Talon asks, and Kamala looks at her with fear. I just remembered I have a ton of homework, she says quietly, and Sync smiles, telling her that they can handle the mission without her. Meanwhile, Tony Stark is meeting with Firestar over in Atlanta Ocean. As they fly, he explains that she needs to complete her mission as a double agent and get out of Orcus before the final assault. They have the whole world in a vice. Is this going to work? Firestar asks, reminding him of all the people on the Krakoa medicine that could die. And Tony Stark shakes his head. We have a solution. It's now on Sync and Talon. They're off to counter Earth. Tony explains. Meanwhile, across the galaxy, Talon and Sync land on Counter-Earth. They are immediately beset upon by the High Evolutionary's animal men, but luckily for the mutants, the hybrids aren't big fans of their master. A few of them lead the pair to the High Evolutionary's fortress, where they quickly find his ship and they get a hold of the bio-bomb. As they step off of the ship, they find the High Evolutionary and his daughter waiting for them. Sync and Talon, do you think that you could escape my notice? I see you're holding my biohacking device. Have you reconsidered my gift to mutantdom? I hear rumors that you've waited too long and you've lost your dominance of Earth, the villain says, and Sync glares at him. That was never what we wanted. It was freely offered once, and we have a great need for it now. He snaps, and Talon steps forward, preparing to fight. Do you want to fight us? She growls, and the High Evolutionary cocks an eyebrow at her. I haven't decided yet, he simply says, and Luminous steps forward, begging her father to allow her to destroy the mutants.
But Sync taps into the remnants of Jean Grey's power now that she has perished, and brings Luminous to her knees in moments as the images of her father experimenting on her fill her mind. I need help! Luminous gasps as she reaches out for her father and he glances down at her. How disappointing, he mutters, and finally looks back at the mutants. You may keep your prize if you survive me. Sync draws on Laura, aka Talon's powers, and the two pop claws and leap at the villain, slashing him across the face. Meanwhile, back at the Orcus space station, Firestar warns the head of Orcus that the X-Men are planning to assault from space and will be landing their ships in Australia to minimize human casualties, as she's secretly a double agent working for Orcus, but actually working for the X-Men. Devos smiles and thanks her for the information, promising that this will be the death of the X-Men. Every single Sentinel will be waiting for them, he promises. Back in the Morlock tunnels, Sync hands off the biobomb to Tony Stark. That's amazing! Congrats! I'll start to load our fix, he says, and Sync nods his head, turning to leave the room. Everything okay? We'll live, Sync says softly, rounding the corner to find Laura waiting for him. Everett, why can't I remember how we escaped Counter-Earth? She asks, and he shrugs his shoulders. You were badly hurt on the way to the shuttle. Once again, almost killed and captured covering our escape. Sync explains, and he turns to Kamala as she comes up behind him. Hey Everett, who were you talking to? And that's when she finds Sync standing by himself. Sync heads to his room, where he finds the older Laura waiting on his bed. She stares at him, realizing the truth. X-23, Talon, Laura Kinney, the older version that was locked within the vault, was killed by the High Evolutionary on Counter-Earth. But Sync used his remnants of Jean's powers to keep Laura's consciousness locked in his mind. You're still alive, Talon. I pulled your mind inside of me. I'm like Cerebro. I'll hold you as long as I can. We'll fix this, I promise, Sync whispers to her. In Everett's mind, he and Laura are sitting on a park bench. She tries to tell him that he can't keep this up. That using the remnants of Jean's power to hold her mind inside of him is killing him. That he needs to help their friends in the coming battle. In reality, Sync is lying in his bed, sweat dripping off of his body as he curls into the fetal position. It ain't over, not yet, he gasps to Laura in his mind. Kitty and Kurt standing over him, doing what they can for their friend. Meanwhile, Kamala and Spider-Man are on the rooftop of the Oscorp building, monitoring the biobomb as it begins to rewrite the nanites that have poisoned the humans on Krakoan medicine so that Orcus could kill them with a flip of a switch. Kamala turns to Peter. I know the High Evolutionary designed the sphere to turn us all sterile or make us lizards, but imagine the good we're doing with it, she says with joy, and Peter nods. You don't have to tell me twice. This is fun and easy. But they look down to see Nimrod's image on the computer screen. I jinxed it! Peter groans. I bet you thought Orcus wouldn't notice you until it's too late. But you'd have been wrong, Nimrod says. Meanwhile, back in Sync's mind, he's still trying to hold on to Laura, but the park has begun to burn up around them. You're gonna have to do the hard thing, darling, Laura says. Sync refuses. She explains that the only reason using remnants of people's powers wasn't killing him before was because he was using her healing factor to heal himself. You were already stressing your body, and now I'm collapsing your mind. You can't take it anymore, she whispers to him. Out of his mind, Kitty is leaning over his bed, trying to shout at her friend that they need him in their fight with Nimrod. If you can hear me, don't let Talon's sacrifice be in vain. I know you're holding her in here, but they're going to make a lot more dead X-Men unless we both get in the fight, Kitty says before she phases through the wall. But Sync reaches up, holding his head, sweat pouring off of him. No, he's not gone. You're wrong. I can hold it, he gasps. Meanwhile, back on the roof, Nimrod has arrived. He knocks both Kamala and Spider-Man away and prepares to destroy the biobomb computers. But suddenly, Kurt is on top of him and bamfs them both into the streets below. You're an artificial intelligence, Ja? Can we avoid the fight and have an intelligent conversation instead? You'll never get rid of us, Kurt says, but Nimrod rushes at him. While you slept in your paradise, we scripted your end, mutant. Nimrod snaps as he lashes out, but Kurt teleports away, and Nimrod only hits a car, knocking it into the streets. But Kitty phases up from the street, stabbing Nimrod in the legs. Got any Achilles heel in there, ugly? She asks as she dashes away. Get ready to get trucked! Kitty shouts as she moves, and Spider-Man aims the truck for Nimrod. Nimrod doesn't move, merely reaching out and grabbing Spider-Man by the throat. "Mutants, surrender and receive my mercy," Nimrod calls, but Kurt teleports back in, grabbing Spidey and bamfing out. "This is getting annoying," Nimrod growls, Kitty phasing back through Nimrod, but the bot gloats that his new body is safe from Kitty's phasing disrupting it. "I just wanted your dead eyes on me," she says with a shrug as Wolverine leaps off the rooftops above, slamming into Nimrod, driving his claws into the bot's head. "Everyone else fall back! This beast's mine!" Wolverine bellows with rage, but Nimrod grabs him, tossing him into the ground. Back in Sync's mind, Laura is telling him that he must let go, that he needs to go and help his friends. "Scott and Jean trusted us to lead the X-Men. If we succeed, then Orchis has no more hostages. That's the job, to save as many people as we can every day," she says as she hugs him. "I love you, Laura," he whispers to her and she nods, smiling, stepping back. "And I loved you. Now go, that's an order," she tells him, and they embrace one final time. And then the older Laura, Talon, is gone. Everett opens his eyes with a gasp. Back on the streets above, the X-Men are doing their best to fight off Nimrod, but the robot is defeating them. "You could have left and traveled the stars. We might have followed, but maybe you'd have gotten away. I will never truly understand you mutants," Nimrod says as he tosses Kitty into the ground. But that's when Sync floats up behind him. "We didn't leave because we belong," Sync says, his eyes beginning to glow as lightning begins to form in the skies above. He calls down lightning, striking it against Nimrod, forcing the robot to its knees, where it's forced to reboot. But Nimrod is quickly up. "Pretty good shot. Is that the best you could do?" Nimrod asks, and Sync smiles, shaking his head. "No, we have a war to win, so we get a short stay of execution. The day is won," Sync says as Spider-Man confirms that the biobomb did its work. Spider-Man snaps out a web, grabbing Wolverine before Sync can teleport them all away, leaving Nimrod bellowing in rage in the streets of New York. The team then appears in the forests of the Rocky Mountains. "Thank you for saving us," Kurt says, putting a hand on Sync's shoulder, knowing what it cost their leader. "Talon is gone. I had to let her go," Sync explains, turning to Kitty. "Shadowcat, get word to Polaris that the hostages are free. She's got the green light," Sync says with determination. Over at Minekins Island, the site of the so-called mutant massacre, the lighthouse keeper waits in his house, watching TV while drinking a beer, when suddenly the door kicks open and an Orchis assassin enters with a gun. "Orchis is finally moving into the final phase of our plan, and we realize that we missed the loose end in the lighthouse," the assassin says with a smile as he raises his pistol. "I'm impressed a lesser man who was the sole survivor of the mutant massacre would have gone into hiding." But the man smiles, raising his beer. "I should warn you, I ain't the only one who survived, you bastards," he says, and from behind his chair, a small purple dragon peeks out, Lockheed leaping across the room, burning the assassin, leaving him a charred corpse on the ground. "Nice to see you feeling better. Now you're gonna be off to war?" the man asks Lockheed with a smile. Around the world, Emma Frost has begun to link the remaining members of the X-Men, preparing them for the final assault, and she announces to the team that Polaris has returned and destroyed the Orchis orbital platform. Tony Stark's Sentinel Buster armor has arrived, and it is drawing the Sentinels to Australia. "Keep resisting," Emma tells her team telepathically. Meanwhile, at the Stryker Education Center for Disadvantaged Youth, another powerful mutant has returned. "Welcome home, Magic. I'll make sure you have a proper welcome," Emma says as Magic swoops down, smashing through the window, taking out two guards with her sword. "Thanks, Emma," Magic thinks, and Emma notes that Magic seems to be moving slower and breathing heavily. "These Orchis goons infected me with something, blocked my teleportation. I'm gonna get right or die trying," Magic says as she storms through the base, quickly taking down several guards. She is still struggling though, grabbing one of the Orchis guns. "Never cared for guns, but I'm good with them," she snaps as she raises the weapon, blasting several more as they rush through the corridor. With a moment of peace, Magic sags against the wall. "Taking out the trash sure is hard work," she gasps, and Emma is still in her mind. "Magic, perhaps wait for my backup to arrive," Emma suggests, but Magic shakes her head. "I'm good, Emma. I'm gonna press onward. I'm a war captain on Krakoa," she grunts, heading into the next lab where she finds a scientist burning paperwork. The scientist turns in shock at her entrance. "Hi, Miss Mutant," the scientist says, his eyes straying towards the nearby pistol on the desk, and Magic raises her weapon.
Don't even think about it, she gasps, ordering him to deactivate the nanites in her blood that are killing her. I want them out, she orders, but she sags, her body being weakened by the moment. The man smiles, reaching for the pistol, aiming it at her. I'll make it quick, he promises, but Kitty phases through the floor, smacking the weapon away. Kitty, is that really you? Magic asks as she staggers, but Kitty catches her as she kicks the scientist and knocks him out. Thought you were dead, they both whisper to each other as Kitty holds up her friend. She pulls Magic to her feet, explaining that she was sent to free everyone from prison. Are you ready to empty this gulag with me? Kitty asks, and Magic takes a deep breath, raising her sword. If I'm going out swinging my sword, Magic promises, and they fight their way through the prison until they finally reach the control room, and Magic slams the button that opens up the cells. With their work done, Magic slumps into a nearby chair, her eyes beginning to droop shut. I'm glad I'm not alone. I'm glad Emma sent you, Magic whispers. But Kitty takes her hand, shaking her head, explaining that she was already in the prison on a mission when Magic arrived. Well, if Emma didn't send you, then who is she sending? Magic gasps when suddenly the roof begins to quake above their heads and it is ripped apart as they both look up as Polaris floats down towards them. Sup, ladies? I can taste the iron in the air. Good work. Polaris stands over Magic and is able to sense the nanites in her blood. I think I can remove them, but it's gonna hurt like hell, Polaris tells her friend, and Magic just glares at her. I want them out! She growls, and Polaris nods, beginning. She pulls the nanites out of Magic's bloodstream. Magic screams in pain, but in moments, it's done. She slumps to the ground as a sentinel finally arrives to stop the prison break. The sentinel reaches for them, but Polaris throws up a shield, warning her friends that she can't just smash them anymore. They have countermeasures. Keep it looking at you, Kitty says as she phases through the floor. Magic gets back on her feet, quickly recovering, opening up a portal and teleporting away. All right, let's kill this ugly thing, she says, and both she and Polaris teleport to the sentinel's head. Magic cuts a hole through the top of it, and Polaris pulls down a power line, shoving it inside. To me, my power lines! Polaris shouts before the whole sentinel short circuits, dropping to the ground. At the front of the prison, the rest of the mutant detainees are quickly escaping, and Emma pulls up in her white limo. Well done, all. Now get in. We're killing the fascists, Emma says to the three women. Suddenly, there's a blur of purple from inside of the limo. Oh, and Catherine, I have a surprise for you, Emma says with a smile as Lockheed rushes past her and wraps itself around Kitty and Magic. Emma looks at Polaris and Kitty, explaining that Nimrod is next on their hit list, but Scott's voice suddenly fills their minds. Cyclops, it's so nice of you to join us. Scott thanks her and says that he has an asset from Orcus. Dr. Ayla Grieger. I don't think our problems are just over yet, Magic. If you're up for joining me, Scott tells her. She smiles, opening a portal. Her sword is ready on her shoulder. Of course, I'm a war captain. I was born ready, she says as she disappears. A short time ago, Sebastian Shaw stared out over the city as the rain poured down. The war raged on between Orcus and the mutants, and Shaw was sure that no matter the winner, he would come out on top. He sipped his drink, looking back at his son, explaining that they needed to make sure that their hand was strong in case something strange happened in the conflict. We must prepare a refuge should something asymmetrical occur. I have secured the deeds to the waterfront property in Madripoor, but I'm afraid there are squatters. Do you think you're up to clearing our lands so a stronghold can be built? Shaw asked, and Shinobi smiled at his father. If it needs doing, of course I will be of service, and I know just the louts to help. A short time later, the Reavers drop into Madripoor, targeting the waterfront slums that have become popular with the island, and the world's worst criminals. The Reavers group out in front of the Princess Bar, and from within, Callisto glances out the window. Aw, crap, it's everyone's least favorite mercs. She groans before whirling on her customers, shouting for them to get down. The wall suddenly explodes inward, and as the smoke clears, the Reavers push inside. Hi, Callisto. I know you can't walk through those magical plant gates anymore, but you could just get on a boat and leave. It's not too late for you, the leader says with a sneer. Callisto struggling to her feet, but the Reaver kicks her hard. Elsewhere, the war is raging on, Emma Frost checking her makeup in a destroyed car mirror. Her mind linked with the mutants of the Resistance, informing them of updates in the battle, warning her team that AIM has begun an assault on the Morlock tunnels where the Resistance hidden base has been located, where the X-Men are at. Luckily, the X-Men have already assumed that this would happen, and they left them with a small surprise. As the AIM soldiers push through the tunnels, their lights shining into the shadows, one of them glances at their sensors. "This is a waste of time," he grumbles, but the leader shakes his head. "No, this is a trap." Suddenly, there's a noise above them, and lights flare upward to reveal Wolverine laying in wait. "Huh? I think that's my line, bub," he says with a smile before dropping into them, his claws making quick work of the Orcus-aligned soldiers. In moments, the fight is over. Back in Madripoor, Emma is warning of an assault on Callisto and her bar, so she sends backup. The Reavers laugh as they place Callisto on a cross, then motion to the slums. "Anyone hiding muties is gonna be treated like one," they call out, but a voice calls to them, and they turn to find Shadowcat staring them down. "My friend's not your decoration. Free Callisto or die. Or free her and die. I haven't decided yet." Kitty growls, the Reavers raising their weapons, and Kitty Pryde launches forward, phasing through their bullets, using their swords to slash them apart. The Reavers then allow Callisto to fall, and Kitty reaches up, phasing her away from the cross. "So how's the war going?" "Seems pretty terrible." Callisto gasps as Kitty supports her. "Great, so great. Only thing left is the parade," Kitty jokes, and Callisto nods, retrieving her knife from a fallen enemy. She turns as she approaches. "Just tell me we're gonna win this, and save some for me," she snarls as she stabs one in the face. In moments, the Reavers have fallen, but Kitty can't figure out why they're even clearing the slums. "I could shed some light on that," Shinobi says as he steps out of the shadows, stepping forward, explaining that his father is trying to play both sides, hoping that no matter what, he'll stand tall whenever the victor is declared. He explains that a tanker ship owned by Shaw is approaching the harbor. On board is one of the leaders of Orcus, Dr. Killian Devo. "I'm throwing my lot in with the mutants and playing my father's card for him," Shinobi says, pointing Kitty and Callisto to the ship. On board, Dr. Devo steps onto the top deck, looking around with surprise as a portal opens up and the X-Men leap out. "I think I've been betrayed." He smiles, holding up a trigger. Not completely unexpected. The ship shifts around the team, revealing a massive portal that begins to suck them all in. "It's imperative that I survive so that Orcus can be reconstructed. These are projectors to the negative zone," he says with a smile as the portal begins to suck the mutants in. Emma tries to reach out with her mind to make Devo shut down the portal, but realizes that he is all machine now. That's when Miss Marvel has an idea. "Emma, I need to make a long-distance call," she shouts, and Emma turns to her, reading her mind. "Well, Miss Marvel, your plan can't make matters worse," Emma notes, reaching out. In moments, the mental projections of the pair appear before Dr. Doom in his castle. "Excuse me, Mr. Lord Chancellor Doom, sir?" Kamala asks him, and Doom turns a very angry gaze on them. "This had better be important, young women," he growls. Kamala nods, explaining that they need the help of the Latvarian mutants. "Von Doom, allow me to show you the predicament that we're in." She then links their minds for a moment, and Doom sees everything that is going on and how Orcus is planning on taking over the planet. He plans on cleansing the world, which is my purview. Very well, Doom says as he holds up a gauntlet hand, turning to his followers. "Deploy the X-Men of Doom!" he bellows. Another portal on the ship opens and the Latvarian mutants leap to the aid of the X-Men. Volta springs into the air, tossing her spear into Devo's body, disrupting his circuitry, burning him out from the inside. Slag and Nerium rush forward, destroying the negative zone portal, allowing the X-Men to fall to the ground. Slag then turns with a smile to Kamala. "Miss Marvel, my mutant friend!" he calls out with a high five. Wolverine and Volta stalk forward to Devo, who is burning alive. "This can't be the end. Orcus must survive. I must survive!" Devo gasps, but Volta grabs her spear and rips it free. "Well, you simply don't." She snaps as she destroys Devo, the X-Men thanking the Latvarians with a moment of peace, and Emma then links with Cyclops, who is now free from his prison. "It's nice to hear your voice in my head again, darling." Dr. Ayla Grigor is dead, Scott reports, and Emma nods. "Well done. Chalk up another high-value target," she thinks, but Scott is slammed into the wall by Nimrod. "It wasn't me. It's a long story," Scott thinks as Nimrod hits him again, the robot glaring at him. "You're telepathically telling the X-Men about me, aren't you? If I kill you now, would they feel it?" Nimrod ponders, and he throws Scott to the ground, turning away, opening a portal that allows him to disappear. Scott struggles to his feet, reporting that Orcus was all a Trojan horse. It was the machines that were plotting against everyone. The AI, Nimrod, Omega Sentinel, Moira. They were building a great machine. Sentinel City is rising. Orcus forces begin to attack around the world. Some of the soldiers are protecting a small tugboat from MODOK. The small villain suddenly comes flying through the air, landing on the boat. The leader of the soldiers stepping forward. Been guarding this boat for you. Any word from command? They've all gone silent since the destruction of our great space station. The soldier asks, and MODOK nods, thanking him for guarding his property. He reaches for his wrist computer. Just let me turn this all the way to monster, he says with a sneer, and the guard suddenly falls in pain as his body begins to morph, his bones snapping as his body rearranges itself, and he screams in pain. MODOK laughs as he points out that Orcus gave him all kinds of DNA databases, and even though the AI behind everything, the computer controlling it all, wasn't planning on keeping the humans around, MODOK has big plans for the humans. Today is a day of making art! MODOK cheers. Meanwhile, at the Daily Bugle, Orcus soldiers hold Ben Urich and his reporters at gunpoint, ordering them to retract the story of how evil Orcus is, as Ben is trying to point out the irony of being ordered at gunpoint to say that Orcus isn't evil. The soldiers then suddenly fall to the ground, their bodies twisted into horrific monsters. Everyone scatters as one of the monsters grabs a hold of Ben Urich, the wall suddenly melting and Firestar coming flying in. Hiya, Mr. Urich, she calls as she swoops in and lights the monsters on fire, freeing Ben and hitting the monsters with a blast that knocks it out the window. She then hits her comms, reporting to Kamala that the Orcus soldiers that they've been tracking are all turning into monsters. Down the streets, Kamala is already aware of this situation as she is trying to protect the innocent people from the creatures' attacks. Two of the creatures attack a woman and kids in their car, but Kamala uses her massive hands to push the creatures away. Grab your kid! I'll keep them all for you! She shouts, and Kamala looks in disgust at the monsters that she is holding, feeling their skin in her hands. Ah, gross! This thing is like palming a tumor! She gags. But more of the monsters are now charging down the streets. Luckily, a voice broadcasts through everyone's mind. Good evening, mutants. I've dispatched Wolverine to the Daily Bugle. I bring you the usual mix of hope and bad news. She says, informing everyone that Orcus is falling, but they have been replaced by Nimrod and the machines, and Charles Xavier has now sided with the machines. In the city, Sync slams into one of the creatures, having recently brought down a Sentinel. What's the plan to neutralize Charles? But Emma shakes her head, explaining that she needs to keep her plans to herself in case Xavier's reading everyone's minds. Rest assured, top X-Men are on the problem. Elsewhere, Shadowcat has freed Caliban from a secret Orcus prison. Can you hear me? Blink if you can hear me, Kitty says to the mutant tracker, who smiles up at her as he tries to stand. Kitty begins to move, whirling and slashing through another monster. A lot has happened since you've been captured. The Resistance is striking back. Kitty informs Caliban, who looks around the lab that he was locked in. Were they experimenting on me? Using me? He asks, and Kitty grabs a hold of him, phasing him through the wall, leading him out into an alleyway. Once they're safe for a moment, she turns to Caliban, informing him that she needs him to lead her to Xavier. Then I'm going to put him down, she snaps, but Caliban looks in shock, shaking his head. No, Charles would never help them, he insists, but Kitty informs him of everything that has happened since he's been gone. Meanwhile, Firestar, Kamala, and Laura Kinney have tracked MODOK to his tugboat. From inside the boat, MODOK shouts to the mutants to go away, but Firestar hits the boat with a massive fire blast. I love the smell of napalm MODOK in the morning, she shouts, but MODOK leaps into the air, flying to safety. He fires a beam from his headband while cackling. I have to hand it to you, mutants. You're very hard to kill. But MODOK's never really put his back into it. Until now! He shouts, but Firestar hits him with another blast. And Sync flies up, punching him hard, breaking through most of his armor. Burned and smoking, MODOK swerves through the sky. Nice punch! But you cannot kill me. I self-repair. He grunts, firing another blast, but this one is blocked by Laura's claws on the ground. She then glances at Sync. Load Polaris, she says with a smile, and he nods, smiling. I got you. Using the magnetic powers to lift Laura and launch her through the air, she slashes through MODOK, finally bringing him down. Luckily, Sync catches her, and they both watch as Kamala begins to pummel the downed MODOK again and again. she shouts every time. Back at Little Tokyo, Caliban still refuses to lead Kitty to Xavier, still not believing that the professor would turn on them. I'm sorry, Kitty. Killing anyone, even a traitor, is wrong, Caliban says as he turns away, walking into the rainy night. Kitty stares at him in anger and shock. Coward! I should have left you locked in that lab! She shouts at him, and Caliban pauses for a moment. But Wolverine steps out of the shadows. It's okay, Caliban, you can go. I'm here. She won't be alone. He stalks towards Kitty. Glad you got to see that, she says softly, and Logan shrugs. I've seen worse. Tears begin to stream from her eyes as she explains that learning that Xavier betrayed them, even to save mutant kind, broke her. Logan nods, putting a hand on her shoulder. Dreams die, kiddo. Sometimes when they do, you take the dreamer with you, he says, and Kitty draws her sword, looking down at it, seeing her reflection. She admits that she regrets what she had to do since taking up the mantle of Shadowcat again. I thought I could mask up and do what needed to be done without thinking, but I can't. She looks at Logan. If we win and I'm standing, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. After this, no more X-Men. Logan nods, reaching out, taking the sword from her hand. She walks away into the rainy night, lightning crackling over his head as Wolverine nods. Whatever you need, stand down. I got the only help that Charles needs. He pops his claws, holding Kitty's blade. Xavier has to die, or none of us will be safe. Just so you guys are aware, X-Men 35 now jumps to the end of the entire story, where everything has been resolved, except Xavier. Now we begin. The convoy moved through the darkness of the woods, a large metal cell on its largest truck. The lead vehicles are hit by tire spikes spinning off into the woods, Wolverine leaping out of the shadows, his claws sinking into the large truck's engine, bringing it to a stop. If you're listening, I'll see you in a minute, Chuck! Wolverine growls as he slashes through the armed guards in minutes. Inside of the cell, Xavier is waiting, claws ripping through the side, screeching through the metal as Logan slowly cuts his way in. He pulls apart the metal, glaring at his former mentor. Hello, Chuck, he growls, moving forward, raising his claws. You got anything to say to me? Anything to make me retract these claws and walk away? Charles doesn't respond, and Logan nods his head, preparing for the strike. Right then! He moves fast, but his claws stop inches from Charles' heart, and he can't move anymore. Oh! Let me do what I gotta do! He bellows, but a voice responds. No, Magneto says, lifting Logan out of the cell. No more martyrs, Logan. His life is not yours to end. Charles finally opens his eyes. If you would excuse us, Logan, I'd like to talk to my old friend. Charles says, and with a flick of his hand, Magneto sends Logan flying away into the woods. He lifts the cell into the air, and the two of them float away. As they hover over the forest, Eric sits, removing his helmet. Charles, how did we get here? Eric asks, and as the two speak, discussing the follies of Krakoa and their dreams, Eric admits that Krakoa was what he always wanted. But now he sees that setting up a mutant nation against mankind was the wrong answer. It didn't work. In embracing the world's power, I've turned my back on the world, and I won't do it again. Eric explains, but he now realizes that whether it's human or mutant, whether people are oppressed by power or simply because of who they are, we face the same enemy, and we must destroy that enemy together. Charles smiles at him, explaining that Eric finally has begun to believe in the world that Charles always dreamed of. After everything, now you turn to me and say that Xavier was right, he says with a smirk, looking at Eric, at Magneto, knowing that his old friend has finally chosen a good fight. He suddenly looks up, smiling as he senses it. The return of Krakoa. The Krakoa that was. Back on the island, Doug waves his hand as the island appears, and Kafka comes walking down. Is this a relief? I felt the distant call for weeks, so I came. I was worried I was losing it. Doug says as he greets the older mutant. I'm Kafka of the Quiet Council, the older Kafka says, explaining that the council doesn't rule from where he's from. They listen. He explains that they have finally returned because some of the Krakoans missed their world, while others chose to stay. Plus, our Krakoa insisted. We weren't going to leave your Krakoa behind, he says as he motions behind him. Doug smiles as the physical manifestation of Krakoa walks forward, greeting the piece that was left behind. They need to be reproduced. Could you do the honors? Kafka asks, and Doug smiles at both of the islands. I'd love to. He holds out his hands and the two join once again. Hours later, Emma and the X-Men return, surprised to see the part of Krakoa that was lost to the white-hot room. Are we watching Island Sex? Emma asks Doug telepathically, but Doug just smiles on the beach. Absolutely not. Everyone should come down and explore. So the X-Men join Kafka in the Chamber of the Quiet Council, with Exodus greeting the boy that he had left behind on Krakoa in the white-hot room. Little Kafka, you've grown. It's good to see you, Exodus says as he walks forward hugging the man. Emma is shocked as it's revealed that they left weeks ago, but it has been 15 years for those who were left behind in Krakoa. Was it hard? Scott asks and Kafka nods, smiling. Yeah, but it was also perfect. We had 4. We had the cradle. We had the database. We had time and hope. He then motions to the city, and Emma stares in awe, realizing that they brought back everyone that had been lost when Krakoa fell. All of the mutants that had been lost to Genosha. All 15 million. The children, they brought them all back, she says quietly as Kafka nods, standing by her. All we need is to be left alone. Those that want to return through the gates return to the families that they left behind. Jean comes forward asking about hope, and Kafka explains that hope is both alive and dead, that she lives in Krakoa as a metaphor and the truth all in one, that she is the home of the Phoenix which resides in the white-hot room, and then he sighs. It's hard to be away from that presence, though. It's good to get back. Exodus is surprised, assuming that they would have stayed, but Kafka shakes his head, explaining that the white-hot room is where they and Krakoa belong now. Earth isn't ready for us, but Exodus is angered, believing that mutant kind needs Krakoa. But Kafka shakes his head. I'm sorry, Exodus, but it's what we want. Krakoa is getting ready to leave. 24 hours will start counting until... He begins to explain, but power begins to boil off of Exodus and he lashes out. The X-Men rushing to stop him as Kafka flees. Afraid, but still understanding why he's mad. This kind of thing is exactly why we're leaving, he says quietly. He turns to see a gate open and the mighty Apocalypse step out. Speak, brother mutant. Tell me what occurs. Apocalypse says, and Kafka quickly explains that Exodus is fighting the mutants, that he doesn't want Krakoa to leave. He thinks that they can talk some sense into him, but Apocalypse steps past him. Perhaps, but the time of talking has passed. He can think through his errors of passion if he lives. Apocalypse enters the council chamber, ordering Exodus to stand down, and Exodus fires a blast at him. But Apocalypse charges forward, grabbing a hold of the holy mutant, slamming him hard into the ground, pummeling him. The mutants look in shock at the ferocity of the attack, but Apocalypse then turns to Kafka. So, Speaker of Krakoa, show me what my children have built. Apocalypse orders. Kafka leads him through the city, explaining that they have built what was based on the mutants' teachings on Earth. But the Krakoans have moved beyond that, moved beyond what was established before Krakoa left the Earth. We don't blame you. You had bigger problems to worry about. Kafka says as he shows them how they have moved past the anger and hatred of the Earthbound mutants, though he does admit that some wish to stay behind. That even though they are at peace in the white-hot room, some can't move beyond the earthly world. He shows them statues created by the Krakoan wood, built to commemorate all of the things that the Krakoans have moved beyond, both good and bad. And Apocalypse shakes his head. But I am your past, your bloody history. Am I so easily reduced to sculpted wood? Do my hard lessons no longer apply to your white-hot heaven? Apocalypse questions as he stares at the statue, and Kafka shakes his head. Not the way you taught them here. Survival of the fittest isn't who's the strongest, but survival of the best fit, Kafka says, telling Apocalypse that they have moved beyond this, and he holds up his hand to Apocalypse. We don't think you did badly, but the gravity of what you call human thinking was impossible to escape. You have within us the space to become this, and we are eternally thankful. Our children will be thankful. Apocalypse stares at the offered hand. You reject your most radical ideas and say this. Kafka shakes his head again. Absolutely not. We respect everything that you did as steps along the way, but your ideas weren't radical enough. Apocalypse nods and takes the mutant's hand, but then he lifts him and brings him crashing into the ground. You were right. My ideas were not radical enough. I was far too lenient, so there will now be pain. He rumbles, the mutants moving to stop him, but Apocalypse merely knocks them away. He believes that mutant kind can still rise up, that he has done so much for them, and his teachings will not merely be pushed to the side. As the mutants begin their battle with Apocalypse, Kafka gets to his feet, asking that Apocalypse calm down, but the godly mutant turns his gaze upon him. I am not angry. I am simply Apocalypse, and mere survival was never enough, for we are meant for greater things. But you do not have the proper leadership. Once more, I must bear the load, for I am Apocalypse. The revelation is unending, and if you hate me for what I must reveal, know that I love you, as I always have, even as I break you, he says as he turns and prepares to assault the X-Men. Meanwhile, far overhead, Doom stands with Volta on the deck of his ship, looking down at Krakoa as the battle continues. A much larger island has arrived. I would like to add its secrets to my own garden, Doom says, and he turns to Volta, ordering her to retrieve a seed from the island, but not to be seen. She bows her head, readying her spear. It shall be done, she says as she leaps from the ship, descending into the forest. She picks one of the seeds, but looks up to see a young mutant looking at her and pauses. Hello, young one. I was not here, do you understand? The young mutant nods and Volta smiles, returning to Doom, giving him the seed. Were you seen? She shakes her head. Not even by the island. Meanwhile, the battle continues. Beast, Iceman, and Scott launch into an assault, but are turned away. Sunfire launching a blazing fire at Apocalypse, but is knocked away. The strength of Colossus gives Apocalypse pause, but it is not enough, and with one blow, Apocalypse sends Colossus into the Krakoan tree. Do not rise again, unless it is to my banner. Apocalypse rumbles as he stalks forward, standing over the fallen Colossus, calling out to the people of Krakoa, demanding to know who will stand at his side. Who will shape mutantdom for the next generation? Ask yourselves. I have been hard on you, yes, but have I lied? Apocalypse demands. He looks down as no one approaches him, and Wolverine steps out of the crowd, his claws already popped. You oppose me? Logan smiles, nodding. Yeah. The kids have spoken, old man. He says, charging forward and slashing Apocalypse through the throat. But Apocalypse shrugs. You can't kill me. Logan nods, stabbing again. Can't kill you, but you're gonna feel the pain. Apocalypse grabs him by the arms, stabbing him with his own claws, and in a puff of brimstone, Logan is bamfed away. Do not impede me, Nightcrawler! Apocalypse rumbles, and Kurt appears behind him again, trying to talk sense into the mutant god. It is your softness that led us into this ruin. Apocalypse rumbles, but Kurt reaches for his eyes, pulling them out and then bamfing them away. But Apocalypse, without his eyes, seems unfazed. I have fought in the darkness longer than you can imagine, he says, looking up at Emma's approach as she reaches into his mind. But Apocalypse knocks her away. But Jean appears next, trying to convince Apocalypse, explaining that the Krakoans have lived in peace for 15 years, and that they have known no persecution or have been hunted, that they have no need for Apocalypse and the X-Men. Touch their minds, witness them, Emma offers. They link his mind with those that Krakoa has brought back, and Apocalypse's eyes widen in shock. I see. Millions of mutant minds. I see that my magic has brought us to this moment. That it holds no sway over this undiscovered country, he says softly before disappearing. The battle has ended. Peace reigns on the island once more as Krakoa prepares to leave once more. Scott and the other X-Men gather on the beach, and Kurt waits for them. This is the last time I'll ask. Kurt, how is Krakoa? Nightcrawler looks with a smile. Ready for the next adventure, Scott, wherever it may lead. Kurt tells him, and the mutants gather and watch, tears in their eyes, as they watch Krakoa lift into the sky and disappear back into the white-hot room. The mutant paradise at peace, far from the hateful eyes of the world. And so ends the first Krakoan age. Apocalypse returned to Arakko. There he looked up into the stars, pondering his future, wondering if the future had slipped from his fingers. What is left to be done here and now? Perhaps it's time to pass such questions to another. Perhaps I should choose an heir. Mother Righteous is sitting in her cell in the Orcus base, but she has not been left to rot. In her cell appears Dr. Stasis, who promised to come to her. He leads her into the corridor smiling, but Mother Righteous looks at him in fear as his arm transforms into a blade. Do you recognize this? You made Mystique stab Destiny with it. The woman she loved. That was a mistake. Dr. Stasis says, Mother Righteous's eyes widening as Dr. Stasis suddenly transforms into Mystique before his eyes. Meanwhile, Charles Xavier is sitting in his cell, locked away from the rest of the world. Or is he? What his former friends Tony Stark and Reed Richards have failed to realize was that he suddenly pushed their minds, giving him a back door, a way to look out into the world, a subtle change to things, to push minds in the right direction. He watches as a mutant woman leaves a bar. A Mankind First believer following her with a knife. He's about to attack, but Charles pushes. The man drops his knife, unsure of why he doesn't attack, and instead he goes to the top of a tall building and teeters on the edge. Charles is trapped, but he'll make the best of it. His mind leaves his body, walking the world. He checks in on his X-Men. Scott and Hank are looking for a new base of operations in Alaska. Rogue and Gambit are enjoying each other's company in Mexico City. Kitty is now a bartender enjoying her life. Logan seeks the solitude of the world. Kamala Khan enjoys her city. Alex Summers questions his place in the world now, and Aurora takes her place in the United Nations, helping to shape and lead the world. At the edge of Shi'ar space, Charles finds Jean using her vast powers to help stabilize an entire galaxy, and he wonders if he did the right thing. But seeing the things that he helped shape, he knows the answer. At his cell, his body suddenly falls forward, no brain activity present. The guards rush into the room, taking all precautions, but Xavier doesn't respond. 2 years later, Xavier is being moved into a coma unit, his body being kept alive by machines. The guards don't seem worried, certain that Xavier will never wake up. But as they bump along the country road, his eyes suddenly open.
And thus concludes the Age of Krakoa for the X-Men. Personally, I enjoyed this time for the X-Men at Marvel, even if it did get a little complex and convoluted at times. But what did you think of today's full story supercut? Let me know in the comments down below, and if you got this far, I think you've earned yourself a cookie. And as always, like and subscribe to help out the channel. I'm Dan with Comicstorian, and we will see you next time. Rest in peace, Benny.